I Do, But Not Really, by Tyla Walker. Craving more of those captivating love stories? Eager to have into the next book without waiting for the YouTube release? Grab the ebook straight from Tyla Walker's website. If you're tired of missing the steamy chapters, dive into the unabridged audiobook available on tylawalker.com. Apply the discount code SAVE40 for a generous 40% off on all digital purchases.
Chapter 1. Christian. The people of Solvaria want no. Simon shakes his head as he taps his pen on documents before him. They need a stable ruler. This is why you must marry soon, Prince Christian. There's no way around it. I swallow hard, eyeing each council member who sits before me. Some squirm under the pressure of my gaze. Others, like Simon, carry an undeniable determination behind their stares. They want an immediate marriage. That's why they have called me here. This meeting room is only used on occasion, which explains why the polished mahogany table harbors no scratches or dents from frequent use. A chandelier sits pretty above our heads. I'm starting to wish the damn thing would just fall and crush me underneath it. Harrison snaps his fingers, calling for the table's attention. Just look at your brothers, Prince Christian. They've all found exceptional brides, and they're much better men for it. Months ago, when Father fell ill, he demanded that I get married. I've been fighting against that order this whole time, knowing the type of calamity that awaits me if I engage with the woman who I was betrothed to. The image of her appears in my mind, but I'm quick to shove that thought to the wayside. Raising a brow, I stare directly at the brown-haired, bespectacled man. Are you saying that I'm inadequate without a woman by my side? Harrison fidgets with his glasses. Well, no. That's not what I mean. But you'd be a more relatable and loved ruler if you do marry. That's without question. Just look at the data. Beside me, my secretary scribbles down notes on a worn-down notepad. Paul keeps his back straight and his handwriting steady, not gazing up to engage with the questionable looks my council members are tossing around. Truth be told, I'm offended. I want to chart my own path. No one should demand things of me when I know what needs to be done. I've heard all this before anyway. I'm the presumed heir in the minds of my people, though my father has made it clear he could pass me over for one of my married brothers. The Solvarian people accept a bachelor prince, but they won't be as understanding of a bachelor king. Sucking in a deep breath, I keep my emotions in check. There's no use berating my advisors when they only want the best for the kingdom. I, too, act only in the interests of Solvaria. As the future king, there are certain things expected of me. Keeping a clean reputation is one of those things. Maintaining public support is another. I know what I must do, but it feels akin to swallowing a cup of nails. Across from me, Ernest tilts his head slightly. Prince Christian, do you have anything else to say? He asks. With a stern nod, I clap my hand on Paul's shoulder. My secretary flinches slightly before looking at me with wide eyes. Book me a flight to New York, immediately, I say, each word punctuated with urgency. Then I turn toward the rest of the council with a forced smile. Meeting adjourned. Shocked faces and open mouths are what I receive in return. I'm sure my council members are aching to stop me from walking out of this opulent meeting room, but none of them do. That's a good thing. I'm not in the mood for further conversation with them. As I walk through the palace corridors to my study, I adjust my uniform and search for my phone. The silk blue velvet robe upon my shoulders, embroidered with intricate designs, flows behind me with my movements. The Vaincourt family crest appears clearly upon my left shoulder. I glance down at my left hand, catching a glimpse of the scar that rests upon my left ring finger. Flexing my hand instinctively, I'm reminded of my duty to my family, of the expectations that fall upon me simply by being my father's heir. I've tried my best to separate myself from Catala Fitzrelson. On paper, she's the ideal marriage candidate. She comes from a strong family with numerous connections to the Solvarian elite. She's headstrong, she's beautiful, but she carries a spirit of rebellion that infuriates me if I'm around her for too long. She would never be a traditional queen of Solvaria. She hardly bows down to the wishes of anyone, especially those of my own. If I tell her something, She'll do the exact opposite just to spite me. It's a shame, truly. Catala's beauty is unmatched. From her hazel eyes to her lustrous chestnut hair to her smooth, dark skin. Her cheekbones are high and sharp, while her jawline carries a soft curve. The last time I spoke to Catala, she told me that I was unwelcome in her life, that she has a future of her own, and she doesn't see me in it. Of course, at the time, I didn't think much of it. In fact, I silently rejoiced in the fact that she didn't want to be my wife. But when duty calls, I must answer, and so must she. I find her in my contact list and call her number. There's a chance she won't pick up the phone, but that doesn't matter to me. I'll just keep calling and pestering her until she stops ignoring me. Thankfully, she has enough sense to answer me within seconds. "Christian," she says. I imagine her in her office, one hand on a cup of coffee while she sandwiches the phone against her shoulder and ear. She likes complicating things for herself. To what do I owe the honor? I smile at the sarcasm-laced tone. "Hello, Catala. It's been a while since we last talked." "Yes, well, I have a life of my own. And believe me, I wasn't anticipating another conversation with you anytime soon." My jaw clenches. I reach my study, carefully unclipping my robe and setting it upon my desk for one of the servants to put away. "I wanted to let you know that I'm going to visit you in New York soon." Catala lets out a noise, then she mumbles a few things that I can't catch. Perhaps that's for the better. "Why?" she asks in a harsh tone. "Why are you coming?" "I need to speak to you. If you're expecting a warm welcome, you're not getting it from me. I have plans of my own, and I won't be able to accommodate you." I roll my eyes. "I haven't even told you the exact date when I'm coming." "Doesn't matter. I won't be available." "Why? What other plans do you have?" I try to keep my frustration at bay. For some reason, Catala has always been able to push my buttons in a record-setting amount of time. Set them aside. It's important that we talk soon. If you're looking for a woman who's going to obey and serve you, it's not going to be me. I've told you this, Christian. I am not the one. To me, it sounds like she hasn't truly given up her reckless behavior. I've lectured her on this before. The future queen of Solvaria shouldn't be seen drinking vodka shots at New York parties. Imagine the scandal. Imagine the headlines. And yet, she doesn't listen to me. "I'll see you soon, Catala," I reply simply before hanging up the phone. It takes me a few moments to gather myself. Alone in my study, I tightly grasp the back of a chair and close my eyes, breathing deeply to combat against the anger that threatens to blind me. How dare she speak to me that way? My phone vibrates, but it's not a message from Catala. It's Paul sending me confirmation of my booked flight to New York. It's scheduled in 4 hours, meaning I must get to the airport soon. Whether she likes it or not, I must rein in Catala Fitzrelzon for her own sake, for Solvaria's sake. It's bad enough that she's run away to the United States to become a lawyer, tossing aside her obligations as a future monarch and co-ruler. But to disrespect me so openly, to challenge me directly and not apologize for it, that's something I cannot allow. With a newfound determination, I gather a few personal belongings and place them in a suitcase to take onto the private jet with me. Catala doesn't know it, but she has just awoken my competitive spirit. I have a deep desire to succeed, no matter the cost, and this is no different. I don't care what I have to do to tame that wildfire of a woman, but it's going to happen. She can no longer run from her destiny. She can no longer run from me.
Chapter 2. Catala. God damn it! I slam the phone down upon my desk and run a hand through my hair. Christian always turns up at the wrong time. Much worse, he thinks I'll drop everything to cater to his needs. Unfortunately for him, that's not the case. I have plans to go out tonight, and the future king of Solvaria isn't going to stop me. Reaching over my desk, I grab my purse from the chair and swing it over my shoulders. Then I straighten out my wrinkled pencil skirt before making my way out of my office. "Jeanette?" I call out, beckoning the attention of my paralegal. She perks up, pausing her keyboard typing. Do you think you can clear out the rest of my schedule for today? I'll be leaving earlier than usual. Sure thing, Catala, she replies. Then she hits me with a knowing look. Have plans for tonight? I sigh, making my way over to her desk. Oh, like you wouldn't believe. Do you remember that prince I talked to you about? Christian Vanecourt? Jeanette gasps, covering her mouth with a hand. Her brown eyes twinkle. You're going out with him? God, no! Grimacing, I shake my head. But he still thinks he can mold me into an ideal queen of Solvaria. I'm going to show him how wrong he is. But... Jeanette frowns slightly. Wouldn't it be nice to be a queen? I value my independence much more than that title, I reply, tucking my hair strands behind my ear. And I have a lot of clients here in New York. I can't get up and leave them. That's a noble cause. Seriously, she replies, raising her brows. I mean, I've seen pictures of Christian, and hot damn. I fight the urge to roll my eyes. Sure, most ladies would love to get the chance to know him better. He's a tall, white, blue-eyed prince with ash blonde hair and a jawline that could cut through marble. Most would kill for a chance to be by his side. Unfortunately for me, I was betrothed to him against my own will. As a way to escape that awful predicament, I came to the United States to study in law school. And now I'm an established lawyer with a party girl image, but that's only because I'm trying to make myself the worst candidate for Queen of Solvaria. My true focus is on my career. I have ambitions to become one of the most well-respected lawyers in the state, and I can't let anyone, especially not Christian, stand in my way. Still, he keeps trying. I can't understand why. Knowing him, he's already on a jet to New York right now. He needs to know not to mess with me, and I'm going to serve him this lesson on a steaming hot platter tonight. So, I fetch my phone from my purse, nodding toward Jeanette. Clear my schedule, please. I promise to finish up everything tomorrow before the weekend. Don't worry, I'm already on it, Janet says, resuming her quick typing. Go have fun. Most certainly. I dial up my friends, Tanya, Denise, and Rebecca. Originally, I told them that I wasn't going to make it out to the bar tonight, but Christian has shifted my plans dramatically. A mischievous thrill courses through me at the thought of angering him in such a public venue. He'll be beside himself with anger. Making him furious is what entertains me most in this life. It's what he gets for trying to tie me down with such a silly thing like marriage. Humming a soft tune, I drive home in my luxury sedan, already imagining the outfits I could put together. By the time I park my car, I've already decided what I'm going to wear. Yellow pairs well with my dark complexion, so I slip on a tight yellow mini dress that hugs my curves nicely. I spend half an hour applying my makeup on, and I leave my hair down to flow over my shoulders. I'm putting the finishing touches on my look when Tanya lets me know that they're downstairs, parked in front of my apartment building. I can't wait to ruin your night, Christian Vanecourt. I whisper to my mirror as I apply a coat of lip gloss. Once I'm done, I hurry into the elevator that takes me downstairs. Tanya honks the horn of her black SUV as I get in the back seat with Denise. Catala, Rebecca exclaims, eyeing my outfit with a smirk. You finally decided to put us over your lawyer shit? And you look hot as hell. Are you looking for a husband? I wave her off. Forget about that for a minute, Becca, and just enjoy the night. Tanya blasts her music on the way to the bar. While on the outside I may look good, on the inside, I'm focused on ways to make Christian seethe. If he wants to talk to me, that's fine. But it'll have to be while I'm partying. Once we get there, we're quick to head to the bartender for some happy hour shots. I limit myself to just one for now. I want to be in full control of my senses once Christian arrives. I know that he's going to have one of his bodyguards figure out where I am. And I know that he's going to head straight here once he knows my location. He's a meticulous man, always vying for control. That's why I've never wanted to be his wife. He wants someone who submits to him, but I don't submit to anybody. Catala, come on! Denise yells over the thumping beat, all but dragging me to the dance floor. For the first few hours at the bar, I let loose and have fun. I rarely have nights like these anymore. Usually I'm the one who cancels plans with these girls because I'm too focused on my clients. I work myself to the bone as a way to make a name for myself, to distinguish myself from the rest. Even still, I need some time for myself every now and then. For the first time in a long time, I shrug off all of my responsibilities and focus instead on the beat of the song playing. Denise holds my hand as we get lost in the sea of bodies, all moving and swaying to the rhythm. "Oh, shit," Denise whispers, pulling me close. Sweat pools on my skin, and I'm struggling to catch my breath. "Isn't that your man?" "My what?" "Your girl, you know what I mean." I do, in fact, know exactly what she means. There, standing near the entrance of the bar, stands Christian Vanecourt in all of his glory. He's wearing a navy blue suit with a white button-up underneath. There's a gold watch on his wrist. His piercing blue eyes scan the crowd until they land on mine, and there's a scowl on his face. A triumphant smile graces my lips as I continue dancing to the music. This is one of my favorite songs, after all, and I'm not going to stop because some brooding prince is staring my way. Only when I'm finished do I finally pay him a little bit of attention. I saunter over to where he stands. He stares at me with a blank expression while he leans an elbow on the bar counter. "I'm glad you could make it," I say playfully, leaning in close and catching a whiff of his expensive cologne. "But you're going to have to wait until I'm done dancing." "Catala," he snaps, gritting his teeth. "This is serious. I'm not going to play your stupid games." The smile never leaves my face. "You can't come here and tell me what to do. This is America, remember? Not Solvaria." With that, I return to the dance floor. I feel how his blue eyes shoot daggers through my back as I walk away, which only amuses me more. I sway and dance and lose myself to the music, all while Christian watches me in the distance. What more do I have to do to prove that I'm not meant to be a queen? Should I down a bottle of tequila in front of him? Fun idea, but I'm not excited about the sort of hangover that'll come and claim me if I do that. After a while of dancing, another hit song plays on the speakers that makes the bar start thumping. I laugh and dance, drunk off of the vibrant energy encapsulating me. Knowing that Christian is pissed off feels better than any thrill alcohol can give me, to be honest.
Chapter 3. Christian. Just as I expected, Catala is being a pain in the ass. Every now and then she meets my gaze from across the bar and sends me a coy smile. She's trying to provoke a reaction out of me. At the same time, she's undermining me and wasting my time. How dare she? I have half a mind to leave and take the next jet back to Solvaria, but I'm too far in to back out now. She's going to speak with me. I don't care if I have to tie her down to a damn chair to make it happen. Glancing at my watch, I realize quickly that she's been making me wait for the past 30 minutes. I'm standing here like a fool while she dances her little heart out over there with her friends. She's even had the nerve to approach me a few times, all in the guise of getting another drink. 1 second, Christian. I'm almost done. Then she hurries back to dance with the drink in her hand. She's doing everything she can to stall, perhaps in the hopes that I'll storm out of here and leave her alone. I'm infuriated, without a doubt, but also mildly amused. Nat, does she really think I'm someone who will back down that easily? Seems like she's forgotten exactly who I am. Catala has been playing around too much tonight. This is unbecoming for a lady, much less a future queen. Without hesitating, I snake my way through the crowd, trying to ignore the smell of cheap cologne and liquor. Catala's back is towards me, blissfully unaware of my presence behind her. Before long, I reach out and take her forearm in my grasp. Come on. What? Christian, what are you doing? Come! Stop! She struggles against me, trying to claw my fingers off of her arm, but I'm stronger than her. I pull her through the bar and out to where my car is parked in the lot. Fishing for my keys, I unlock the vehicle and bring her to the passenger side. Catala stares at me with a deep frown on her face. Get in the car, I demand. I'm taking you home. You've made a joke out of yourself tonight, and I don't want to watch that anymore. You can't boss me around, Christian, she replies. At this point, I'm opening the door and sitting her inside. She tries to get out, but I nudge her in and close the door on her. She's saying something inside, based on how quickly her mouth is moving, but I hardly care anymore. I sit in the driver's seat and calmly put on my seatbelt as she continues her tirade. How dare you! How dare you try to come here and dictate what I can and can't do in my life? You're not my husband, Christian, and you're not my fiancé. You're not even my boyfriend. You have no right to do this to me. Are you done yet? I ask brusquely, shifting the car into drive and making my way out of this seedy parking lot. There's a flickering streetlight across the way and shady people walk the streets all around us. My God, is this seriously the type of place you like to spend time in? It's a dump. Mind your business, Christian. How many times do I have to tell you this? Leave me the hell alone. Not happening. I'm pretty sure I noticed a drug deal happening in the alleyway across the bar. With a small sigh, I turn the corner and all but stomp on the gas to get out of there. You can't put yourself in a situation like this. It's dangerous. Asshole, you just separated me from my friends. You put me in a dangerous situation. I scoff. You're better off with me than anyone else in that bar. Then I glance at her. Her arms are crossed and her knees turned to face the car window. We need to talk. No. My eyes trail her figure quickly. Her dress complements her figure nicely, accentuating all of her features. The yellow dress looks magnificent on her, I can't lie. Her dark skin looks smooth to touch, and her wavy hair flows neatly down her shoulders. As attractive as she is, I don't ignore the fact that she's a thorn in my side. She doesn't listen to anything I have to say. Catala would be the perfect woman if she could only obey. Instead, she's more like a fire that I have yet to contain. You're not acting like a future queen. You're like a petulant child who's pouting because she didn't get her way, I reprimand, keeping my eyes on the road. You're 26 years old. You're not a teenager anymore. You had your chance to party and live life to the fullest, but now you have to settle down. Catala shakes her head. You're out of your damn mind if you think I'm going to listen to you. I can do what I want, dress how I want, and you can't do anything about it. Actually, you can't. If you're going to be the queen of Solvaria one day, you can't step out in a dress like that. You're leaving nothing to the imagination. You need to dress more modestly moving forward. Oh, hell you, she mumbles. That makes me raise a brow. What's that? Hell you. You're annoying, you know that? You always have been. I don't understand why you think you can come here and act like you're my boss. I left Solvaria for a reason. I'm not getting dragged back there to submit to you and your family. Unfortunately for her, she doesn't have much of a choice in the matter. But I won't tell her that right now. She might make me crash the car if I do. Anger simmers within my body, making my skin hot to touch. Catala has never made things easy for me, not since the betrothal. She's always had her opinions and a strong will of her own. Now that she's a lawyer, her ego is probably the size of the Empire State Building. I've read up on her achievements thus far. Sure, she's an accomplished lawyer. Sure, she graduated summa cum laude from one of the top law schools in the United States. Catala has done her best to carve her own path, but she can't run from her obligations anymore. She must do what's right for her homeland. My hand grips tightly around the steering wheel. I turn, entering the roundabout that sits at the front of her luxury apartment building. Unlocking the car doors, I gesture for her to make her way out. I'll be seeing you tomorrow, I say. Excuse me, she asks, furrowing her eyebrows together. I didn't say I wanted to see you again. That's too bad. I'm not in the mood to talk to you anymore, so we'll have to do this tomorrow. I have a proposition that you won't want to turn down, but we can discuss the details later. My tone is firm, leaving no room for negotiation, and she knows this. Her face crinkles up as she stares at me with contempt. It seems like she's holding back a slew of harsh words that she wants to throw my way. To my surprise, she doesn't say a thing. Instead, she takes her purse, hikes it up her shoulder, and exits the car. She slams the door and stomps her way into the apartment building, not even throwing a glance my way as she does. I sigh, leaning back into my seat and allowing my hands to fall from the wheel. What a mess. After a few seconds of strained breathing, I put the car into drive and get out of the area. Being around Catala for too long feels like I've breathed in some toxic waste. I'm bothered and uncomfortable, and I need a cold shower to calm down. Harsh feelings aside, I really want to make this work with her. She's a beautiful woman. She's an asset to have around when she's not in a piss-poor mood. And she has the potential to be a great queen, if only she could stop being so stubborn. We have to fulfill our own respective roles. As her future husband, it's my duty to support her and guide her when she's making the wrong decisions. She'll come around. I can bet my wealth that she will. But I know that I have a world of problems to overcome in the meantime, with the first one being that she can't stand to be around me.
Chapter 4. Catala. In my peripheral vision, I watch as he drives away in his car. I'm standing in the middle of my apartment complex lobby, wanting to take a wooden bat and destroy the first thing I see. Bastard, fricking bastard, I mutter, unable to contain my anger anymore. I can't believe he fricking did this to me. Who does he think he is? I should... Ma'am? A young woman looks at me with wide eyes. Heat rises up to my head, humiliated by the fact that Christian has me acting like this in public. She's dressed formally, and the name tag on her blouse lets me know that she works here. Do you need anything? Like a cup of water, or... No, I'm fine, thank you though. I reply hastily before making my way to the elevator. I jam my hand into my purse and rummage around for my phone, my visions muddled by some angry tears trickling in. Fricking Christian. He treated me like a damn child back there, dragged me out of the bar and shoved me into his car as if I'm his property. I have half a mind to go after him for a kidnapping charge for that. But no, I have a better idea. The petty part of me starts shooting out thoughts in rapid-fire succession, looking for the best way to get some revenge on Christian for embarrassing me back there. Meanwhile, I text a furious message to him as I ride the elevator up to my apartment floor. A scathing voice message would also do the trick, but I'm too angry to talk straight right now. I will not be available to talk to you tomorrow. I have yet to understand why you feel entitled to my presence and time when I have made it clear multiple times that I want nothing to do with you. Do not come to my apartment. I do not want to engage with you. The elevator door dings open and I shove my phone back into my purse, intending to ignore any message Christian wants to send in reply. Once I enter my apartment, I make a beeline to the fridge so I can get a cold glass of water. My hands are trembling as I search for a glass. I sit down and gulp down the cold liquid, rejuvenated by the crispness that courses down my throat. I sigh, standing at my kitchen counter. I haven't even turned on the lights, so I'm standing in the darkness, with only the city lights in the distance providing some illumination. My fingers tap rhythmically on the glass. I know exactly what I'm going to do to Christian tomorrow, I say with firm resolution, speaking out to the open air. My voice echoes off the walls. I'll make him regret taking the flight over here. The next morning, I wake up bright and early, even before the sun starts trailing across the skies. If I'm going to make this work, I'll have to beat Christian at his own game. He likes to arrive prim, proper, and on time to whatever occasion he attends, so that means he will absolutely be making his way here soon. Heading to my closet, I toss open a duffel bag and throw in multiple sets of outfits. One is for the gym, the others are for running errands. I work as quickly as I can, throwing frequent glances at my watch to make sure I'm not burning my minutes up. Once I'm done, I take my bag and my purse, then hurry out the front door. I take the elevator down to where the communal gym is located, keeping my guard up in case I bump into Christian on the way down. Thankfully, he's not here. When I look at our text conversation, I can see that he completely ignored my last message and instead let me know that he's nearby, and that he'll be dropping by soon. Asshole, I whisper, shaking my head as I head for the treadmills. His awful treatment towards me is what makes this plan so sweet to unfold. He can chase me around all he wants, but he'll never catch me. I won't let him. As I start my workout, I send him a text. Sorry, not home right now. Check back later maybe. It only takes a few minutes to get a reply from him. Catala, what are you talking about? I told you that I was going to stop by. Where are you now? Sorry, I must have forgotten. I laugh quietly to myself as I send that text. I have a lot of stuff to do today. No time to wait around. I cut my workout short and grab my things. Then I hurry to my car, toss my stuff into the back seat, and get out of that apartment complex. Now that I know what car Christian's driving, I keep an eye out for the vehicle on my way out. Each stoplight makes me antsy. I find myself picking at my skin if I stay put for too long. The thought of Christian chasing me around New York City both excites and terrifies me. This has become a cat-and-mouse game, and I'm the unfortunate latter. God, I whisper to myself, tapping the steering wheel as I wait in traffic. Christian, if only you acted a bit more normal, we would have been the perfect couple. But no, you just had to be the most boring and standoffish person in all of Solvaria. Glancing down at my phone, Christian sends me an influx of texts, asking where I am and why am I wasting his time. I say I'm at the mall, but then I switch up my plans and say that I'm out for lunch with some friends. In reality, I'm driving around and avoiding all of the places I'm leading him towards. Eventually, as the sun starts setting and the day's exhausting events start catching up to me, I decide to check into a hotel for the night. Christian knows where I live after all. I had an emergency and had to go home. That's my latest text to him. His last message to me is laced with venom, asking if I think that he's dense. Why, yes, but I would never say that to him directly. The hotel is located near Central Park, so I feel relieved to be surrounded by so many people. I check into my room without issue and feel a weight off my shoulders once I make it into the room. The view is incredible, and I nearly forget to check my phone. No. You're going to regret messing with me like this, Catala. I hum softly to myself. Highly unlikely. Leaving him on read, I head for the bathroom and start a bath. While I'm in there, I glance at the hotel's dinner menu and skim through all of my options. I settle for the garlic lemon chicken dish with a side of wine. A perfect end to the mischievous day I've had. As a final hell you to Christian, I send him one last message. I'm going out to a party tonight. If you really want to talk to me, I'll give you your chance to speak to me there. It's in Manhattan. Until then, see ya. I snort out a laugh as I shake my head at my phone. I can't believe he fell for this shit. I thought the Crown Prince of Solvaria was supposed to be a smart guy. Once I finish with my bath, I hear knocks coming at the hotel door. My food's here, thank God. I haven't eaten all day. Tricking Christian took a lot of effort and attention on my part. I didn't have any time to stop by and get a meal in fear that he would somehow catch up to me. At that, a small thought crosses my mind. Is it possible for him to know where I am right now? Don't be silly, Catala. That's just your paranoia trickling in. Christian will be wasting his time in Manhattan for the rest of the night. There's no need to worry. Sighing as I throw on my bathrobe, I allow myself to relax. The bath did me well, and I'm sure the dinner will make me feel so much better. And once I drive Christian out of New York City, I'll feel on top of the world. Until then, there's no need to worry. I keep telling myself this as I make my way towards the door.
Chapter 5. Christian. David, I say, clenching my jaw before continuing. Have you confirmed her current location? Yes, sir. I'll be sending her location to you via text message. Within seconds, my bodyguard gives me the name and address of the hotel where Catala is staying at. He's even narrowed down what hotel room she checked into. She didn't bother using a fake name. That means she didn't anticipate me ever figuring out where she holed herself up. I had a feeling that she wasn't going out to yet another party. Not after leading me around all of New York City in one day. Thank you. Make sure to follow me. Alert Sebastian and Hugo to do the same, I reply to my bodyguard before hanging up the call. Then I smash my fist against the steering wheel. God damn it, Catala! What was she thinking? I wanted to believe that Catala has a sensible side under her petty antics, but I'm starting to think the opposite. To waste my time like this and show no remorse about it? She's played me like a fool all day, and it's honestly despicable. With my 3 bodyguards following in black vehicles behind me, I drive to the hotel and allow the valet worker to park my car. I toss a $100 bill his way before making my way inside, ignoring the stares I receive when passing by. In front of the elevators, I wait for my bodyguards to join me so that we can all move as a group. Once outside Catalaya's door, I tell them to wait nearby in case I need them. If Catala tries to flee, they will block her exit route. There's no way she can escape me now. I knock thrice on the door. Then I adjust my collar and cufflinks. Containing my anger proves to be almost an impossible task, but I do my best. I'll never get that wasted time back, and it's all because of the woman behind this hotel door. Keep calm, Christian. Do not lose your control. She'll only use that against you. When Catala opens the door, she greets me with a wide smile. At first, but then her face morphs into an expression of sheer horror. Soon afterwards, disgust makes it into the mix. I push my way through the door. Did you really think you were going to avoid talking to me today? See, Christian, what the hell? How did you... What? Catala breathes heavily, shaking her head. How did you find me? You should know better than to check into a hotel with your actual name, I reply brusquely, taking a quick glance around the hotel suite before narrowing in on her and her outfit. I raise a brow. Seriously? You didn't even have the decency to put on some clothes before answering the door? Shut the hell up, Christian. I was expecting room service, not you, Catala exclaims, crossing her arms over her chest. You shouldn't be here. I made it pretty clear that I didn't want to talk to you. When are you going to realize that you don't decide what happens between us? I step forward, closing the distance between us. My jaw clenches. You used me like a pawn today. You made me run around this city like a dog while you sat back and laughed. You even got yourself a nice hotel suite to relax in. I bet you feel good about yourself, huh? Catala lifts her chin up a little higher. I did what I had to do to protect myself. From me? I point a finger at my chest. I'm not going to hurt you, Catala. I never would. I just want to talk to you, and you've shown me nothing but disrespect since I've arrived in this country. Honestly, what's wrong with you? Have you lost the small bits of kindness you had left? Her hazel eyes glare holes into me. My internal anger rages on. Honestly, she deserves worse than a stern reprimand. Someone like Catala doesn't stir at passionate words, especially when they're used to fairly critique her ridiculous behavior. I try to not let my eyes stray from her face, but it's exceptionally difficult when she's wearing nothing but a white bathrobe and a pair of slippers. Her hair is wrapped up into a white towel, which provides a nice contrast against her dark skin. Swallowing thickly, I then realize our proximity. A foot of distance separates her and I, and considering she's not wearing much, that makes things a bit problematic, especially on my end. As she turns away, the bathrobe slips off of her left shoulder, nearly exposing her breasts. I scoff at the sight, shaking my head. This is unbelievable, Catala. She frowns. What the hell are you talking about now? Your attempts at seduction are crass and highly uncalled for, I say, my frustration with her seeping out with my words. It's difficult to tear my eyes away from her body. I should have known better than to expect some modesty from you. How dare you? Catala spits back, stepping forward so that we are toe-to-toe. I'm not trying to seduce you at all, you freak. I was just stepping out of my bath to get my food. If I would have known it was you at the door, I would have never... She grimaces and turns away. She adjusts the bathrobe so that it covers more of her skin, and she pulls it tighter across herself, which only accentuates the curve of her breasts. Again, this isn't something I can easily ignore. So you would have let the room service man into your room dressed like that? Catala scowls. Who says it's a man who was coming to drop off my food? And what does it matter to you? I'm not trying to seduce you, the room service person or anyone else in this damn building. Are you sure? Yes. I would never sleep with you, Christian. You could be the last person on this planet, and I still wouldn't give in, Catala snaps. Something about that comment feels like a blow to my ego, but I shove it away. The feeling is mutual. I would never sleep with Catala. She's far too presumptuous and overbearing in personality. Now, when it comes to her looks, she's quite a fantastic sight, but that all goes out the window when she opens her mouth to talk. I feel the same way about you, I say flatly. Turning away, I run a hand across my face. Make yourself presentable. Until then, I'll stick around so that we can finally have our talk. Bastard, she says under her breath as she makes her way to the bathroom. How about you get the hell out of my life? Not happening. Go on. I wave her off and she slams the bathroom door in response. What a childish response. As I make my way out of the hotel suite, I'm just about to close the door behind me when I see a young man in a dark suit pushing along a cart with a bottle of wine and a covered tray of food. My eyebrow perks upwards, a devious idea crossing my mind. Sir, are you dropping off food for this room? I ask, knocking on Catala's hotel door in demonstration. He nods. Yes, sir. Can you get me another plate of that food? I gesture towards the plate. I want the exact same dish. And bring another bottle of wine, too. Make sure to bill everything to Miss Fitzrelson. Certainly, sir. With that, he hands off the food cart to me and departs for the same elevator he just came out of. I push the food inside and set Catala's plate of food out of sight, on top of a mahogany dresser at the far side of the room. If she wants to mess with me the whole day, then it's only fair to do the same to her. As I take a seat and wait for the food to come, my eyes drift towards the bathroom door and imagine what Catala is doing in there. I huff out a breath, recalling her bare shoulder and the doe-eyed look she sent me. She's only trying to be innocent. I know her tricks. Still, it has me hot and bothered. That image of her keeps coming into my mind, but that's something I would never admit to her. It would only inflate her ego more so than it already is.
Chapter 6. Catala. I lean back against the bathroom door as fiery hot breaths leap from my mouth. Bastard, I say again. A bit louder. Who does he think he is? I clasp my hands together to keep them from shaking. My teeth bite into my lips and I mull over his words. Why the hell does he get under my skin so much? I shake off my wounded ego. There's no way I'm letting Christian Vanecourt judge me or make me feel ashamed. Not today. Not ever. I slip out of my robe, then dive into the laundry bag for the now musty clothes I wore earlier in the day. He definitely deserves me in all my stale, sweaty glory. Maybe the stench will shorten his speech and make him leave me alone. Ha! Take that, future king. Once dressed, I stand by the mirror and splash some cold water onto my heated face. The problem with this man is he's way too handsome. I tell my reflection as I gently slap my wet palms against my cheeks. If he looked like a big toe, that would be easier to deal with. But God, he is so fine. I close my eyes and enjoy my mini massage. My hands ease down along my neck and press droplets of water into my skin. I concentrate on my breathing, a way to get him out of my system. But that doesn't help. His stupid chiseled jawline, stupid ocean eyes, and stupidly luscious ash blonde hair bombards my thoughts. My eyes fly open. Crap, I'm in trouble. My knees lower my frame and I slump down onto the closed toilet seat. I really shouldn't think about him in that way because he is the enemy. But I can't help it. It must be the way his toned body is still oh so visible even when he is fully dressed. Or maybe it's the way my insides curl right now as I think of him. Oh, God. I lower my head into my hands. This is what sexual frustration does. If I had a way of taking care of my libido, I wouldn't have my panties in a bunch like this. But I can't enjoy the finer things, or bodies in New York because I must stay true to my betrothed. My head shoots up at the thought. There's no way he takes this thing seriously. Back in Solvaria, he's probably doing who knows what with who knows who. Yet he has the nerve to arrive on a whim and boss me around. My whole body tenses and I shoot to my feet. My lips purse as I rush to the bathroom door, throw it open, and march back into the hotel room with balled fists in tow. He needs to take his pretty boy ass back where he came from. Immediately. You have some nerve. My voice trails off. What in the... Christian, what are you doing? And what happened to boundaries? He doesn't even look up from the table where he is seated, straight-backed and calmly eating my dinner. My dinner. He picks up a napkin, dabs at the corner of his mouth, then continues to sample my chicken and vegetables as if he's a well-respected food critic with all the time in the world. I scan the scene before me. Is that mood lighting? I watch in horror as he pours himself some wine, too. Oh, he's good. This is gaslighting 101. I stand there a few feet away from him, mouth agape, helpless and unsure of what to do next. The anger starts in my throat and rises till the backs of my ears become hot. So you tried to shame my outfit, yet you have no inkling of the concept itself? I ask. Can we do this when I'm done eating? He says in the most monotone voice. No, we're doing this right now. Thank you very much. He stabs a cherry tomato with his fork, holds it up to the light, then pops it into his mouth, carrying on like I don't exist. He cuts another piece of chicken, and my nerves go into high gear. I close the short distance between us and grab the fork before it touches his lips. I throw it onto the plate, grab the plate, and cradle it to my chest like a baby. He finally cocks one eyebrow up at me. So infuriatingly nonchalant. How can he be so poised when I'm fuming? With a mind of their own, my fingers snatch the wine glass in front of him. The deep red liquid sloshes about without spilling. I almost throw it in his face, but lift the glass to my lips and throw it back instead. The empty glass clinks when I stamp it down on the table, then fix him with my best steely gaze. Your move, I say, and exhale a series of shaky breaths. His shoulders rise and fall before he cracks his knuckles one by one. That is childish.
Oh, I'm the childish one. You come here uninvited to devour my food, and I'm the childish one.
I bang the dinner plate onto the table and a carrot flies off. He jumps up and is in front of me in one stride, nose to nose. His stare is menacing. This is a new low, even for you, and the most uneducated behavior I've ever witnessed, he says. I don't back down and stand my full height. Excuse me? You're acting uneducated, Catala. Who other than children expresses themselves in such a manner? Would it have hurt you to wait till I was done eating? I don't think so. I want to yank his shoulders and shake him till his teeth rattle. It must be jet lag. Either that or you have lost your mind and need a psychological evaluation. Don't you get how ridiculous you sound trying to make a point that ignores your abhorrent behavior? He folds his arms but doesn't break eye contact. I scoff. Please, sign me up to whichever school taught you these impeccable manners and etiquette, since I'm so uneducated in your eyes. You need to grow up. I step back and smack my palms against my thighs. I'm calling security. He grabs my elbow and points at the mahogany dresser. What's that? He asks. My head swings to follow his direction, anger still buzzing in my veins. Then my heart sinks. My eyes land on a room service tray, untouched. Mine. I clasp my mouth, unsure if I'm about to pass out or throw up. I become painfully aware of not only my mistake, but how hard his grip on my elbow is. All I want to do is crawl into a hole and never come out. Christian, Words fail me as new waves of shame wash over me. He lets go of me, walks over to the dresser and brings my tray. Without a word, he sets it on the table across from where I found him seated. Heap those coals onto my head, why don't you? He pulls out my chair, then gathers his plate, the one I grabbed, finds a new wine glass, and sits down across from my place. I bow my head and follow his lead. Damn. I can't believe I was so fixated on him and acted so unhinged. My plate was right there. I sit down and gulp audibly, unaware of how to broach this subject. I hear a cap open and liquid pouring as the smell of wine wafts over to me. Here you go. He stretches his arm to hand me my refilled glass. Thank you. I accept the glass but don't dare look him in the eyes. Soon the sound of utensils against the plate echoes in the room but does little to fill the awkward silence between us. I cut a piece of chicken, push it around my mouth and try my hardest to swallow it. It tastes like cardboard. So do the potatoes in my side salad. I down most of my meal with wine, and all the while my eyes stay lowered and anxiety swims in my mind about the true purpose of his visit. When I'm done eating, I exhale, look up at him, and find his eyes are laser-focused on me. I take one more sip of wine, then smack my lips. All right, let's get to the point, Christian. Why are you here?
Chapter 7. Christian. I'll cut straight to the point. Considering you've wasted my entire day and interrupted my dinner needlessly, I find it appropriate to keep things short and sweet. Catala fidgets uncomfortably in the seat before me, picking at her wrinkled clothing. It looks like she fished it straight out of the laundry hamper. As much as I want to laugh in her face about that, I find it better to move on. I want you to marry me for a year. Her mouth falls open slightly. Then a mix of anger and confusion flashes across her face. Just as she's about to respond, I continue speaking. It's just for a year. Once I ascend the throne and everything settles down, we can get an amicable divorce. It'll be the easiest thing in the world. You'll get money, properties, cars, whatever you want. You can even return here to New York City when everything is said and done. She blinks slowly. I notice her right hand slowly bunching up into a fist. Are you fricking serious? I'm entirely serious. Oh, come on, Catala. Don't make things more difficult than they need to be. You've already done enough of that today alone, I say, neatly placing my used napkin upon the table. It's a financially lucrative opportunity. What more could you want? I don't want to marry you, she whispers. I don't want your damn money, or your stupid cars. I roll my eyes, already feeling the same frustration from before trickling its way back into my body. Stop being ridiculous. You have a lot to gain by agreeing to this proposition. You want me to be your wife so you can be seen as the respectable young king. You want me to be your arm candy. Hell that, Christian. I'm so much more than that. Catala points an accusatory finger at me. I worked my ass off to be a lawyer. How dare you try to come here and dictate my life when I have established a life and career already? All of this is just to benefit you, not me. I hate the idea of an arranged marriage, you know that. And I hate that I'd have to give up my freedom and autonomy just to please someone like you. She says those words with so much disgust and venom that it nearly hurts my feelings. Still, I'm failing to see things from her perspective. This proposal would be a dream come true for anyone. She would be able to retire early and enjoy her life peacefully. All she has to do is sacrifice a year and spend it by my side back in Solvaria. Is that truly such a big issue? I pinch my nose bridge between my fingers. Catala keeps at it with her tirade. Maybe we should break this tradition of forced marriage altogether. How about that? You'll be the king of Solvaria one day. You can enact changes. You have no reason to make things so difficult, Catala. Bullshit! Catala's chair quivers at the outburst. That's such bullshit. If I marry you, I'll have to be a modest figurehead with no real power. I'd have to be dignified and humble and meek. That's not who I am. You're asking me to change my whole personality for this to work. You know, I didn't have to stick with you. What? I could have settled for another woman. I bet that would have been the better choice, I remark bluntly, unable to hold back my callous words. The anger makes it difficult to think clearly. I'm sure there's a woman here in the United States, or even in Solvaria, who would love to be my wife. Catala narrows her eyes at me. Then she leans back in her seat and crosses her arms. Then why don't you go find her, then? And risk ruining my relationship with Catala's parents? Mariana and Samuel Fitzrelson are people I want on my side. Their wealth, connections, and influence are assets to my family. In fact, it was Samuel and my father who planned this arranged marriage in the first place. If I were to disregard that contractual obligation, they would blame me for it. I wouldn't be seen as a trustworthy ruler, but rather one who does whatever he wants whenever he wants. As much as Catala dislikes me, I can't let her go that easily. It's not possible. The future of Solvaria rests upon my shoulders. My people need a ruler they can look up to, not one who breaks promises. All of this is contingent on Catala's agreement to my plan. As it stands, she's staring at me like I've burned down an orphanage. I haven't done a good job at persuading her. The more I think about it, the more blame I put on myself. In a way, she's right. I barged into her life and disrupted everything for her. She glances at her phone, notifications flowing in. She's a lawyer with an intense workload, and I've done nothing but distract her. Give her some grace. Catala's always been a free spirit. She hates the idea of being tied down. It can be a blessing and a curse to be that way. Sighing, I offer her a quick nod before rising from my seat. I want to give you time to think about this decision, Catala. Just know that you're not only making this decision for yourself, but also your parents. Catala perks up. Why are you mentioning my parents? They would want to see this union pull through. That's all. I rebutton my blazer and straighten out my suit. The look in her eyes makes me pause for a moment. With just one expression, she makes me forget about how frustrated she makes me feel, and instead fills me with sympathy. That's what happens when you spend time with a person you have history with, I suppose. They always have a special spot in your heart that's softer than the rest. I hope this doesn't seem ingenuine, but I respect your determination regarding this decision, I say. Most people would have caved in at the offer of money and properties. It's impressive. Catala tightens her grip on the armrests at her side. I'm doing what's right for me, Christian. Yeah. Understandable, but I still want you to think about this, I reply, turning towards the door. I have no business here in New York City, so I'll be returning to Solvaria promptly. When you make your final decision, let me know. I suppose silence from you will give me enough of an answer as well. Catala sends me a small nod, which I take as my cue to leave. I head for the suite door and nearly stop myself. A tiny part of me wants me to make up a silly reason to stay and talk to her more. When she's calm, she can be quite the fascinating conversationalist, but I tend to rile her up easily for one reason or another. It's a shame. We'd be a beautiful couple if we could just set aside our egos when we're around each other. Truth be told, I'd be honored to have a woman like Catala to call my wife, but I'm also a man who weighs the risks and benefits of most decisions. I want this to work for the sake of my future rule, but I understand I can't control her. I certainly can't tie her down against her will. As I exit her suite and shut the door behind me, a sobering realization dawns upon me. It'll take a miracle for Catala to accept this deal. David, I call out. He and the rest of my bodyguards emerge from their positions down the hall. I gesture towards the elevator. Let's go. Coordinate with Paul to get me a flight back to Solvaria tonight. Right away, sir. A heavy weight settles itself on my chest as my bodyguards and I make our way down to fetch our vehicles. It's the fear of the unknown that's killing me on the inside. I don't know what to expect, and I don't like that. The uncertainty robs me of any semblance of control. What am I going to do if Catala decides that this isn't the right choice after all? How am I going to explain this decision to her parents? To Father? Are you all right, Prince Christian? David asks, placing a hand on my shoulder. I swallow hard and nod firmly. A bit exhausted, that's all. No one has to know to what extent Catala confuses and fascinates me all at once. That's a secret I plan to keep within the confines of my mind.
Chapter 8. Catala. Considering I paid for the night, I stay in my hotel suite. Sleep feels like a futile task at this point. I've tossed and turned for hours, but my conversation with Christian still haunts me. Despite everything, he wants to marry me. Still, even though I've cursed his name to the skies and back. I'm the last person he should want, but he continues to try. Why? I talk out loud, memorizing every curve and imperfection that the ceiling above has to offer. Why is he trying so hard? He could have any woman in the world. Literally anyone. Who could say no to Prince Christian Vancourt, the heir to the Solvarian throne? The handsome monarch with the pretty blue eyes that could make anyone's knees buckle? You, of course. My phone rings beside me. I'm on the verge of ignoring the call altogether, but when I glance at the screen, I see my dad's photo pop up. Immediately, I sit up in bed and answer the phone. Dad? Catala. he says in a shaky voice. Where are you right now? Are you all right? I'm fine, Dad. I'm trying to sleep, but it's not working. Maybe I should make that tea Mom used to make me when I was little. What were the ingredients again? Warm milk and honey? Dad laughs, but there's not much energy behind it. Yeah, something like that. Catala, I called because your mother isn't feeling well. My grip on the phone suddenly goes slack, knowing my dad wouldn't call me in America this late because Mom has a cough. A cold sweat travels across my body. I start pulling the covers off of me. What do you mean? We're in the hospital, sweetie. She may not have much time left. She's been begging to see you. Oh my God. I run a trembling hand through my hair. I start gathering my clothes and tossing them into my duffel bag, but my head's spinning and I can't think straight. I'll catch the earliest flight out of New York back to Solvaria. Tell her not to worry. I'm coming home. My voice cracks and I'm already blinking through the tears. Dad tells me that it's fine and that she'll be happy to see me again. The clock tells me it's 3 a.m. Not the best time to call a taxi for the airport, but I do it anyway. At the same time, I message my partner back at the law firm, as well as Jeanette. Family troubles, have to go back home. The messages are short, and I do my best to minimize the typos, but between tossing my bag into the taxi and hopping into the back seat, it's hard to keep focus. With each passing minute, the wait to get to the airport is agonizing. My hand clutches my phone, desperate for any new message from my dad. I ask him to let me know if there are any new developments regarding Mom. When the taxi driver asks me how my night is going, I nearly burst into tears. Mom, what am I going to do without you? As I follow the nurse down the pale, empty corridors of the hospital, I'm holding on to a bouquet of fresh red roses. Being one of the best hospitals in Solvaria, I trust that my mother is in good hands. Still, the fear lingers in my heart. It rests on my chest, making it difficult to breathe deeply. I keep telling myself that she's going to be okay, that she'll pull through whatever she's going through. But what if I'm wrong? Thank you, I whisper, watching as the nurse knocks before opening the door to the hospital room my parents are in. Some balloons are at her bedside, along with a few vases of flowers. My dad welcomes me in with open arms and sets the bouquet aside, while my mother looks on with a wide smile. At this point, I can't help but sniffle and wipe away at the tears beginning to fall. Hey, Mom, I say quietly, reaching out for her frail hand. How are you feeling? Much better with you around, honey, she whispers, voice raspy and weak. Her gray hair, usually curly and long, is now tucked away in a disheveled bun at her nape. I'm sorry if your dad worried you over the phone. I wanted to see you. I booked the first flight out of New York to be here with you, I reply, rubbing circles into her knuckles with my thumb. It was worth it. I don't regret a thing. My dad wraps an arm around my shoulders. Did you get any sleep, Cata? I slept a bit on the plane. I'll be fine, Dad. Don't worry. I turn towards my mom again. So what happened last night? She had a bad reaction to the chemotherapy. The nurses started talking in code, and when I asked the doctor, they said that your mother wasn't looking too good. That's when I called you, he explains. I didn't want you to miss out on anything in case. Swallowing down the knot in my throat, I nod. He doesn't need to finish that sentence. The goosebumps start at my neck and travel quickly down my arms at the thought of losing my mother so suddenly. I'm not going to leave this world until I see my daughter become the Princess of Solvaria, my mother rasps. An astonished breath leaves my mouth. My parents don't know that I've been fighting the betrothal. In their minds, they think I'm happy as Prince Christian's bride-to-be. Guilt creeps along the edges of my heart, making it difficult to look my mother in the eyes. I'll be breaking her heart if I don't end up marrying Christian. When will the wedding be, my love? She asks, reaching out for my hand and giving it a gentle squeeze. I hope it's soon. My throat runs dry from shame. What am I supposed to say to her? I can't tell my parents how I truly feel. They just wouldn't understand. Suddenly my mind races with thoughts of Christian's proposal. He said it would only last a year. Then, When the dust settles, we'll divorce and go our separate ways. My mother's wish will come to fruition. This could work for the both of us. All I have to do is swallow my pride and accept Christian's offer. That's easier said than done. I think of a lame excuse to get out of that hospital room, the air feeling too thick and suffocating for me to handle. Once outside, I hail a taxi that takes me back to my childhood home where pictures of myself and my parents adorn the walls. Growing up, I have vivid memories of my parents working hard and establishing themselves as trustworthy allies to King Francis. They did everything in their power to earn an impressive home and give me an exceptional education. They sacrificed themselves, literally bent over backwards, to make sure that I never went without. The least I could do is give them what they desire most in life, to see their daughter marry into royalty. Mom doesn't have that much time left, I whisper, fingers trailing over a photograph of myself and my parents at the beach. My mother looked so young and beautiful then. Cancer has chipped away at her spirit, but she keeps a smile on her face. Just for me. At that moment, I know what I have to do. I can't run away from my problems in hopes that they'll disappear. They've caught up to me finally. They're here to remind me that I have obligations resting on my shoulders, something Christian has warned me about time and time again. Christian. As I close my eyes, images of the Crown Prince emerge vividly in my mind, his immaculate wardrobe ranging from stylish suits to form-flattering casual wear, his stunning gaze with piercing blue eyes that cut deep into the depths of my soul, his show-stopping smile, one that makes everyone turn their heads just to get a look. Anyone would want to be with him, and he's chosen to keep me by his side. If I want my parents to be happy, I know what I have to do. I reach into my purse and take out my phone, noticing a message from none other than Prince Christian himself sent hours ago. Have you made your decision? I have, I reply, running my tongue over my teeth in thought. And Lord help me, I hope I'm making the right choice.
Chapter 9. Christian. Catala Fitzrelson is here, Your Highness. Good. Let her into my study, I say, tapping my pen against my desk. Thank you, Paul. Within a few minutes, Catala enters my study with a servant who quickly bows and retreats, leaving us alone. She's wearing a green dress with a flower tucked behind her ear. I hate to admit it, but she looks pretty nice. Good to see you, Catala. I wasn't expecting such a quick turnaround on my offer, but it's a pleasant surprise nonetheless. Catala's jaw clenches as she makes her way to the seat across from my desk. She sits down but remains tense. Many questions run through my mind, but something tells me to keep them to myself. After a few seconds of silence, Catala lets out a small sigh before meeting my gaze. I'm agreeing to your plan. My eyebrows raise. That was surprisingly easy. What's the catch? She frowns. What? There's no catch. I'm saying yes to your terms. Don't make this more difficult than it needs to be. No, but in New York, you were adamant that you wanted nothing to do with me. But now you're singing a different tune. I think it's only natural that I wonder why. She cracks her knuckles, averting her gaze. My mother isn't doing so well. With that one remark, everything starts to make more sense. I just saw her in the hospital. She says she wants to see us married, and I don't want her to leave this planet without granting her that wish. My eyes trail over Catala's nervous posture. She doesn't want to look at me directly, which is understandable. Still, I wish we were close enough so that I could comfort her better than this. Right now, I can only offer a curt nod. I'm sorry to hear that, Catala. Mariana's always been a wonderful woman. So that's why I'm singing a different tune, as you said. Catala sends me a strained smile, but it disappears as quickly as it came. I assume we'll make a contract to iron out some of these details, right? Right. I open my desk drawer, pulling out a clean sheet of paper and a black pen. Forgive me for going old school, but I can't risk leaving something this sensitive on a computer. Someone might see it. I understand. Catala and I discussed the intricacies of our fake engagement and subsequent marriage. The terms are clear. There will be no feelings involved. This is purely business and for the sake of the kingdom. She will remain married to me for a year minimum. From there, she is free to divorce me, and we will go our separate ways. The moment I start offering large sums of money to appease her while we stay married, she shakes her head firmly. No, I don't need all of that. But I furrow my eyebrows. The memories of her partying back in New York come to the forefront. I thought this was something that would appeal to you. It's not, she affirms. I only want you to support my family while we're together. That's all. You don't have to worry about me, but if you can handle the extra costs that come with my mother's hospital care, that would be great. I can't manage it on my own. Neither can my dad. As I stare at her, I find myself searching for the right words to say. A small part of me wants to ask about her party-going lifestyle, but her solemn attitude gives me pause. Given her mother's state, a question like that might make me seem like an asshole. Scratch that. It most certainly will. And knowing Catala, she might storm out of this room altogether if I push those boundaries. I can't risk that. Jotting these details down on our contract, I bite my tongue instead. Done and done. Whatever you want. Catala's shoulders slump slightly. Thank you. Anything else I should add? I'm all ears. That's all I can think of right now. Perfect. Using a ruler, I create 2 signature lines near the bottom. One for me, one for her. I must admit that I'm amazed by your selflessness. The pen writes smoothly as I sign at the bottom of our contract. Then I slide the sheet to her and hand her the pen. Our hands graze with the slight movement. It's the right thing to do, she replies. Once she's done signing the contract, she sets the pen down and crosses her arms over her chest. What now? I laugh quietly, taking the sheet and saving it in my desk drawer. Then I go through the extra effort of locking the drawer. Well, we have to convince the rest of the kingdom that we're hopelessly in love with each other. That starts with public dates, intentional paparazzi calls. You know the deal. Catala snorts. No, I do not know the deal. You've lived in America for years now. Don't you know what all the celebrities do by now to get their names in the tabloids? I ask, folding my hands over the desk. It can be daunting at times, but it's necessary that we have the public talk about us. She presses her lips into a thin line. Then she sighs yet again. Sure. We only have to act like a couple in public. In private, we can do whatever we want. But I only ask that we stay faithful to one another for the time being. Catala tilts her head slightly at me. You've got a bit of a jealous streak, don't you? The challenge in that comment ticks me off slightly, but I keep my composure. That's not it. If the public catches wind that either you or me are no good cheaters, then we've sabotaged our public image. That's very important to me, Catala. Under no circumstances would I tolerate something that jeopardizes that. Yeah, I've heard you. No side pieces, on it, she says, saluting me. Should be easy enough. I'm not a hopeless romantic to begin with. Right. You're the girl who ran away from the Solvarian nobility to chase a dream in the United States. I smile. Tell me more about that. What makes being a lawyer so much better than this? I think you're viewing things through the wrong lens, she says softly. Her hazel eyes look especially enchanting today. It's nice to live a noble life, you're right. But I always wanted a little more than that. I figured a life as an attorney would give me the chance to help people. And has it? It has. It's a shame that I'm giving it up for the time being, but Catala straightens out her dress skirt. I need to prioritize my mother and her wishes right now. Again, I admire your selflessness. Not many people would do what you're doing. I'd hope not, she jokes, rolling her eyes. Getting forcibly married isn't an enviable thing at all. At that moment, my desk phone rings. I hold down the speaker button. Prince Christian speaking. Good day, Your Highness. The Duke of Hearth has arrived and he's awaiting your presence in the foyer. Shall we escort him to the gardens and occupy him? Or are you free? My eyes flutter to Catala. She's already making the motions to leave. Tell him I'm on my way, I reply before releasing the speakerphone. Then I rise from my seat and round the desk to shake Catala's hand. I'm pleased that we were able to reach a mutual understanding. You have no idea how much I appreciate this. My pleasure, she says, smiling widely. I think that's the first genuine smile she's given to me all day. And thank you in advance. My family means the world to me, so this means a lot to me too. There's so much more to her than I realized. She's been hiding this from me, and all of Solvaria for that matter, for a long time. By portraying herself as a party girl attorney, she's masked her true sincerity and compassion for others. But why? I can't understand why. I'm unable to see why she'd portray herself as someone utterly unlikable when she could be her true self. Will you let go of my hand, maybe? Oh, I release her. Then I clear my throat. Sorry about that. Good day, Catala. Good day, Christian, she says quietly as I make my way out of the study. Heat rises to my ears as I try to rid my mind of that blunder.
Chapter 10. Catala. How do I look? I ask, showing my dad the modest dark blue dress that I've picked out for myself. I've been staying at my parents' home since I returned to Solvaria, and my father has been a shining light during these dark times. It's pretty, right? Oh, you look marvelous, he says, cupping my face and pecking me on the temple. Christian is a lucky man. Or maybe I'm just a lucky woman. I keep looking at myself in the mirror, picking at all of the imperfections I see. My hands smooth out my dress. I adjust the earrings I'm wearing, as well as the necklace resting across my covered skin. This blue dress covers my neck down to my mid-calf. If this is going to work out between us, I have to do my job by looking the part. It's a hard pill to swallow, but Christian is right. People will chew me up and spit me out if I don't start acting like a proper future monarch. Are you feeling nervous? My dad asks. He's been in the background, watching as I fix my look in the mirror. You haven't acted like this since, well, I can't even remember. I think I'm fine for the most part, I reply earnestly, though I can feel a lump forming at the back of my throat. There'll be headlines about this, I'm sure. Can't wait to read them all. My dad smiles, crossing his arms over his chest. This is a difficult time for you, Cata. Are you sure you want to take this on? My jaw clenches. My eyes scan my reflection in the mirror, searching for anything I've missed. I don't think I have much of a choice. Don't say that, my dad says, shaking his head slightly. That doesn't sound like you. You've always had a choice. Well then, this is the right choice. Turning around, I reach out for him and grab his hands. I give them a reassuring squeeze. Don't worry. I'm going to be fine. Christian is a great man and he's going to show me the respect I deserve. My phone vibrates and I don't even have to look at it to know it's Christian. I give my dad a quick kiss on the cheek before hurrying out the door with my purse. Christian waits outside of my parents' home in a dark black convertible with tinted windows. I can't help but smile as I hurry down to meet him. He exits the car and makes his way to the passenger side to open the door for me. Thank you, I say breathlessly, offering a nervous grin as I slip into my seat beside him. He nods and closes the door. Then he reassumes his spot in the driver's seat. My God, he looks impeccable. And he smells like a dream, too. I focus my gaze on my home, the trees, anywhere else so that I don't have to stare at him. Because if I do, I won't be able to focus on anything else. You look beautiful, Catala, he says in a quiet voice as he starts the car. I nearly don't catch the words, but when I do, I smile and wave them off. You don't have to hit me with words of flattery, Christian. It's not necessary. But I mean it. You're beautiful. Oh God, my heart starts to race and heat rises quickly to my ears. I don't even know what to say anymore. I'm not usually like this, but with a few words, Christian has rendered me speechless. On the drive to the restaurant, I twiddle my thumbs and stare at my shoes. Every time Christian moves his body closer to mine, my breath hitches in my throat. For some reason, he looks especially handsome tonight. He has styled his blonde hair as he usually does, but now he's wearing a gray suit and a white shirt that fits him impeccably, showing off his muscles and strong physique. Maybe it's his cologne that's driving me crazy. It's making me want to brush up against him and kiss down his neck until... Catala, what the hell are you doing? You're not supposed to be thinking that way about him. He's only your partner on paper. Nothing real will come out of this arrangement, for God's sake. You're awfully quiet today, he says, catching me off guard. I smile, but the nerves make it die quickly. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the paparazzi. Christian hums. Don't worry about them too much. They follow me everywhere nowadays, so it's something you'll have to get used to. Nah, I have a lot of things I'll have to get used to as your wife. Yeah, and I'm sure you'll adapt quickly. You're good at that. There's a chance I may be delusional, but I can honestly feel a lingering tension between us as we pull into the restaurant parking lot. Considering he booked our reservation in advance, there's a special spot for his car around the back of the building. It's an attempt by the owner to help mitigate against the paparazzi that will eventually show up. He helps me out of the car. Then we link arms together as we're guided through the restaurant by a secret side entrance, being led to a cozy booth in the exclusive section of the establishment. Have you ever dined here at Ambrosia? Never, I reply with a shake of the head. I've heard good things about it, though. It's a treat. You'll love the tiramisu, I'm sure. He's not wrong about that. Christian orders for the two of us, and I let him take the reins since he seems to know more about this place than I do. The dishes are primarily Italian, and the wine selection is second to none. Meanwhile, he's explaining all the duties that await me as the future queen of Solvaria. Events, galas, parties, and occasional visits to other countries. I nearly choke on a bite of spaghetti as Christian tells me about 12-hour days consisting of nothing but shaking hands and smiling. Are you okay? I cough into a fist and nod, struggling to swallow that damn piece down. Yep, I'm fine. I hope I'm not scaring you with all of this. I know it's a lot. Nope, I'm ready for anything. Wiping my mouth with a napkin, I stare down at my half-eaten plate with a bit of defeat. Am I, though? Can I really be the next queen? What if I fuck something up on accident? What if I mess up diplomatic relations with another country? What if I embarrass Christian? Much less, how are we supposed to keep up the appearance as a happy, enamored couple? Before this, I had no issue cussing him out in the middle of my hotel room. This same man is now going to be my husband one day. At least he's nice to look at. I'm not going to completely compromise my principles to act like your house cat, but I'll do my best, I say, setting my utensils down. I'm starting to feel a bit queasy. The pressures are settling down upon my shoulders and the gravity of the situation is kicking in. I may need a little help now and then, but I'm sure I'll be fine. Christian sends me a smile that nearly makes me forget everything I'm worried about. This is why you're the best person to have by my side. Most people wouldn't be able to handle this sort of thing, but I know you will. Being strong-willed isn't a bad thing as long as you know when to bend. He pays for the bill calmly, not arguing at all at my insistence that I intend to remain my own person. Taking my hand in his, he brings his lips close to my ear. Goosebumps shoot down my body. We'll be walking out the front entrance, okay? The paparazzi is out there, so I want you to be prepared. Pressing my lips into a thin line, I realize that I'm as tense as a wooden board. Got it. And I've got a surprise for you, he continues, guiding me through the restaurant. It's nothing crazy, but you'll need to act happy throughout this entire thing. You got it, I whisper, squeezing his hand. Holding my breath, I brace myself as Christian opens the front door of the restaurant. Blinding lights flash from all around, but Christian serves as a grounding force that helps me through. It's so weird that the man who was my worst enemy is suddenly my lifeboat in an ocean of crazy.
Chapter 11. Christian. Prince Christian! Smiling, I wave at the cameras, all while guiding Catala through the crowd. She keeps a smile on her face, but I can feel the tension in her hand as she squeezes my forearm. Once we're far enough away from the cameras, her shoulders slump slightly, and she lets out a deep exhale. "Sorry about that," I say. We walk along a stone path that hugs along the edge of the water. In the distance, I see the faint silhouette of the yacht I commissioned for the occasion. The night's not over yet, though. "Seriously?" she asks, fidgeting with her earrings. "What else do you have planned?" "You'll see. The paparazzi are here for a show, so we'll give them a show." Catala sucks in a deep breath, then she nods. At that, I'm grateful. To leave everything behind in New York to join my hand in marriage is a big undertaking for her. I understand that. And maybe if it weren't for Mariana's deteriorating health, she wouldn't be here at all. "Shall we?" I pick up the pace, hoping that we won't get overwhelmed by the paparazzi as we board the yacht. "Be careful with your dress while you get on. You wouldn't want to get it dirty." "Christian, what did you—" She furrows her eyebrows, but as I continue leading her to the yacht, the realization soon dawns upon her face. Then she laughs incredulously. "Oh, you're crazier than I thought. I didn't think you had it in you." "Crazy? Or just savvy?" I perk a brow, a teasing glint to my words. Sometimes luxurious displays of wealth are exactly what the people need to get excited about an event. Catala follows me onto the yacht. I hold onto her hands and she clutches onto me for dear life as she makes her way onto the boat, which sways with our added presence. Her stiff posture and worried expression sparks a bit of pity from me, so I guide her to a small dining area on the yacht where a charcuterie board and a bottle of champagne awaits us. She smears a glob of pâté onto a cracker and sticks it into her mouth. Her hand covers her lips. "You've really thought this one out, haven't you?" I've had a long time to plan this, and to be fair, I'm not the only brain behind this whole spectacle. I've got a team of royal planners back at the palace who have a keen vision for these sorts of things. I may or may not have consulted the opinions of my brothers as well. Alex and Bella's love story inspired me to create this grand display of affection, though it's a shame that there's no actual love behind our actions. Sometimes I wish I could experience a genuine sort of love like theirs, or like Caesar and Vivienne's, Ishmael and Liza's, Cedric and Ellie's. Instead, I'm stuck in a betrothal with a woman who is only here because her dying mother wants to see her on the throne. Enough with the pity. No future king of Solvaria should think in such a pathetic way. Clearing my throat, I place my hand on the curve of her elbow and guide her to a more open position on the yacht's deck. The paparazzi still linger near the pier, hoping for a good shot. The headlines that will run tomorrow are sure to put all of Solvaria at a standstill. "You've got a pretty smile, so make sure it's on full display," I advise. My voice seems icy, but it's because I understand that what we're doing is purely business. People will ask questions if you look miserable. I'm not miserable, "And don't argue," I interject with a smile. "I know that you're good at that, but you can't do it tonight." Catala runs her tongue across her teeth before smiling wide. I can see how strained it is, but that hardly matters. Reaching into my pocket, I find the small velvet box that holds the 24-carat diamond engagement ring that belongs on Catala's finger. Swallowing hard, I lower myself down to one knee and present her with the ring. Her hazel eyes widen, and for a moment she seems clueless of what to do next. Surely she's seen a fair share of proposals before. You're not surprised to look like you're watching a massacre. "Smile," I gently remind. My eyes flicker toward the ring before back up to hers. "Let's make our parents happy, yeah?" At that, Catala finally perks up. She smiles and nods happily as I guide the engagement ring onto her left ring finger. In my peripheral vision, the excited shouts and bright camera flickers bring me a deep sense of relief. Thank God that's over with. The kingdom will know of my engagement with Catala by tomorrow morning. My father will be ecstatic, her parents doubly so, and maybe, in time, Catala and I will learn to tolerate each other a little more. For the sake of our individual sanities, I sure hope so. Catala wraps her arms around me, which slightly catches me off guard. Yet, it's a good idea, I must admit. Thanks for getting this yacht as a buffer, she whispers, resting her chin against my shoulder. Tonight, she smells of sweet vanilla. If you proposed to me in the middle of Vanecourt Square, I would have lost my mind. My bodyguards would have hated my guts if I tried something like that, though it does sound ambitious. Don't get any ideas, she warns playfully, patting my back a few times with her hand. Getting swarmed by crowds of people isn't something I signed up for. It won't happen on my watch. Don't worry. For some reason, I tighten my hold around her. The cameras are still capturing this moment from afar. I close my eyes and let out a deep breath. Thank you for agreeing to this, by the way. Breaking the betrothal would have been disastrous. For you and me both. Catala laughs gently. Electricity courses along my skin at the mere sound, enough to make me pause for a moment. Tell me something, Christian. Do you think we'll be able to pull this off? The images of Catala leading me around New York City and then yelling at me for stealing her food are fresh in my mind. I'm sure we will. For the sake of Solvaria, it's crucial we present a united front. Catala stays quiet for a few seconds. She pulls away slightly to look me in the eyes. In the moonlight, her eyes shine like stars. Even with the history we've had? I shake my head. You shouldn't obsess over the past. What's done is done. We have a chance to create a great future for Solvaria together. And besides, my eyes inadvertently trail down to her lips. It's only for a year. Right, Catala nods. Just for a year. We should probably make this moment seem a little more genuine. She raises a brow. So, what do you propose? Perhaps it's the wine we had at the restaurant that is making me act this bold. Can I kiss you? Catala never tears her eyes away from mine. It's an impressive feat. Part of the reason why I was so adamant about marrying her is because I knew I wouldn't be able to find another woman who is as tenacious as her. Someone who gets the job done no matter the circumstances. In that regard, she's somewhat like me. Great idea, she whispers softly, sounding akin to a passing breeze. As she leans in, she closes her eyes. Her lips meet mine gently, almost afraid at first. There's a stiffness to our movements because of our unfamiliarity, but the paparazzi are currently losing their minds, so I imagine we're doing a good job. Make it more believable. I don't know what possesses me to trail my hands along her face, but I do. I hold her close and intensify the kiss. A small gasp escapes her lips, but she doesn't pull away. Instead, she melts into my body, matching my intense movements with some of her own. It's riveting how natural she makes this feel. It's as if we've been lovers forever, knowing exactly what to do to make the other swoon. This is all a ruse, of course, but this is starting to make me wonder just how good things could be if only we fell in love for real.
Chapter 12. Catala. My heart is still racing when Christian pulls away, and when I open my eyes, I see he's gazing at me. There's something in his eyes, something I haven't seen there before. Could it be? No, I don't want to think of the word longing. Mostly because that would mean admitting that I'm feeling something very much like that myself. But the longer I gaze into his eyes, the more I feel something very real rising up in me. A kiss like that can't be faked. At least I can't fake it. There was an urgency in it, a passion that took over me for a moment. It was intoxicating, and even though I know it was all for show, there's something in me that wants to throw myself into Christian's arms all over again. Then again, the cynic in me reminds me that this is all an act. A ruse. Christian's a good actor, I'll give him that. I take a deep breath, trying to steady myself, but this whole time I haven't been able to tear my eyes away from Christian. In fact, I suddenly realize, with our hands still clasped tightly, that our bodies are still just inches from each other. That was, I begin. A good show, he replies quickly, tearing his eyes away and letting go of my hands. I think the paparazzi bought it. For a moment he pauses, as if to check if I'm buying his hasty dismissal of that very real kiss. It's clear he doesn't believe his own words, and I don't either, but I let him get away with it. Award-winning, I shoot back with a smile. He seems to feel some relief, and if I'm honest, I'm a little relieved myself. The last thing I need is real feelings complicating this arrangement, but as I watch him grin back at me, a thrill courses through me like lightning. He's as gorgeous as ever, and I can still feel the warmth of his lips on mine. "I have another surprise for you," he tells me, breaking my train of thought. I only hope he didn't catch me staring at his lips just now. Instead, I meet his eyes again and catch a hint of mischief in them. "Oh, really?" I ask, intrigued. "Another publicity stunt?" Christian shakes his head with a sly smile. "Not as much for them as for you." He gestures to the dock where most of the photographers have scattered now that they've got their money shots. Has he planned something else for me? A surprise? When Christian directs the yacht back to the pier, I gaze at his toned body and wonder what he has in store. I've never been romanced before, not only because our betrothal didn't allow it. The best I've ever got is the occasional drunken idiot trying to grind on me in the club, which is something I very swiftly put a stop to. But this is entirely different. "My lady," Christian says sweetly when the yacht has been secured. He offers me his arm, and I catch sight of his smile. It has my heart racing all over again. I have to wonder if this is what I've been missing out on all this time. I have to admit it's nice, even if it's just for show. I thread my hand into the crook of his elbow, and our eyes lock again for a moment. This is the closest thing I've ever had to a boyfriend. It's fake, I know, but the novelty of it all excites me to no end. I'm close enough that I can smell Christian's cologne over the green scent of the river, and as he leads me off the yacht and onto the boardwalk by the river's edge, I can't help but smile. He smells good, musky, like cedarwood and cinnamon. "I thought we could take a walk along the river," he tells me. It hits me that I like the sound of his voice. It's low, smooth, with an air of authority that I find a little bit sexy. Marrying royalty was the last thing I wanted to do, but if this is the side of Christian I get in return, well, 1 year married to him doesn't sound too excruciating anymore. "That sounds lovely," I say, cutting through all the thoughts that are crowding my head. This seems to be the right answer because Christian shoots me a genuine smile, warm and inviting. I'm still dimly aware of the remaining paparazzi that follow behind, the click of their shutters breaking through the sound of birdsong and the gentle rush of the river itself. I know I'm still supposed to be acting for their sake, but it's easier than I thought. I still have my hand at Christian's elbow, but the gesture seems so formal, so distant somehow. Instead, I shift my hand, letting it run the length of Christian's forearm until my fingers are entwined in his. His skin is warm, soft, and it feels good to touch him like this. He squeezes my hand softly, dropping his arm until our hands are swinging between us. When I look up, I see he's gazing at our hands. He must feel me looking at him, though, because a moment later he meets my gaze. The look in his eyes is a softer version of what I saw after the kiss. Not longing, but tenderness. Care. It's reassuring, and I can feel my heart opening a little. I hope he sees the message I'm silently sending him too. Thank you. This is not where I thought the two of us would end up, especially after my rebellion back in New York. But in spite of that, Christian is helping me fulfill my mother's dying wish, and I can only feel gratitude for that. There's something else as well. As we walk on in companionable silence, I feel safe. There's an ease in Christian's company that I would never have foreseen. Maybe it's because I know this will make my mother happy. Maybe it's because I trust this is just an arrangement that will benefit us both. But I feel as if all my worries have vanished at this moment. I let out a sigh, feeling the weight lift from my shoulders. Christian must hear it because he turns to me. His beautiful blue eyes seem to look right into me because I see a hint of recognition in his gaze. "I want you to know you can always confide in me," he says, and I can hear in his voice that he means it. I know this is an unconventional marriage, but that doesn't mean we should be strangers to each other. I want to be your friend." His words touch me, deeper than I would have thought. "Thank you," I managed to say, fighting the tears that threatened to well up. "I feel like I don't deserve it, considering all I've put you through." "That's in the past, Catala. We have to start working towards the future." We continue walking slowly alongside each other. There's something real here, a deep connection that seems to have sprung up suddenly in the midst of all this uncertainty. This crazy situation has bonded us in a way no one else could understand. No one else in the world knows about our secret arrangement, which feels special in a way. It's something only Christian and I share, just the two of us. "I admire you, you know," Christian reveals suddenly. There's a newfound ease in our conversation, born of this unexpected camaraderie. We continue walking and chatting for a long time, until the sky grows dark and the stars come out over Solvaria. I'm just beginning to ask him about his duties as crown prince when a sudden explosion overhead stops me in my tracks. The sky erupts into fireworks, the colored light dancing on the surface of the river. "Do you like it?" Christian asks. His face is lit up in a dozen different colors, each new spectacle replacing the last with even more intricate patterns. "Of course I do," I say, smiling wide as I stare up at the colorful night sky. "It's wonderful, thank you." Taking the moment to link my arm with his, I rest my head against his shoulder as we watch the fireworks display. I don't mean to intrude on his personal space, especially with no one around to convince of our romance, but it feels right. And he lets me. He could easily push me away. He could put a stop to this right now, but he doesn't. Why's that? "I'm glad you like it, Catala. Glad I could end your night with a bang," he replies, and I can hear the grin in his voice. When I pull back, I see him beaming down at me. There's something in that moment, something I know, even as it's happening, that I'll never forget. I guess no one ever forgets their first real date. Even if my first real date is a fake one.
Chapter 13. Christian. Catala pops a blueberry in her mouth. Together, we sit on a picnic blanket in the middle of one of Solvaria's many white sand beaches. The blue sky and the white clouds above award us with a beautiful view, but I must admit that Catala's beauty transfixes me more than the world around us. The more we spend time together, the more prevalent these thoughts become. Alex, my brother, tells me that I have all the hallmarks of an enamored man, but that's not possible. I'm not in love. "Feeling okay?" Catala asks, bringing her knees up to her chest. Her white sundress billows nicely in the breeze. "A lot on your mind, maybe?" "Preparations for the wedding." "Yeah." I glance at my watch, realizing that I'll soon have to go back to the castle for more discussions about the wedding details. If only I could shove these duties into the arms of someone else, I'd be a happier man for it. But I'm glad we could spend time together like this. Catala laughs, wiping her blueberry-tinted fingertips on a napkin. "Same here. I think I'd be going crazy if we didn't take some time away from the palace." Like me, Catala has been swarmed by planners, advisors, and assistants who want to help her nail down her vision for the wedding. After a while, the attention gets tiring. I understand that. As the future monarchs of Solvaria, I suppose it's good practice for the life ahead of us. Our facade will be embraced with open arms once Catala becomes my wife. The papers and online forums are already buzzing with anticipation for the wedding. It'll only last a year, so soak it all up while you can. 3 months to go, huh? Catala muses, brushing her hand alongside mine as we stare out towards the ocean. Seems like only yesterday I wanted nothing to do with you back in the States. Change comes quickly, I agree. You've made the whole process a little bit more bearable. That's probably because you know better than anyone else the obligations that are currently on our shoulders. It's a good thing you stuck with me then, she replies. I raise a brow. And why is that? I don't see anyone else being able to handle someone like you, she says rather proudly, flaunting a sweet smile. You're the crown prince. By design, you're an inimitable person. That's a lot to deal with, and I don't think any other noble girl would be able to handle this pressure without crumbling. Questions linger in my mind that I don't vocalize, but I wonder where that sentiment is coming from. Does she truly think that I couldn't find anyone else capable to take this position? Or is it because she just doesn't want to think about another woman by my side? Caesar whistles at the polished pair of black shoes that have been chosen for my wedding outfit. My God, can I borrow these for a night or two? I'd like to take Vivi out somewhere nice soon. Adjusting my cufflinks, I send my younger brother a quizzical look. You're asking to borrow my wedding shoes? Oh, sue me for trying to look good. With the fanfare surrounding the lead-up to the wedding, my brothers and their wives have immersed themselves into the planning as well. I let them help wherever they want to. More work for them is less work for me, and I have better things to do than to choose what shade of blue the napkins should be. Have you spoken to our father today? I ask, trying to distract Caesar from slipping away with the shoes like the rascal he is. He's been up to something, I can tell. He's not willing to talk about it, though. He always switches the conversation back to my wedding. The whole world is talking about your wedding. Can you blame him? Caesar asks. Finally, he leaves my shoes alone and takes a seat across from my study desk. Last I heard, he was talking about flowers with Catala. Caesar laughs aloud, noticing how I keep doing and redoing my tie in the mirror. I don't think I've ever seen you this nervous, he says. I'm not nervous. Maybe we should get Cedric in here to check your blood pressure. Just as I'm about to tell him off for his juvenile comments, a knock comes at the door. One of my father's men comes in and bows deeply. Then my father comes in, assisted by his walker. Caesar hops up from his seat and bows alongside me. Ah, my dad breathes. It's so good to find you two here. Christian, I've had a lot on my mind regarding your wedding, and I've been struck with a wonderful idea. I'd love to hear it, I reply. Caesar places his hands behind his back, sending me a wide-eyed look. Why don't you and Catala register the wedding before the big day? I've already discussed the idea with her, and she agrees. My father grins weakly. It'll be a small occasion, just family and friends. I should have known my father was up to something like this, but I can't fault him for that. In fact, I should thank my dad profusely. The whole world will get to see the spectacle of my wedding. A small ceremony will be just for us, our eyes only. Father, I begin, that's an amazing idea. And so, 1 week later, Catala wears a simple white dress to match my own white suit. Behind us, our families stand happily as we finish the exchange of vows. All of my brothers and their wives are here. Catala's parents, Mariana and Samuel, both look like they are holding back tears. Samuel supports his wife with an arm throughout the whole ceremony. Now, the priest declares, you may kiss the bride. With a small smile, I turn to face Catala. She looks magnificent today, humble yet modest, with a dress that brings out the beauty of her complexion. My father decided that the private royal gardens would be a good place for the occasion, surrounded by the sounds of the marble garden fountain and the soft tune of a harp. Catala beams at me sweetly. As we lean in for the kiss, our families erupt into furious applause. I can only wonder how the public will react on the actual day. Visions of crowds swarming the streets, waving tiny Solvarian flags come to mind. A sudden sense of pride fills my heart, not only because I'm fulfilling my duty to Solvaria, but because I'm marrying such a wonderful woman. She's the one who will stand beside me, who will take my hand, who will walk along with me as we wave to the crowds. It will only last a year. Good job, Christian! Ishmael flashes me a thumbs up from where he stands. Caesar and Alexis both whistle while they clap, while Cedric's smile warms up my heart. My brothers are all thrilled with Catala, and from what I've heard, so are their wives. They have already organized lunch dates with each other. My sister-in-laws have been efficient at claiming my wife as one of their own. My father steps forward, helped along by one of the servants. Catala and I meet him halfway. The king claps a strong hand on my shoulder. My son, I knew you'd make an excellent choice when choosing your wife, he says. Then he turns to Catala. You'll be a wonderful queen one day. The happiness, the smiles, the applause. Everything would be so much better if it wasn't marred by the reality of Catala and I's engagement. While everyone is convinced this is real, she and I know the truth. Our knowing glances speak of untold realities that we can't tell anyone else. And it hurts my heart to think that one day this will come to an end. What if it doesn't? It doesn't have to end. I swallow thickly, knowing that these thoughts are coming from deep within my heart, from a place that is deeply personal. In such a brief amount of time, Catala and I have been able to bond easily as a result of our hasty union. During that time, I've convinced myself that there might be a semblance of something genuine between us, that there's something more behind those easy smiles, brief gazes, and lingering touches that Catala gifts me. We're under an agreement, though. We aren't supposed to fall in love with each other. In a year, this will all come to an end. At least I'll be left with these memories, reminding me that there was a time that we were all together, and we were all happy.
Chapter 14. Catala. Will you accompany me to the Nelson Charity Gala? Christian asks one day as we're having lunch together. It's next week. I spear my fork into my salad, letting out a sigh. The last few months have been exhausting with the constant attention from the paparazzi, as well as the grand wedding planning. Honestly, I'd rather not go. I look up to tell Christian that, but the look on his face is apologetic. I'm afraid it's not really optional, he says before I can answer. We're the royal couple, we're expected to be there? Damn, I whisper, raising my eyebrows in resignation. Resting my chin on my hand, I sigh. Thanks for asking, though. It gave me a semblance of a choice. Christian reaches across the table, letting his hand rest on mine momentarily. His thumb rubs patterns into my skin. The small, reassuring gesture does wonders for my mood, to my surprise. It'll be fun, he lies, shooting me a smile. The warmth of his hand and the easiness in his smile wanes my tiredness, even if just for a moment, and by the time the gala comes around, I'm determined to play my part as best I can, even if it comes as naturally to me as walking in 5-inch heels, which I should not have attempted to try for the first time this evening. Prince Christian, Lady Catala! The room is abuzz with cries as the press shoves and elbows each other just to photograph us. Christian puts an arm around my waist, pulling me close to him as I shoot the photographers a dazzling smile, masking my inexperience with sheer bravado. All in a day's work for the future Queen of Solvaria, I suppose. At the very least, I look the part. I'm wearing a peach ball gown, adorned all over with Swarovski crystals. My diamond earrings and matching diamond tiara complete the look, and I'm almost convinced that I was born for this role. Well, I suppose I was born for this role in terms of my lineage. Not in terms of demeanor, though. That's beside the point. In any case, it seems I'm a natural, because the photographers all beam at me. I shoot them a radiant smile as Christian and I make our way into the palace where the gala is taking place. Your Highness, a voice comes, and Christian turns to greet a man I recognize as Lord Nelson. So pleased that you both could grace us with your presence. He bows low before raising himself up and catching my eye. My lady, he says, and I flinch slightly, remembering there are royal protocols to follow in situations like this. He bows again, and when he lifts his face back up, I see he's a little starstruck by my presence. It's a novelty, but I'm determined to act like the perfect fiancé. Holy shit, those photographers never stop taking photos, do they? Lord Nelson, I reply with a smile. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Prince Christian and I are always happy to support a worthy cause. I only hope our presence will succeed in assisting your charitable pursuits. That's very kind, Lady Catala, the old man replies with a look of pure gratitude. With a slight tilt of the head, I shoot him another ingratiating smile before Christian and I move into the crowd. That was absolutely perfect. I hear Christian whisper in my ear, incredulous. Where did you learn to act like that? I let out a short laugh, pleased that he thinks I'm playing the part well enough. Back in law school, I was expected to network like my life depended on it if I wanted to intern at a good firm, I explain, discreetly wiping my clammy hands on my dress fabric. I'm used to schmoozing professors and lawyers, though, not this. I don't know why you were running from this for so long then, he replies, and when I look up, I see he's laughing too. There's such an ease to his movements, something that I can only hope I'm emulating. Seems like you're almost better at this than I am. Well, you'd better count your lucky stars I'm on your side, huh? I tell him in a low voice. If I'd married one of your brothers, you'd be in trouble. Christian seems to find this hilarious, and the two of us have to fight down our laughter as one of the aforementioned brothers comes to greet us. Well, don't you two look like a happy couple? Ishmael teases, shooting me a knowing smile. People keep asking me about you two. I'm running out of compliments to give. We're soon joined by his wife Liza, and for a while, the four of us chat. She's a sweet, calming presence that tapers the gala's intense environment. Liza whispers how she likes my dress, and we talk about our love of the served champagne. Later on, Christian and I make our way around the room. I manage to play the part of a future princess flawlessly. All the while, I smile at the rapport Christian and I have built over the last few months. When we get a brief moment to ourselves, our masks drop slightly, and we're able to talk easily. The fact that we can tease each other like that means we've reached a point of comfort with each other, which relieves me. I didn't want to have to walk on eggshells around Christian. Not for months on end, anyway. It's not all comfort, though, not by a long shot. I often still get a thrill when I look at him, like now. I glance over at Christian as he engages a noblewoman in some drab conversation about the country's exports. I can see he actually really cares about what he's talking about, and the sparkle in his eyes somehow makes me want to join in the conversation. The prince is, of course, a strong believer in Solvaria's unique produce. I jump in, shooting Christian a warm smile. And he has every right to be. Did you know that he's a talented gardener himself? This little personal tidbit has the noblewoman tittering, and Christian shoots me a look of amusement. He has no interest in gardening, of course, but he's caught on to my game, and the two of us spend the next 10 minutes regaling the gathering audience with tales of his horticultural prowess. I feel a jolt of excitement at this little secret perjury we've co-created. It's fitting, though, considering we're spitting out lie after lie to uphold the enchanting image of the crown prince and his future wife. And do you partake of the fruits of the prince's labor, Lady Catala? The noblewoman asks eagerly. I'll say this, I tell her, leaning in conspiratorially. I will never eat another plum in my life unless it's been tended to by his hands. The small crowd erupts with murmurs of approval, and against all odds, I'm actually enjoying myself. As I catch Christian's eye, I give him a smile, and I can tell he is pleased too. When I look back at the circle of guests gathered around us, though, I notice something I hadn't seen before. There's a certain look they're giving us, even as the conversation moves on, and it takes me a moment to see it for what it is. Envy. Even Ishmael and Liza, who have doubtlessly caught on to our ruse, are smiling at us with something like admiration. I'm a little shocked, but a second later, that shock is replaced by a sort of warmth that I recognize as pride. Even if it is a facade, I know that for the next year this man will be mine. I sidle up to Christian, spurred by the thought, and slip my arm through his. His warmth replenishes my energy, and soon the two of us move on, socializing with another group of aristocrats and politicians. Wherever we go that night, I catch that same glimpse of envy. And several people even comment on what a charming couple we make. I couldn't agree more, Christian replies, shooting me a warm smile. When the orchestra starts up, Christian holds his hand out to me. Would you care to dance? He asks, and I see a sparkle in his eye. My hand gracefully lands in his. Nothing would make me happier. The moment Christian whisks me away to the dance floor, I feel the entire room watching us. I had expected a waltz, something demure, but when the band shifts into a slow, heated number, my heart races. Christian, seemingly unperturbed, presses his hand into the valley of my lower back. The heat of his hand is matched only by his body as he pulls me close to him. "Just follow my lead," he tells me, his breath warm on my cheek. "Don't focus on anyone else. Focus on me." As the music dips and soars, Christian guides my body in perfect unison with his. My steps mirror his steps, my breath his breath. My entire body bends and twists with his, pressed up against him the entire time. As we move, I feel myself falling deeper and deeper into him, and an electric jolt runs up my body with every step. Briefly, I have to wonder what it would be like to sleep with him. Would we move in rhythm like this? Would he guide me this effortlessly? Would my body bend to his whim as easily and joyfully as it does now? My God, Catala, is this really the time and place for those thoughts? Those images invade my mind as we approach the song's crescendo, the beat hastening as Christian moves me across the floor. I can hear his breath in my ear, hot and fast, and I know mine is the same. When the final notes of the song ring out, Christian dips me low. For a moment, all is silent as we gaze into each other's eyes. The tension of the last few minutes hangs palpably in the air, until slowly, hesitantly, the crowd begins to applaud us. It's this that finally breaks the spell, and Christian pulls me back up. The moment our bodies separate, I feel like I can breathe again, but it's not without a certain reluctance. Whatever that was, it was powerful, and I don't know what it means. The crowd appears to have no doubts, though, and we're congratulated by several guests on our obvious chemistry. Chemistry is right, but what this reaction will result in is anyone's guess.
Chapter 15. Christian. The grand opening of the Solvaria National Museum of Antiquities and Cultural Legacies is an event that I cannot pass up. It's an event that I mention in passing to Catala, who immediately perks up. "Can I come with you?" I raise an eyebrow. "Are you sure you want to go?" I still remember the scowl on her face when I told her about the Nelson Charity Gala. Memories of Catala's history as a party girl lawyer back in New York City come to the forefront. I imagine a museum opening and subsequent tour would bore her half to tears. However, she's adamant that she wants to go, and I'm in no position to say no to my fake soon-to-be wife. Catala dresses beautifully in a navy blue long-sleeve dress that matches the suit I choose to wear that night. There are diamonds hanging from her ears and adorning her neckline. She's starting to understand that looking the part of Crown Princess of Solvaria is just as important as doing her duties. People adore beauty. Maybe if they got to know more about Catala herself, they'd start to adore her even more. On the ride to the museum, we sit in a limousine with tinted windows and complimentary champagne. When I offer her a drink, she shakes her head. She frequently glances out the window and wipes her hands on her dress. "Nervous?" I ask. "A little bit." "You're becoming a pro," I remark, relaxing into my seat. "People love seeing you. You've already won them over just by showing up." Pressing her lips into a thin line, she nods. Her eyes remain glued to her heels, though. As much as I want to reach over, grab her hand and press a kiss or two into her knuckles, I still don't feel as if that's entirely appropriate. We're in private. The world isn't watching. I don't have to comfort her in any way. But why do I want to, anyway? "Prince Christian, we've arrived," the driver announces. Offering Catala a smile, I adjust my collar. "Are you ready?" Catala blows out a stream of air as she plays with the diamond dangles on her ear. Then she straightens her back. "Absolutely." Once the limousine door opens, we're thrust into the camera lights and shouting crowd. I take Catala's hand in mine as we walk down the carpeted entrance leading up into the museum. Smiling and waving becomes second nature to me, and thankfully, Catala picks up on all the right cues. She does an amazing job. In a role like ours, it's important to give the people what they want to see. As the cameras capture our every move, she leans over and whispers in my ear, "Can I kiss your cheek?" For the paparazzi, of course. I'm sorry for asking like this. "Please don't apologize for that," I whisper, offering her a reassuring smile. Then I nod slightly. Go ahead. Great idea, by the way. She presses a firm, quick kiss on my cheek. Thanks. Around us, the paparazzi goes wild. We continue smiling, waving, and interacting with the crowd around us. In my peripheral vision, Catala accepts handshakes and cheek kisses from the people she encounters. It can be overwhelming at times, but she acts like a true professional. It's as if she's meant for this role. Maybe she is. Soon enough, Catala and I reconnect. With her hand in mine, I lead her up towards the museum entrance where the owner awaits us. The museum director, Gabriella Muntz, greets us with handshakes and a nervous smile. Prince Christian, Lady Catala, thank you for coming, she says, sweeping her brown hair behind her ears in one quick motion. And congratulations on your engagement, by the way. The news has the whole country buzzing. Thank you, Catala says. Will there be a tour of the gallery soon? Ah, yes, of course. She places her hands behind her back and motions toward the doors with a hand. May I provide you two with a glass of champagne to celebrate the occasion? I nudge Catala, silently urging her to say yes. She's done a spectacular job out there. At an event like this, they only shell out the best of the best, which is what she deserves. Yes, please, Catala replies as if reading my mind. I smile at her when she glances my way. What was that for? You seem tense. A bit of champagne will do you good. Was it obvious? She whispers as Gabriella nabs 2 champagne glasses from a passing server. Not at all, I know, because... I shrug. I know you well by now. Catala gazes at me silently, her hazel eyes holding enough wonder to enthrall me for days on end. Eventually, our little moment is interrupted by Gabriella, offering us 2 glasses. Then she guides us through the museum gallery, where art critics and important members of the art world gawk and stare at the paintings. Prince Christian, I have great faith that this museum will increase tourism to Solvaria by an impressive amount, Gabriella begins, leading us toward a Monet painting. Catala gazes at the statues that are positioned throughout the exhibit. I believe I've sent the data and the exact numbers to your father, the king. I'll be thrilled to go over the data with him, I reply. Gabriella and I walk along, observing the paintings on the walls. Catala must be somewhere behind me, following us silently. Now, Gabriella, do you think this museum has the potential to rival some of the great international museums across the world? Oh yes, absolutely. We have ambitious plans to obtain some of the most coveted art pieces the world has ever known. We've even sent some pieces to your father already. Excuse me? A voice calls from behind us. I turn around and realize that it's Catala, standing before a large painting with her champagne glass still in hand. Gabriella sputters slightly before hurrying over. I take my time to return to her side, suddenly intrigued by what she has to say. Is this a Caravaggio piece? Catala asks, narrowing her eyes at the art. And it's authentic? My God, I've only ever seen this piece in magazines and books. Yes! Yes, it is! Lady Catala, I didn't know you were interested in fine art. Gabriella's eyebrows shoot upwards as she shoots me a glance. Prince Christian, your fiancé has impeccable tastes. I would have never guessed Catala knew anything about these art pieces, but I suppose that's my judgment toward her rearing its ugly head. I'm still trying to shake away those thoughts that she's a party girl. There's so much more to her than I realized. Each day with Catala by my side, I'm peeling away more layers in the hopes I reach her core. But that'll only happen if she lets me in. Excuse me for a moment. There's a colleague needing my attention, Gabriella announces, checking her watch. She bows before speed-walking in the other direction. Once we're alone, I hum softly. Caravaggio, huh? One of my favorites, she muses, gesturing towards the piece. I mean, look at the colors, and the symbolism, the facial expressions. I've always loved artwork that can tell a hidden story. Catala, when did you become interested in art? She looks at me with a crooked smile and a raised brow. Since my college days, Why? I shake my head. Well, I just thought... There are some amazing museums back in New York City. I'm sure you'd like them, she says earnestly. Then without warning, she links her arm with mine. Walk with me. I'll show you some more pieces that I like. With Gabriella gone, she essentially takes over as my tour guide. She tells captivating details about each artwork we pass. I hang on to every word, wanting to learn about the entire world itself if the information comes out of Catalea's pretty mouth. She's not like what I remember. At all. In the past, Catala Fitzrelson was a woman who would make my eyes roll because of her personality and disposition. I never took her seriously. But now, she's making me eat my words. She enchants me with her knowledge of different cultures and of different artists who come from all over the world. By the time the event draws to a close, Catala and I have immersed ourselves into a world of our own. She laughs and leans into me while I make some jokes. I wrap an arm around her waist as she sips on her champagne. It's getting easier to act like her fake partner. But what about these emotions? What about these touches, smiles, and laughs we share? They're real, every last one of them. They're not an act either. We aren't Prince Christian and Lady Catala of Solvaria at this moment, but Christian and Catala. Two people with a history, getting along well at a museum grand opening. Why has Catala hidden her true self from me for so long? But what's even more exciting is the fact that she's decided to show her true self to me to begin with. And I'm entranced.
Chapter 16, Catala. The binder of wedding invitations is heavy, and I try my best to maintain composure as I try to heave the thing onto the vast oak table in the royal castle sitting room. I wish I could say this is the first of these binders I've had to lift today, but it's the third. As much as I'm enjoying planning this wedding, my arms are getting tired. Here, let me get that for you, Christian says gently, flashing me a warm smile. I'm touched by how attentive he is, and he lifts the binder effortlessly for me. Thank you, I reply. And when I catch his eye, I feel something stir in me momentarily. It's fleeting and is almost immediately washed away in the flurry of planning we're in the midst of, but it leaves me with a warm feeling in my chest. These are, of course, all the designs approved by the Royal Advisor for Correspondence. Aurora, the Royal Advisor, mentions. Her voice rests somewhere between bored and sycophantic, something I've had to listen to all morning. Luckily, Christian and I are having enough fun together that even that hasn't dampened our spirits. You know, these are lovely, I say hesitantly, casting a glance at Aurora. But I thought, seeing as it's our wedding, we might do something a little more. I shift my eyes to Christian, hoping he's able to catch my drift. His eyes light up immediately, and I see a mischievous smile pass over his face. Personal, he finishes. Exactly. I can feel Aurora practically bristling at the thought, and the last thing I want is to cause trouble for Christian. But all this wedding planning, well, it's starting to feel like a real wedding. Like our real wedding. What did you have in mind? Christian asks with genuine curiosity. Well, obviously we should keep the royal crest, I assure him, and even the advisor seems to relax a bit. But I thought maybe we could use calligraphy instead of print. I'm sure you have a calligrapher on hand somewhere, right? Christian grins, and I can tell he loves the idea. In fact, the rest of the day, every decision that needs to be made, we end up agreeing on. He suggests tulips, which just happens to be my favorite flower. I suggest white chocolate for the cake, and Christian shoots me a look that tells me I've picked his favorite flavor. Much to Aurora's distaste, we spend much of the day joking and laughing. It's more than I could have hoped for, but it's almost too good. After an entire day of planning our dream wedding together, I'm left reeling from it all. Am I supposed to be enjoying this so much? I wonder as Christian and I finish picking out the menu. Very good, you two, Aurora says as the meeting finally comes to an end. You both have exquisite taste. I'm not sure if that last part is a dig, but I don't even care if it is. I'm feeling exhausted all of a sudden, and the moment it's appropriate to do so, I excuse myself. Stepping outside, I take a deep breath, letting the cool air calm the heat of desire that's suddenly coursing through me. I almost feel as though today was some sort of elaborate foreplay, tantalizing me with the prospect of entwining my life with Christians. I have to keep reminding myself this is an arranged marriage, that it doesn't mean anything. But then I remember the lilt of Christian's laugh, the warmth of his smile, the brush of his hand on mine as we flip through the invitations. The surge of longing that comes from those thoughts is enough to propel me on a long walk through the castle grounds. As I walk, I can't help but wonder if I'll be able to resist succumbing to the yearning that's been growing inside me over these last months. I barely cast an eye on the elaborate gardens and exotic plants that surround me. Instead, all I see is Christian, though our future together emerges as an image that never quite comes into focus. It's growing dark by the time I finally make it back to the castle. "Catala," a familiar voice comes from the dusk-darkened staircase. "Christian," I reply, a little startled. "What are you doing out here?" Even through the dim light, I can see his warm smile. "I wanted to check on you," he explains. "You'd been gone a while, and I was worried." His words somehow speak volumes, and for a moment something hangs in the air between us, a tension that has been building for such a long time. I can feel it growing in my chest, and suddenly I feel the need to speak it into existence. The moment I open my mouth, Christian does the same, and we end up muttering stilted half-sentences over each other. "You go first," Christian offers with a laugh. I pause for a moment and find that the courage I'd had just a moment before has dissipated. I forgot what I was going to say. I lie. The moment has passed, and we both laugh it off as if nothing ever happened. I don't bother to ask what Christian wants to say. Instead, we wander back into the garden together, casting soft glances at each other as we move in silence through the manicured paths. "This is my favorite spot," Christian says finally. He gestures to our right, and I see a gnarled old olive tree rising up from the soft grass. Without another word, Christian touches the curve of my back, guiding me gently toward a bench nearby. "This is lovely," I say as we settle there together. Above us, the stars are beginning to emerge, and we sit in silence again, gazing at the night sky for a while. "I used to come here a lot when I was young." Christian's voice is soft, laden with nostalgia, and I can't help but grow curious. I find that I suddenly want to know everything about him, and to my relief, he continues without me having to ask. "I used to look up at the stars, exactly like this," he says, glancing at me with a knowing smile, "and watch the stars, wondering if the great kings before me had done the same." "Damn, it must have been a lot of pressure knowing you'd one day be king," I tell him, touched by the way he's opening up to me. "You'd think so," he replies with something of a smirk. "But honestly, I always knew I was destined for this. I was raised to be a future king, and everything in me loves Solvaria. I've always known that when the time came, I'd be ready." "Yeah, I figured as much," I say, a little awed by his matter-of-factness. I can't imagine that being my childhood dream. I admire it, though. At this, Christian shifts his whole body, his eyes no longer on the stars but on me. "And what was your childhood dream? Besides becoming a lawyer, of course." I smile, struck by his penetrating gaze. Once again, I feel that he really sees me. "Well, I always wanted to help people, and I wanted to travel," I tell him, remembering the maps I'd drawn as a kid. I wanted to see the world beyond Solvaria and figure out what else the world had to offer. Christian nods thoughtfully. "And do you feel like you've fulfilled that dream?" I ponder for a moment, silently recounting all that I experienced in America. "Yeah, I guess I have," I reply, and the answer almost comes as a shock to me. I have big ambitions, I always have. I've always been in search of something more meaningful. My own honesty surprises me a little bit. I hadn't expected this conversation to go so deep, and I almost look away. But there's something in Christian's eyes that stays with me. His gaze is unwavering, seeking something in me that I didn't even know was there. Am I finally speaking to the real you? He asks. The way he says it is so gentle, in a way that's so caring that I almost can't believe what I'm hearing. No one has ever spoken to me like that. No one has ever even tried to look past my facade, let alone coax any real vulnerability out of me. But with little more than a few divulged secrets, Christian has seen parts of me I didn't even know were there.
Chapter 17. Christian. My question hangs in the air, and I see a shift in Catala's hazel eyes. It's as if she's allowed herself to suddenly become less guarded, less closed, and the thought of her opening up to me makes my heart beat a little faster. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, I reassure her. I get the feeling she'll either flee or fight if I try to push her too hard. Instead, I need to maintain my composure and make sure she feels safe. It's the only way I'll ever truly get through to her. My reassurance seems to have put her at ease, though, because she shakes her head a little, dismissing the offer. When she finally opens her mouth to speak, I see she's dropped the last vestiges of her mask, that the parts of her that I've been hoping to see are finally emerging. The real me actually cares a lot about making a difference, she says, looking me straight in the eye. I didn't just go to New York to run away or to travel. I went because I wanted to see how the world works and what I can do to help people. I nod, not wanting to interrupt her. Now that she's opening up to me, the best thing I can do is listen. Because really, that's all I want to do right now. Just listen to her tell me more about herself, about who she is when no one's watching, about what makes her tick. I wanted to do something bigger than myself, she tells me with a flash of determination in her eyes. That's why I studied law in the first place. I wanted to give a voice to the voiceless, and that was the best way I knew how. It's always pained me to see people helpless, to see injustices carried out against the innocent. There's so much needless suffering in the world, and even if my contribution was small, I wanted to offer my skills to balance things out. For a moment, I'm speechless. It seems like the more I get to know Catala, the more layers I discover there are. She's far from the party girl I thought I knew. She actually thinks deeply about her choices. Why then, I wonder, did she portray herself as so shallow? I dismiss the question, determined to concentrate on the moment unfolding before me. Do you feel like you achieved that? I ask, leaning forward a little. To my relief, she doesn't recoil. Instead, Catala sighs a little. I'm close enough that I can just feel her breath on my cheek, and it warms me. I do, she replies. I love my job and I'm good at it. That's why I resisted the throne for so long. I can't stand the idea of being confined to a castle. I want to be out there helping people, not worrying about which dress to wear to a royal event or how to wave at the public. You're good at that, though. Just saying. She lets out another sigh, this time exasperated. I can sense the frustration in her, and it reminds me of my own frustrations. Her words aren't without merit. I think I understand how you're feeling, I admit, and Catala's eyes brighten a little at my words. What do you mean? She asks. I thought you said you were born to do your job. I nod slowly, trying to figure out how to explain the complications of being a prince. Around us, the gardens are quiet, and in contrast to the constant demands of the castle, it feels serene, peaceful. That may also have something to do with Catala's presence, though, and this isn't the first time I've felt it. Over the last few weeks, I found myself soothed by her company. At first, I told myself it was just because our arrangement eased my troubles about the throne, that things were falling into place the way they needed to, politically speaking. But the more time I spend with Catala, the more I wonder if there's something else. I've been around other women before, but none of them have given me the same kind of peace that Catala does. Which is strange, considering Catala is the only one of them who has so strongly resisted me. I study her face for a moment, taking in the curiosity in her eyes, the sweep of chestnut hair that frames her face so perfectly, her softly curved jawline that speaks of both gentleness and determination. Suddenly, though, I realize she's waiting for an answer. about me being born to do my job. I continue with a nod. And like I said, I know I can do it when the time comes. There's no doubt about that. But you're right, it is restrictive. I've been trained for this, which means I'm prepared. But it also means I've never experienced anything else. My brothers all went off to live their own lives. But I've committed myself to this kingdom. There's a burden that comes with this role, one that I'm willing to bear for my people, but a burden all the same. Catala blinks a couple of times as if she can't quite believe it. "Wow," she finally says, letting out a breath. "I didn't expect to hear that. I thought you were all Solvaria all the time." I laugh at this, and she joins me, the tension broken with a little levity. "I mean, I am," I reaffirm. "I have to be. I didn't have the same concessions that Alex, Caesar, Ishmael, and Cedric did. They had the freedom to pursue their own dreams. My fate was always written for me. Like I said, I want to be king. But there is a part of me that wonders what life would be like if I'd been born into a normal family." "Me too," Catala admits with a small smile. She doesn't have to say it. I know she's referring to the betrothal, and I give her an apologetic look. "I guess neither of us ever really had the chance to escape our fates," I ponder out loud. "Well, some of us tried our hardest," Catala replies, and I see humor in her eyes. It makes me laugh. "Toche." For a moment, neither of us says anything. In the silence that hangs between us, I feel myself growing fonder of Catala. There's something about her. It might be her dry humor, or the mysteries I'm sure I'm yet to uncover. It could even be something as simple as the way she's looking at me right now, like she's seeing past the prince and into the man I am. Whatever it is, it makes me want to take her in my arms. I don't, of course, but what she says next makes my heart skip a beat. "What would you do if you weren't Prince Christian? If you were just Christian? Plain and simple?" I have to wonder for a second if she was just reading my mind, if I did something to reveal my secret desire. But the way Catala looks at me, so open, so genuinely curious, tells me that no, it wasn't me that prompted the question. It was her own walls finally beginning to fall away. A moment of silence hangs between us, and it feels pregnant with meaning. At least for me. Her hazel eyes are still gazing at me, curious, inviting, and that thought I harbored just moments before is allowed room to blossom in the wake of her question. As I ponder it, the desire to hold her close evolves into something more. I don't just want to hold her. I want to taste her. Without a word, I allow myself to succumb to the thought. I reach for Catala's waist, pulling her close to me. I press my lips to hers, and to my surprise, she yields willingly. My tongue parts her lips, and I feel the warmth of her mouth and the wetness of her tongue. For what feels like minutes, we kiss, beginning slowly, but soon becoming more and more passionate. Finally, I pull away, my forehead still pressed to hers. I can feel the heat of her breath now, rising and falling, caressing my cheeks and my lips. As Christian, this is what I want, I tell her. Before she can answer, I kiss her again, letting my tongue explore her mouth, and she responds in kind. Her hands grip my back, my neck, as mine hold her waist. This is what I want. I think over and over. This is what I want. And from what I can tell, this is what she wants too.
Chapter 18, Catala. Christian's kiss is full of passion. His hand lifts to cup my cheek, and his thumb gently strokes my skin. His other hand cradles the small of my back, pulling me closer until our bodies are pressed together, heat radiating between us. His lips move against mine with an intense fervor, a silent confession of his unspoken feelings. He tastes like his after-dinner coffee, strong and bitter. Suddenly he breaks the contact but does not pull away completely, leaving a breath-sized distance between us. His bright blue eyes are heavy with an emotion I can't quite place. Is it desire or something deeper? "Catala," he whispers, his voice vibrating through my body like a sweet melody. My heart pounds in my chest as he says my name, not as a question or an exclamation, but as if it's a prayer or an incantation. The slight graze of his thumb on my bottom lip sends shivers running down my spine. I look up at him through half-lidded eyes, awaiting his next move with bated breath. For this moment, everything in the world seems reduced to the space we occupy, the garden around us blurring into insignificance while the sound of our breathing fills the air. The silence stretches out between us like an intimate secret shared in hushed whispers. "I need you," he murmurs against my lips before claiming them again with renewed passion. The raw honesty in his voice leaves me breathless. It's too much. And yet it's not enough. The intensity between us flares and sparks like a fireworks display on the darkest night. This isn't just about desire anymore, it's about something more. We're together, alone in this secluded spot. There's no one around, and as passion and desire overcome me, I moan against his mouth. His hands slide down my waist to the band of my pants. I forget about our contract marriage. I forget about everything as I feel his hands push my pants lower and lower. His touch evokes a shiver that runs through every inch of my body as he carefully unbuttons my blouse, his fingers trembling as they work down. The fabric falls soundlessly to the grass, leaving me exposed to the cool air and Christian's burning gaze. His eyes never leave mine as he slowly skims his hands up along my waist, over my ribs, until they rest on my bare shoulders. The touch of his skin against mine sets off tingling sensations that have my head spinning. His hands are warm, but there's an intensity in his touch that makes it feel like a roaring blaze against my skin. His voice is soft and enchanting as he says it again. Catala. It resonates through me like an alluring melody that draws me nearer to him. He pulls me closer until there's no space left between us, only the rhythm of our synchronized heartbeats echoing in the silence. His lips descend upon mine once again, this time with a fervor that's almost feral in its intensity. I respond instinctively, moving against him with an urgency born out of our shared desire. My fingers clutch at his shirt as I draw him closer, drowning in the sensation of his body pressed against mine. Every breath we take is shared. Every heartbeat reverberates through both our bodies. The air is silent apart from the soft gasps and sighs escaping from between our lips. An intoxicating mix of fear and anticipation takes over me as Christian slowly lifts me off the ground. He carries me effortlessly to lay me down gently on a hidden spot upon the soft grass. No wandering eyes could reach us here. Every trace of his fingers on my skin feels like a sonnet written in a language only the two of us understand. Underneath him, with the velvety grass against my back and the nighttime sky stretching out above us, I feel caught between fantasy and reality. The rest of this scene is too spicy for YouTube, but you can get the unabridged version at tylawalker.com for 40% off using the discount code SAVE40. But for now, we'll just fast forward to the end. I need to go, I tell him, my hands frantic to find my clothes again. This is wrong. He looks surprised by my sudden change of temperament, but then he nods. A solemn expression takes over his features. I'm sorry, Catala. I'm not sure why he apologized, but I feel humiliated. Pulling my pants up and buttoning up my blouse, I hurry away from the garden. A deep shame permeates my body, horrified by what I've just done. This was only supposed to be a fake marriage, but now we've crossed a line.
Chapter 19. Christian. My knife and fork break open the poached egg, and I watch absent-mindedly as the yolk spills out, pooling on my plate. Ordinarily, I'd be digging in happily, preparing for a busy day and chatting animatedly with Catala, maybe even planning something special for her. But today I'm staring at my eggs in consternation. I watch as the warm light streaming through the dining room window catches the yolk, bringing its color into vibrant relief. But a sound from the other end of the room finally catches my attention, and the eggs are immediately forgotten. Catala strides into the room through the large double doors. She's wearing a stunning green dress that accentuates her figure with just the right degree of modesty. For a second, I long to see more of those curves the way I did that night in the garden, but the thought is immediately replaced by another, stronger desire: to catch her attention. As she approaches the table, she leans down, her long chestnut hair partially obscuring her hazel eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she picks up a pastry from the vast dining table. Her fingers, I notice, are delicate and graceful, and I wish I could reach out and take her hand. Instead, I sit up a little straighter and smile cordially in her direction, hoping to disarm her. "Good morning," I tell her, as casually as I can. "Good morning," she replies politely, but without looking up. Instead, she reaches for a plate, sets the croissant upon it, and strides out of the room without so much as a glance in my direction. The moment she leaves, I sigh. My whole body slumps and I drop my cutlery with a soft clatter. This has been going on for 3 weeks now, ever since that night in the garden. A night that was both a blessing and a curse. My memories of her, writhing and moaning underneath me, haven't escaped my mind no matter how hard I've tried. I long for the way things used to be before I messed everything up. I've been trying my best to catch her eye and engage her in conversation, but she refuses to have anything to do with me. It's bringing me to my wit's end. I pick up my cutlery again, laboriously finishing my breakfast. But the finest cuisine tastes like cardboard when my mind is elsewhere. As I struggle to swallow my poached eggs, the door to the dining hall swings open again. For a moment, I think it's Catala, coming back to finally close the gap between us. But my hope is deflated once again when I see my brother Cedric accompany my father into the room. My brother's pregnant wife, Ellie, follows close behind. "Good morning, son," my father greets as Cedric sets him up at the table beside me. Cedric and Ellie take a seat on the opposite side, politely acknowledging me as they grab food for themselves. "Good morning, father." "Cedric, Ellie," I say politely, hoping my disappointment at their entrance isn't obvious. "Good morning, Christian. I hope all is well," Ellie says, shooting me a warm smile before turning back to Cedric and continuing their excited but quiet conversation. It's related to my wedding somehow, I'm sure. Or perhaps their unborn child. As my father reaches for his breakfast, I try my best to remain stoic. But the image of my brother and his wife only highlights how dismally my own relationship is failing. For God's sake, how can I even call it a relationship at this point? I basically strong-armed Catala into this arrangement, and now I'm suffering the consequences. I've been trying to find a way to approach her, to put an end to this unnecessary tension, but it seems there's more at play here. To me, what happened in the garden was inevitable. We're obviously attracted to each other, we're practically living together, and at least for the time being, neither of us have any prospects of other partners. It only seems natural that we'd hook up eventually. But the way she sprang away from me, the way she ran off, and now, the way she's completely avoiding me, it's clear this situation is much more delicate than I first realized. And of course, I'm wary of saying the wrong thing. One wrong move and she might call this whole thing off. Then she'll run back to New York again. I pick up my coffee, sipping the bitter brew as I turn this thought over and over in my mind. There's something else, too. I glance over at my father, noting his fragile condition, and it makes me think of Catala's mother. We received word just days after the incident in the garden that her health is deteriorating. Just weeks ago, I would have taken Catala in my arms, stroked her hair, and comforted her. But now, well, now she won't even speak to me. What words of comfort could I possibly offer to someone who can barely look me in the eyes? These are the thoughts streaming through my head when I notice my father and brother staring at me. "Sorry, did you say something?" I ask, suddenly snapping to attention. "I said, where's Catala?" my father repeats, looking at me strangely. "I barely see her around anymore." "Lovers quarrel?" Cedric adds, shooting me a teasing smirk. "Only natural for couples to have their fights every now and then." "No, of course not," I reply, a little too hastily. That earns me a perked brow from Cedric. We're both just busy with our respective duties. My father gives me another knowing look but says nothing. Cedric shrugs and turns back to his breakfast, which is a relief. If you'll excuse me, I say, pushing the remains of my breakfast away. Before either of them can question me further, I leave the table, determined to do something about this. We can't avoid each other forever. If even my father and brothers are beginning to notice, it's gone too far. I try my best to track Catala down, but soon my duties really do call me away. The rest of that day, however, I think only of what I'll say when I see Catala that night. Only she doesn't appear for dinner, nor does she arrive for breakfast the next morning. Now I'm not only frustrated, I'm annoyed. Admittedly, this is not the mood I want to be in when I confront her, but with every passing hour of her absence, I become more and more irritated. It's a cruel reminder of what she put me through back in New York. I have half a mind to have David and my other bodyguards track her down and bring her to me. I decide instead to go for a walk to clear my head. The streets of Solvaria are bustling, and somehow the sound of the city puts me at ease. The sight of my people going about their lives, the bright morning sun, even the sounds of traffic, these things remind me of all I'm working toward. I take a deep breath as I continue down the sidewalk, breathing in the sense of summer. It reinvigorates me, and I know that Catala and I need to put any tension behind us. What we're doing is too important. I'm sure that if I can just sit her down and have a proper conversation, she'll agree. Suddenly, though, I stop in my tracks, because I've just seen something that shatters that belief. I'm staring at a photo of Catala plastered on the front of a dozen tabloid papers displayed in a newsstand. I manage to take a step forward, grasping one angrily as I scan the headline. Future Princess Consorts, with New York Lover. There it is in black and white, the reason she's been avoiding me. A portrait of a man, dark hair, rugged features, suggestive smile, accompanies the image, and as I scan the article, I feel the heat of rage rising in me. According to the paper, Catala is in New York. Now. She flew out yesterday, which explains why she wasn't at dinner or breakfast this morning. Clutching the paper, I storm back in the direction I came. Now, every person I pass, every Solvarian scene just makes me angrier. She's jeopardizing everything that's dear to me, everything I thought we were working toward. Not only that, she's betrayed me in the worst possible way. Memories of our night in the garden flash through my mind. Only now, my role in our tryst is replaced by this smirking cretin from the paper. It's his lips kissing Catala's, his fingers plunged into her warmth, his hands running over her curves. The thought of it makes me sick, and by the time I get back to the castle, I'm a dangerous mixture of furious and appalled. "Paul!" I bark, willing my secretary to appear out of thin air. He practically does, rushing around the corner at the sound of my voice. "Yes, Your Highness?" he chirps, standing at attention. He must hear the urgency in my voice. "Prepare the jet immediately. For New York." Paul nods before scurrying off to make the preparations. I'm left standing in the castle's grand foyer, still fuming, my hands still clutching the paper. I lift it again, scanning the grainy image and committing it to memory. For all the patience, all the care, all the kindness I've shown her over these last months, not to mention the last few weeks of her sullen silence, I can't believe this is how she repays me. Whatever she's doing in New York, whoever she's doing, I'm about to put a stop to it. No way am I going to wait around here and let it happen.
Chapter 20. Catala. The sound of banging pierces my groggy mind, pulling me unwillingly out of what feels like too little sleep. As my eyes adjust to my New York apartment, I let out a groan of annoyance. Whoever is at the door clearly has no respect for the overtime I put in last night, or the brief appearance at an old friend's birthday, both of which kept me up until the early hours of the morning. "What the hell?" I muttered to myself, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. The banging is getting louder, more insistent, and it's clear this person won't go away by ignoring them. I try to think of who it might be. My landlord? A neighbor? My boss coming with urgent news about the case they called me in for? With a groan, I drag myself out of bed and throw on a robe, hoping that whatever it is will be over with quickly so I can go back to bed before I have to start work for the day. Even as I make my way to the door, the banging gets louder again. Now that I'm awake, I seem to have mustered the energy to be angry, and by the time I swing the door open, I'm practically fuming. "What?" I yell, even before I see who it is. But when my eyes meet Christian's, I'm suddenly taken aback. I've barely come face to face with him in weeks, ever since. I pull my robe tighter around me, embarrassed to be seen in barely more than a slip, and suddenly flashes of that night in the garden invade my mind. His fingers inside me, my cries ringing out under the night sky, his lips on my neck. I feel the heat rising in my cheeks even as I stand there, trying to figure out in my half-awake state what he's doing in New York. This is the last place I expected to see him, but before he even says a word, it's clear he's angry. I guess I probably should have told him about this unexpected trip, but when I was called in to help on this legal case, I couldn't say no. The firm needed me. And, if I'm honest, there was another reason I was so eager to head back to New York. After that night with Christian, after the embarrassment of getting caught up in lust and then abruptly ending it, I've been trying everything I can to avoid him. How was I supposed to face him after that? That's difficult in the confines of the castle, though, and when I got the call, I jumped at the chance for a little space. I didn't think it would be a big deal. Admittedly, the thought of telling him about my trip would have necessitated talking to him, which would have meant acknowledging what happened between us in the garden, and I just wasn't up for that. So instead, I just left. I ran away, which is something I'm good at. I couldn't handle the thought of facing him again. Shame, humiliation, and fear consumed me at the idea. What's worse, I'm convinced that if he got me alone again, we'd only have a repeat of what we did in the garden. And I don't believe I'm strong enough to say no to him. Not after that. I see now that he did not appreciate my impulsiveness, and since we are technically married now, I probably should have said something. "Christian," I tell him, letting out a heavy sigh. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you. Just what?" he spits, clearly enraged. "Just decided you were sick of me? Decided you prefer to sleep around instead?" My eyebrows furrow together. This comes out of nowhere. I thought we were talking about me leaving without saying goodbye, but sleeping around? What does that even mean? I'm baffled by his words and search his azure eyes for some sense of meaning, but all I see there is rage. I go to say something else, but suddenly I see he's holding something in his hand. It's a Solvarian newspaper, and when he brandishes it in my face, I finally understand what he's so angry about. "Future Princess Consorts with New York Lover," reads the headline. There's a full-page photo of me and another photo of a man I don't recognize. The implication is clear, but I know a money grab when I see one, and it's clear this guy just made up some story about me. Clearly, some tabloid journalist had to fill space that day and didn't bother to check their sources. "It's not what it looks like," I explain, laughing a little at the absurdity of the claim. Christian doesn't seem to find it funny, though. He throws the paper at my feet, his eyes still aflame with anger. "Do you not understand what marriage means?" he demands. "Is this really such a sham to you that you'd come back here to fool around with someone else?" I'm still baffled, barely able to believe that he's actually accusing me of cheating. "What? No, But he's not done yet. "You might not care about your responsibilities, but I do," he tells me, his deep voice rumbling with anger. "We've been betrothed to each other since we were children, and now that we've finally gone through with the marriage, you clearly can't handle it. It was just 1 year, Catala. 1 year you had to stay faithful, but instead you take the first chance to run off with someone else, without any thought for..." For a second, I think he's about to say, "without any thought for me," but he falters. "For your country," he says finally. "You've made a complete mockery of the crown of Solvaria. Do you know that?" "Wait, Christian," I say, trying to explain. All the laughter has gone out of my voice now because this isn't just an amusing misunderstanding. It's becoming scarily real. "I'm not interested in your excuses," he interrupts. There's anger in his eyes, but something else. Pain. You've completely disgraced yourself and your country. I thought there was more to you than being some vapid party girl, but I guess I was wrong. This last part hurts, and for a second, all is still between us as his words hang in the air. I thought, over the last few months, that he would know me better than that. I was sure he really saw me, really knew me. But the way he's looking at me now seems like he doesn't know me at all. The ache in my heart at his accusations, at his distrust, makes me want to slam the door in his face right there and then, or else throw myself at his feet and beg for forgiveness for something I didn't even do. Thankfully, I do neither of those things. Instead, I take a deep breath, steadying myself against the rolling waves of emotion that are threatening to overtake me. Are you going to listen to my explanation or not? I finally asked, giving him one last chance to hear me out. There has to be a way to just talk through this. I have to hope there is anyway, because that's the only way I know of to get out of this mess. I look Christian in the eye, silently pleading with him to calm down, to think about this rationally, to trust me. What I see there, though, is the same unabating rage that I opened the door to. He clearly has no space for any truth other than the one he's set on believing, that I'm a liar, a cheater, and unworthy of the crown. The scowl on his face would have told me everything I needed to know. But he drives his point home with his next words. You can save your breath, he tells me. I'm not interested in your lies. Fine, then you can leave, I reply. My voice is strong and controlled, the same voice I use in the courtroom, but inside I'm crumbling. What I really want is not for him to leave, but to listen to me. Above all else, I need space to collect my thoughts. Christian doesn't hesitate. Without another word, he turns and storms off down the hall, leaving the paper at my feet. I kick it out of the way, shutting the door and locking it behind me. The moment that latch clicks, I burst into tears, all the pain and loss of what just happened streaming through me. Why wouldn't you believe me? I mumbled to myself, to Christian, through my tears. I slumped to the floor, the door at my back. My eyes find the tabloid paper again, and I lift it to see my own image staring back at me. I can't believe he would trust this tabloid over me. It feels like the deepest kind of betrayal, to question my character, everything he knows about me, months of closeness and connection, just because of a single trashy article. And the worst part is that the damn Photoshop doesn't even look good. I throw the paper down in disgust and frustration. Where on earth do we go from here?
Chapter 21. Christian. Rage courses through my body as I stumble my way out of Catala's apartment complex and enter the limousine that awaits me. My driver adjusts his cap as I take my seat. Immediately, I reach for the champagne bottle and pour myself a glass. Drinking this early is never a good sign. Where to, Your Highness? Bring me to that bar. Hole in the wall. Slowly, he turns around in his seat to give me a look. Are you sure about that? Please don't question my decisions. My hand trembles as I down the champagne glass and pour myself some more. Just drive. Without another word, he does what I ask him to. Soon enough, we arrive at the establishment, and I walk in after sending a brief nod to the security guard that stands by the door. He nods and removes the velvet rope to let me inside. That's when I head straight to the bar, telling the bartender to get me the most expensive and potent drink possible. I hardly notice the tap on my shoulder as I wait for my drink. Christian Vaincourt, the man says. It takes a few seconds to recognize this as Leland Walters, a friend of Caesar's. He's a dark-haired, dark-eyed man with a voice as gravelly as the hiking trails back in Solvaria. I never would have expected to see you here, especially not at this time. Well, life is full of surprises. Corny, he replies, sniffing loudly before taking a sip of his drink. Seriously, what's going on? Should I call Caesar? No need. I'm just here to think. He eyes the dark brown liquid in the tumbler I just received. Right. I'm not in the mood to get patronized right now, Leland, so just... Nah, I know I'm not your dad, but I am a friend of the family, don't you forget it, he replies, nudging my shoulder. and it's unlike you to act like this in public. You're the one who used to berate Caesar every time a bad headline would come out against him. Thankfully, he now has a wife who has cleaned up his ways. Leland's eyes narrow at me. You're acting hypocritical. My God, what do I have to do to get this man away from me? What happened to letting a man sulk in peace? Leland shrugs. It's not good to be alone like this. Drinking your heart out at 11 a.m. Come on, Christian. What happened? It's nothing, My gaze narrows in on a familiar-looking face across the room. He sits at a small table with a skinny blonde woman across from him. He throws his head back as he laughs, flaunting a watch that he probably bought on clearance. Leland raises a brow, turning around to find who I'm looking at. Then he scoffs, jutting a thumb over his shoulder. Derek Reeds? That slimeball movie actor? What are you mad-dogging him for? My jaw clenches. Suddenly I'm unable to see or think straight. I only want to confront him. Maybe drive his face into the table in front of his date. He and Catala, Leland shakes his head. What the hell are you talking about, man? I'm going to beat his ass, I say, gesturing towards Derek. He's not going to have any teeth left to smile with when I'm done with him. Whoa, what the... As I make my way towards his table, Leland jumps to his feet and puts himself between Derek and me. This is Caesar's friend, and I really don't want to hurt him, but he's getting in my way. He's only asking to get a beatdown too. Christian, calm the hell down, Leland hisses. Are you trying to get kicked out of this place? They would never kick me out. I'm the future king of Solvaria. Is this the type of behavior the future king should be exhibiting? Leland challenges, holding me by the shoulders. Christ, man, think about what you're doing. Hey, is there a problem here? Derek calls out, gesturing to his half-eaten meal with his date. I'm in the middle of something important, so if you could pipe down, that would be great. Making the move to lurch forward, Leland responds by quickly holding me down. He refuses to let me beat this man up, and I don't know why. Of course, you know why. The alcohol is making you act like a fool, and he's saving you from a nightmare. Do not do this, Christian, Leland whispers. You'll regret it really fricking badly. You're right. My gaze meets Derek's. Why were you in the tabloids with Catala Fitzrelson? That? Derek laughs loudly. Oh man, listen, I just needed a quick payday. It's nothing serious. What better woman to get associated with than the future princess of Solvaria? It was a great fricking idea. I need to thank my agent for that. At this point, I'm seeing red. If it wasn't for Leland, that man's face would have been shoved through the glass window already. But no, he's right. I won't stoop down to such a pathetically low level. Instead, I beckon over the nearest security guard. Can you please escort this man out of the building? He's making too much noise for my liking. Certainly, Mr. Vaincourt. The man works quickly at taking Derek by the arm and guiding him out. Of course, Derek squirms and flails, doing his best to keep his seat. In the midst of the chaos, he somehow grabs his glass and flings it straight at my head. It makes contact, cutting my skin and bruising my neck. Leland shouts at the man while the security guard warns him that they'll call the police on him for that. Above the noise, I hear that they're banning him for life for that stunt. I wonder why they let a cretin like him in here in the first place. Shit! Christian, are you all right? Leland says, eyeing my injuries. Are you going to press charges on him? Of course. I'm not letting him get away with that. Mr. Vaincourt, the manager exclaims, bringing a bag of ice for my oncoming bruises. Sir, we are so sorry this happened to you. Would you like a complimentary meal for your troubles? How about free drinks for the rest of the night? Free meals and drinks for myself and my friend would be great, I say, placing my hand on Leland's shoulder. Thank you for your graciousness. Certainly. The meals will come right away. The manager hurries off to the kitchen while Leland and I return to our seats. Once we plop down on the bar stools, I let out a sigh as I press the ice bag to my neck. Thank you for holding me back, I say, shaking my head. I don't know what got into me back there. I wasn't thinking straight at all. Yeah, I could fricking tell, he jokes. Was it jealousy? I mean, I saw that paper with Catala and Derek on it. I didn't think much of it. You know how the tabloid tends to feck with people nowadays. Really? Here in America, the papers will post any wild story just to get some sales. The other day, that same tabloid posted about a sea monster sighting off the coast of New York, and their only source was a man with dementia who lives by the sea. What have I done? I've trusted a tabloid like that over Catala's own words. Leland notices my stony expression because he places a hand on my shoulder. Feeling all right? Should I get you an IV to help with the hangover? No, I'm fine. Thanks, though. I just made a huge mistake and I'm trying to figure out how to fix things. Well, if you ever find yourself wanting to beat someone's ass like that again, let me know. I don't mind holding you back and taking some punches if it means getting free food and drinks afterwards. Even as the warm meals and drinks come, I don't have the stomach to eat anything. I can't even focus on Leland's stories. All I can think about is Catala, and how I've screwed up our relationship by trusting the media. How could I have been so blind? The thought of Catala with another man enraged me. Yes, but none of that was true. Absolutely none of it. Catala was loyal to me all along, and this is how I repaid her.
Chapter 22. Catala. Plum Beach is where I go to think. It got me through most of college. It got me through my struggles with the throne I fought so hard against. And now, as I walk along the sand, holding my shoes in one hand, it's getting me through my fight with Christian. Christian? Saying his name out loud somehow anchors me, even though the sound of my voice is swept away by the wind gently springing off the water. I look out across the water, knowing that far in the distance, further than I can see, lies Solvaria. For a woman who spent most of her life rejecting her kingdom and her responsibility to it, I find myself homesick, possibly for the first time. I never felt this back in college, even though I spent years away from my home country. Back then, New York seemed like an escape, somewhere to seek solace from the place that wanted to tie me down, to make me something I didn't want to be. But now things feel very, very different. I can't see it from here, of course, but in my mind the haze falls away and I start seeing things clearly. My parents, the castle, my life in Solvaria is where I belong, one way or another. It's not just the place I miss, though, and as the water comes to greet my toes, I'm finally able to admit it to myself, the truth I've been avoiding all this time. I'm in love with him, I whisper, goosebumps running down my arms as a breeze passes by. It almost shocks me to hear, because I didn't even let myself think it until the words came tumbling out of my mouth on their own accord. Where did that come from, I think? But I already know the answer. My feelings for Christian have been apparent since our very first kiss, even though things weren't supposed to be real back then. It's only now that I'm putting a name to them, though, letting myself admit what's really been going on in me all these months. But to say it out loud, I decide to try again, seeing how the words feel when said intentionally, rather than by mistake. I'm in love with you, I utter, and this time I imagine Christian standing in front of me. I imagine his striking blue eyes, his half-cocked smile, his warm hands holding mine. Except none of that exists here. Again, only the wind hears me, and the thought of those words going unheard, pains me deeply. At the same time, though, the thought of telling him and those words falling into silence is even worse. I recognize immediately that this is not what we agreed to. It's just an arrangement, I remind myself, frustrated that I put myself in such a position of disadvantage. How could I have fallen for him, for someone who, by definition, is off limits? He's my husband in name only. I know that, and I shake my head, letting the image of Christian dissipate from my mind. All I have right here is my own lonely company, as much as I long for Christian's presence. No good can come of this, but at the same time, the way things stand now aren't much better. At the very least, I have to fix what just happened between us. Whether this marriage is real or fake, We need to find our way back to each other, and that starts with clearing up this blatant misconception. My lawyer brain kicks in, and I realize quickly that the best way to do this is to clear my name with the media. If that's Christian's beacon of truth, then so be it. I'll beat them at their own game, and hopefully, by doing that, I can prove my sincerity and loyalty to Christian. A loyalty that's never wavered, at least not since I agreed to this arrangement. A small part of me wants to punch the ground at the thought of Christian believing I cheated on him. He's been the only man on my mind since this whole arrangement began. No one else has even come close to making me feel this alive. I race back to my car, driving the scenic route back to my apartment. When I step out of the car and hand the keys to the valet driver, I almost do a double take. "Christian?" I ask tentatively, to the figure huddled in my building's doorway. He takes a second to look up, his movements slower than usual. When I take a step forward, the faint scent of whiskey lingers on him. "Oh," I say slowly, not sure what to make of all this. "Are you drunk?" In the afternoon light, I can see his eyes are struggling to focus, but when he looks up at me, his gaze is suddenly as clear as ever. He lets out a small, self-conscious laugh before shaking his head. "No, actually, the pettiness of my own actions sobered me up," he replies with a smirk. His words shock me, and I wonder what he's talking about. Surely he's not referring to our argument this morning. That was hours ago, and he certainly wasn't intoxicated then. "What are you talking about?" I ask, searching his face for any signs of a struggle. I didn't notice it before, but there are a couple of scratches on his neck and a bruise forming on his chin. The sight of it shocks me, and I wait in silence for him to explain. It takes him a moment, and I get the feeling he's deciding how to answer. "I'm sorry," he says finally, and the words lift a weight off my shoulders. I jump to conclusions with the tabloid. "I should have trusted you." His words are a soothing balm, but he still hasn't explained himself. "How did you figure it out?" I prompt. He looks sheepish for a second. "I might have confronted the man who was supposed to be your New York lover," he admits, scratching the back of his neck. "Turns out he was just looking for a payday." "I could have told you that myself, you know," I tell him, a teasing glint to my words. Christian looks pained and nods. "I know, and you tried. I was just so blinded by jealousy that I couldn't hear you. I'm so sorry, Catala. These last few weeks haven't been easy for us, you know that. And then you disappeared all of a sudden. The headlines made me believe the worst. But you're not that person, I know. I hope you can forgive me." The look in his eyes is sincere, his words heavy with remorse. The fact that we're finally addressing the tension between us, even without directly mentioning our tryst in the garden, breathes some much-needed life into our relationship. It feels as if a bubble has burst, and painful as it was, it feels like I can breathe again. I reach out, brushing his shoulder gently with my hand. It's a simple gesture, but it feels like reaching across a gap that has grown too wide to cross. And now, suddenly, we're here again, within reach of each other. "I understand," I tell Christian, and something like relief flickers in his eyes. How would he react if I hugged him right now, if I kissed him? "I forgive you." He looks at me gratefully, and for a moment we just stand there, looking into each other's eyes with newfound closeness. "Do you want to come inside?" I ask, finally. Christian's gaze doesn't leave mine as he nods. "Thank you. Yes," he replies. I can't help but smile as he makes the move to open the door for me. "Come on then," I tell him, squeezing his shoulder briefly before leading the way inside. The sound of our 2 pairs of footsteps moving toward the elevator makes my heart expand a little. I've spent so much time getting to know Christian's world. It feels good to invite him into mine. I can't help but think of his first visit here, when he had tried to convince me to leave New York and my life behind and become his wife as promised. It feels like a lifetime ago. Here we are, walking up to my apartment together, with some complicated emotions simmering deep within my heart. So much has changed. I can hardly recognize my old life. And yet I'm shocked that I don't miss it that much. In fact, there are times when I'm with Christian that I feel happier than I ever have. "Make yourself at home," I tell him as I slip the key into my lock and open my apartment door. The paper is still on the floor where I sat slumped earlier. For a second, we both stop in our tracks and stare down at it. Then, unexpectedly, Christian steps forward, picks it up deftly, and strides over to the kitchen. A moment later, the paper is in the trash, and the two of us look at each other as if to say, now what? Soon enough, I have my answer. Now we move forward, together.
Chapter 23. Christian. I really am sorry, I repeat, still standing by the trash can. I want desperately to make amends, but throwing away the paper seems like such a paltry gesture in the face of how I've treated Catala. I can't think of any other way to show her that I mean what I say. Just this morning I was screaming in her face, accusing her of cheating, yelling over her desperate attempts to make me see the truth. It seems unfair that I should be here now, as if nothing ever happened. I hang my head in shame, wishing I had better words to express my deep regret. To my surprise, she crosses the room and stops just in front of me. I see kindness in her eyes, relief even, and I'm grateful for this second chance. I know it's entirely undeserved. It's fine, Catala tells me gently, waving her hand as if to wipe it all away. I'm not entirely innocent myself. Her words take me by surprise, and I shoot her quizzical look, wondering what she means. The way I see it, I'm the asshole here. But I can see there's remorse in her eyes, too. I should have told you I was coming to New York, she explains, shaking her head. There's more than a hint of regret in her voice. And not just that. The last few weeks... I'm sorry I've been avoiding you. I have the tendency to just run away when things get difficult. I mean, that's how I ended up in New York in the first place. She laughs self-consciously, and the levity of her words ease the tension in the air. I even manage a half-smile, acknowledging that we've both acted childishly. I only hope we've both learned our lesson. Come on, she says, taking me gently by the hand. She leads me to the couch and we both sit down. It's comforting and I suddenly realize how tired I am. I've mostly sobered up by now, but a day of downing straight whiskey is certainly taking its toll on me. But it's not just that. The tension that has been keeping me on a razor's edge for the last few weeks seems to have finally dissipated. Here, in the comfort of Catala's apartment, just the two of us, I feel at home. There's a comfort in this place, in Catala's company, and most of all, in finally being able to talk again. It's a relief I've been holding out for. With great care, she leans forward, inspecting the wounds on my skin. They're barely worth looking at, I know that, but she seems intent on tending to me, and I'm not about to argue. Who am I to reject the soft touch of her warm hands? Let me get something to take care of this, she tells me, shooting me a warm look of compassion. After fetching some cotton wool and warm water, she returns, but her presence is all the salve I need. With great care, Catala cleans my wounds ever so softly. The feeling of her hands on my skin is enough to wash away any vestiges of fear between us, and I feel myself relax even further into her care. It seems like so long since I touched her, and I drink in the sensation. It's practically intoxicating, sending waves of pleasure through my body. I realize, with a pang to my heart, that I've really missed her. As Catala concentrates, I take the opportunity to study her face. Her hair falls gently across her brow, ending in wisps that brush softly against my chest. Her hazel eyes, focused on my wounds, show a depth of care that makes my heart stir. Her soft lips, those lips I still long to kiss, are parted slightly in concentration. I want to memorize this moment, memorize every detail in her face, every eyelash, every line. Suddenly her eyes flick up to meet my gaze, as if she could feel me watching her. What is it? She asks, her eyebrows creasing slightly, as if she questions my intense stare. You're truly beautiful, I admit, the words spilling out of me before I can stop them. For a second, the compliment hangs in the air between us, the moment pregnant with anticipation. All I want is to lean forward and kiss her, but I'm still hesitant. I don't want to scare her away all over again. But I also can't pretend I don't feel this intense attraction to her. Finally, Catala laughs and shakes her head. "I think you're still drunk," she tells me dismissively. "You need to eat something." With that, she stands up, moving toward the kitchen and leaving me to gaze after her. I can't stop staring, though, can't stop longing for her touch. As she whips out a blender and prepares a soup for us, I stand and let my feet carry me into the kitchen. As Catala cooks, I lean against the countertop behind her, watching her graceful movements, the way she prepares everything with meticulous care. Somehow it's this simple act that causes a wave of emotion to swell within me. Her words on the garden bench that night come back to me. What would I do if I wasn't Prince Christian, but just Christian? The answer comes so strongly, so suddenly, that I don't even consider fighting it. Instead, I step forward, letting my hands find Catala's waist. I wrap my arms around her, pressing my body into hers as she cooks. Her movements slow, and I feel her surrendering into my touch. "I'm going crazy because of you," I whisper in her ear, letting my warm breath caress her neck. "Sometimes I feel like I can't think straight when you're near." The intensity of the confession courses through my whole body. I feel like I'm practically vibrating with the truth that I'm finally allowing myself to admit. I can't see Catala's face, but I can feel the way she's responding to my touch, the way her body fits perfectly into my embrace, the way she leans back ever so slightly as if to close even the slight gap between us. Her breath quickens as my words hang in the air between us, but she says nothing. Unable to stand the silence anymore, I implore her. "What should I do?" I ask, my voice strained with the weight of my longing. "Do you feel the same way?" The seconds after I speak feel like hours, and my heart pounds as I wait for her reply. I know I'm risking everything by telling her this, especially after the way she reacted to the night in the garden. 1,000 questions flow through my mind, along with several worst-case scenarios as I wait for her to answer. I know that this could go so wrong, but I can't hold back anymore. I couldn't keep pretending I wasn't crazy about her. If this is the end of it all, then so be it. At least I've finally been truthful. Catala stirs, pulling away from me, and for a second my stomach drops, thinking I've insulted her. Instead of retreating, she turns until she's facing me. My arms are still wrapped around her, and she's pressed close to me. From the chest down, the warmth of her body presses flush against mine. Her curves fit me like a puzzle piece. Her hands rest on my chest and she looks up at me. My heart races as I gaze down into her hazel eyes, those eyes that are staring at me with so much unspoken meaning. Her breath warms my lips, and I wait, breathless, for her to answer. But she doesn't say a word. She doesn't have to. Instead, she leans in, bringing her lips to mine with such emotion that I feel my heart swell. Her lips are so soft that I could lose myself in them, and when I part my lips to kiss her more deeply, she responds immediately. I hear her let out a soft groan, and when I let my tongue explore her mouth, she presses her body into me. It's a kiss heavy with emotion, with all we've been holding back on, and I hope she feels, in the way I kiss her, in the way I hold her, how much she really means to me.
Chapter 24. Catala. Considering what happened the last time, I'm surprised at myself for kissing Christian, but I can't help it. I want him so badly. His lips are as warm as I remember, soft but insistent, and the taste of him is like a memory I didn't realize I'd been longing for. Every nerve ending seems to come alive under his touch, creating an intoxicating thrill that makes me forget everything. "Christian," I whisper against his lips, pulling back slightly for air. His blue eyes are dark with a desire mirroring my own. He tucks a stray lock of hair behind my ear and cups my cheek with a tenderness that makes my heart flutter. I can feel his heart pounding through his chest, and for a moment there is nothing else. No past mistakes, no future uncertainties. Just him, just us. But then reality comes crashing down around us, just as it always does. "I need you," he whispers against my neck, his voice ragged with yearning he's never before expressed. And I know that's selfish, but I can't let you go. The sincerity in his voice sends shivers down my spine. Despite everything, I know I'm in too deep to turn back now. For better or worse, I'm hopelessly entangled in whatever this is between us, this fiery dance of passion and pain. So don't, I tell him softly. My eyes meet his. They're shining with the weight of unsaid words. A ghost of a smile plays on Christian's lips as he pulls me closer, wrapping me in the warm cocoon of his embrace. And as we stand there, bodies pressed together under the dim glow of the evening light filtering through the window, all caution is thrown to the wind. Suddenly he leans in once more, capturing my lips with a hunger that's nothing short of savage. His arms wrap around me, pulling me closer as our bodies meld together perfectly. As his arms encircle me, pulling me close, the world around us blurs until there's only Christian and the intoxicating taste of him. Time seems to slow as we stand against my kitchen counter, lost in each other. The memories of our last kiss are replaced by this moment, a moment where everything feels right. The warmth of his body seeps through the fabric of our clothes, whispering promises of what could be. His hands run down my back, drawing me even closer as if there was ever a chance I would pull away. A soft sigh escapes me as Christian's hands reach the small of my back, the previous misgivings fading into insignificance against the tidal wave of desire that crashes over us both. It is reckless, and it feels like coming home. His hands find the hem of my dress and he lifts it over my head. My heart pounds at the thought of what is to come. He'll take from me my most precious gift, and I'm more than willing to give it to him. Suddenly, he pulls away slightly, a flicker of concern in his eyes. "Are you sure?" he asks gently, every word echoing with respect and love for me. I gaze back at him without speaking. My answer lies within the depths of my eyes. "I am," I breathe, my voice barely a whisper, but it hangs in the air between us like a vow. Christian nods, as if making the decision once and for all. With one hand, he gently pushes me against the counter, his body mere inches from mine, pinning me in place. His other hand hungrily unbuttons his shirt, revealing a chiseled torso that makes my breath hitch. My greedy eyes drink him in, committing every inch of his perfect form to memory. "Tell me again," he growls low in my ear. "Tell me you want this." "God, yes," I gasp out impatiently. "I want this. I want you." His response is to crush our lips together once more in a deep, searing kiss that leaves no room for doubt or hesitation. His hands roam my body with a hunger that matches my own. "You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, Catala. Don't hide yourself from me." Unfortunately, what we do next is too hot for YouTube. I know it's disappointing, and I'm sorry. But we can't say it on the air. If you want, feel free to grab the unabridged version at tylawalker.com. Use discount code SAVE40 for 40% off. And now back to the story. I lay in his arms, content and happy. Our bodies are still entwined, but the intensity of our lovemaking has faded into a gentle warmth that radiates between us. "I never want this moment to end," I whisper, my words barely audible. Christian's hand strokes my back as he leans down to kiss my forehead. "Me neither," he replies softly. We stay like this for a few more minutes, lost in our own little world. As we lay there, I know in my heart that no matter what the future holds, we'll face it together. And for now, that's all that matters.
Chapter 25. Christian. Even before I open my eyes, I feel Catala's warmth beside me. Her body is pressed into mine, her breathing deep and measured. All the intensity and tenderness of last night comes back to me, and I breathe in the scent of her hair, of her skin, of our lovemaking. But then something else hits me. I open my eyes suddenly, reminded of something else that happened last night. She was a virgin. My whole body tenses as I recognize the weight of that revelation. Beside me, Catala stirs, apparently woken by my flinching. As she stretches awake, she turns her head up to gaze at me sleepily. The warm sunlight makes her skin glow. Her eyes, still adjusting to the light of day, slowly focus on me. I notice that the flecks of gold in her hazel irises are brighter than I've ever realized before. But then, I've rarely been this close to her. She looks more beautiful than ever, but as I peer down at her, I realize I'm not sure how I should act. Last night was so intense, so intimate, and the reality of what that might mean to her, her first time, makes me feel suddenly guilty. "Hey," she says softly, her breath warm on my skin. "Hey," I reply, but even I can hear the guilt in my voice. Was last night okay?" I ask hesitantly. I reach out, brushing a strand of her chestnut hair from her face. At this, Catala smiles, nodding ever so slightly before reaching up to place her hand on mine. "It was perfect," she tells me, but something still weighs heavy in my chest. "I didn't anticipate that you hadn't been with anyone else," I admit. If I'd known, what then? Would I have stopped myself from being with her? I already know the answer to that is no. But still, I can't help but feel I would have been more careful, more intentional somehow, more determined to make her cry out in pleasure. Catala is still smiling at me, though, and she lets go of my hand to caress my chest, as if to soothe me. "I guess I was always waiting for you," she reveals. "I mean, even when I didn't want to be married. Being betrothed to you, it just didn't feel right to be with anyone else." This catches me by surprise, but rather than ease my guilt, it only amplifies it. I let out a heavy sigh, placing my hand over hers. I know that I need to be truthful with her. "I'm sorry that I can't say the same for myself," I admit, ashamed. "I haven't been so pure." For a second, my words hang in the air between us, and I'm terrified this will hurt her. After finally showing her how I feel, finally being this close to her, the thought of pushing Catala away again is too painful to bear. But her hand caresses my chest again, with the same care and tenderness as before. "It's okay," she tells me, her hazel eyes showing a depth of understanding I can hardly believe. "We both made our choices. I don't hold it against you." With this, I feel a weight lift off of me, and lacking the words to express my gratitude, I kiss her softly but deeply. "Thank you," I tell her when we pull away. "There's one more thing, though." At this, I kiss her forehead, slide out of bed, and pull on a pair of boxers. "Where are you going?" Catala giggles as I shoot her a mischievous look. "Just taking care of the princess," I explain before heading to the kitchen. I managed to find my way around easily enough, preparing a light breakfast of granola, yogurt, and fresh fruit. It's been a while since I've prepared food for myself, let alone someone else, and it makes me smile. I imagine it's these little things that I've been missing out on by devoting myself to Solvaria, rather than seeking love the way my brothers have. "Hey, come back to bed!" Catala calls from the bedroom, her voice lilting. At this, I grin, picking up the tray with our breakfast and eagerly making my way back to the bedroom. The moment I walk in, Catala's eyes light up. "Oh, Christian," she mutters as I hand her the tray and get back in bed beside her. As we begin to eat, I can't help but steal sideways glances at Catala, and it seems she's doing the same. More than once, we catch each other peeking, and both break out into self-conscious grins. I feel like a teenager, completely smitten. After breakfast, I clean up, and when Catala comes out to the kitchen in only her robe, I feel like the luckiest man on earth. "So, how do you want to spend the day?" I ask her as I pull her toward me by her waist. She smiles, and the warmth of her envelops me all over again. "I thought we could go for a swim," she suggests, running her hand up my chest and letting it rest on the nape of my neck. "What do you think?" "I think I'll be happy wherever you are," I reply before kissing her gently. The sun warms my skin as we step out onto the rooftop pool deck, and the rest of the morning is spent splashing and laughing, interspersed with stolen kisses. As we dry off on the poolside deck chairs, Catala turns to me, a thoughtful look in her eyes. You know, I think I'm ready to go home. I reach over, entwining my fingers in hers. I'm touched that finally, after all that's happened, Solvaria feels like home to her. Our hands remain intertwined all the way to the airport, throughout the flight, and even as we step off the plane. Just before we get into the limo, Catala turns to me. If you don't mind, I need to go see my mom, she says, concern evident in her voice. Would you come with me? The significance of the request touches me, and without hesitation I nod. Of course, I say. I'd love to. Catala shoots me a grateful smile, and we climb into the limo together, hands still clasped. It's late by the time we reach the hospital, the room's hushed and dim, but we're ushered in anyway. Mariana's bed is surrounded by flowers. Most of them, I assume, came from Catala, and as she approaches her mother's bedside, I'm touched by her care. Hi, Mom, she says gently, placing her hand on her mother's. Catala, her mother says, smiling up from the hospital bed. Oh, honey, you look so beautiful. I hang back, allowing them their moment without interruption, but soon Catala turns, ushering me over. Mariana peers over her daughter's shoulder, catching my eye. Prince Christian, she says, smiling. Her voice is hoarse, but she's obviously pleased to see me. Hello, Mariana, I reply, bowing slightly. It's so good to see you again. The rest of our visit is filled with chatter, the two of us trying our best to answer Mariana's questions. She's pleased to hear that the planning for our large public wedding is well underway. Catala informs her of the details, which makes her eyes light up at her daughter. I know you'll look after her, won't you? She asks me, clutching my hands. I wouldn't dream of doing anything else, I reply, and I mean it. When we finally leave, Catala slides her hand into mine again. Thank you, she tells me, resting her head against my shoulder as we walk to the limo. She looks better than before. I'm glad that you came with me. I feel her genuine affection, and it makes my heart swell. Everything in me wants to confess the depth of my feelings for her, to tell her unequivocally that I'm in love with her. But something stops me. After so many false starts, I want to make sure I do it right this time. I know I need to tell her at the right moment, to make my confession as special as the bond we're finally forming.
Chapter 26. Catala. Could you run me through the schedule again, please, Ellie? I asked Cedric's wife. Despite being heavily pregnant, she's volunteered to help me with planning this wedding, and honestly, I don't know what I'd do without her. All right, she replies, shifting in her chair to get more comfortable. At 9 a.m., you have a meeting with the calligrapher. 10 is the wedding cake tasting. At 11:30, the florist will send over the arrangements for you to check over. She takes a quick breath, shuffling some papers before continuing with gusto. At 1 p.m., you're meeting the royal tailor for the final adjustments to the wedding gown. Then at 3, the musicians will be here to go over the final song list for the ceremony. And at 4, the caterers will arrive with the reception menu for you and Christian to taste. That's a lot, I reply with a laugh. Ellie shoots me a knowing look and grins. That's a royal wedding for you. Luckily, I love this stuff. Well, I guess I'll have the kitchen bring my breakfast into the meeting with the calligrapher. Sounds like I won't have time to sit and eat today. It'll all be worth it, though, trust me, Ellie replies, leaning forward and touching my arm. It's a sweet gesture, and I press her hand for a moment in thanks. Better get to it then, I say with a happy sigh. Oh, and by the way, Ellie adds just as I'm about to leave, there's no way you're going to the dress fitting without me. I need that in my life. Deal, I tell her with a laugh. I wish I had time to stay and chat more, but I'm already late. I shoot her a wave as I rush out the door and into the day's first meeting. Most of the day carries on like this. rushing from one place to another while Christian takes care of 1,000 other tasks that need his attention. The grand wedding date is looming, and between that and his regular royal duties, we're both stretched to our limits. Somehow, though, in the midst of this, Christian manages to support me, as I learn when he turns up to accompany me to the cake tasting. "I thought you had a meeting with your advisors today," I ask, as he offers out his arm to take me to the limo. He just shoots me a smile. "I delegated that to someone else," he tells me. "I didn't want you to have to do everything yourself." The offer is touching, and I can't help but feel my heart flutter at the gesture. Even though he can't be present at every meeting that day, he manages to accompany me on every trip, even if just to drop me off and pick me up again. And of course, he drops in when he can. We taste the cakes together, deciding our favorite in unison. He joins me in the parlor between meetings to discuss the floral arrangements, and we even manage to share a quick lunch before I need to leave again for the tailors. It's only when 1 p.m. rolls around that I send him on his way. "You're not supposed to see the dress before the wedding," I warn him teasingly. "I have Ellie for that." Christian shoots a smile back at me. "I wouldn't dream of jeopardizing that tradition, but I will bring you both there myself." I smile, and when Ellie joins us, we all talk excitedly about the wedding on the way to the limo. "This wedding is going to be incredible," Christian tells us with a smile. The thought of it has me almost giddy, but I manage to reply with a more appropriate level of enthusiasm. "Only fitting for the prince and his lady," I reply with a grin. "All right, lovebirds," Ellie interjects, waving a hand. She fans herself with the other hand. "Save it for the wedding day." The limo pulls up to the tailors then, and Christian steps out of the car with us. It's entirely unnecessary, but I can't say I don't love the farewell. Before he leaves, he plants a gentle peck on my cheek, and the warmth of it sends a tidal wave of desire rushing through me. In fact, it takes several moments before I'm able to collect myself and turn to the tailor for our appointment. Ellie just shoots me a knowing look. "All right, Elsa," I say to the tailor, trying not to let my feelings show. "Where do you need me?" The tailor joins Ellie in a knowing smile, but doesn't dare say anything. It's only after 20 minutes of adjustments that Elsa allows me to look in the mirror. The sight makes me gasp. It's the first time I've seen myself in a fitted gown, and it almost brings me to tears. I really look like a bride, the white lace dress hugging my body before spilling down into an enormous trailing skirt. Suddenly, all the feelings I've been trying to hold back come rushing in when I imagine our wedding day. I try to tell myself it's just a temporary arrangement, like we agreed, but the lines are well and truly blurred by now. "You look gorgeous, Catala," Elia tells me, running her eyes approvingly over the dress. "Yes, if you don't mind my saying so, my lady," Elsa chimes in. "Prince Christian is going to fall even more in love with you when he sees you like this." The words shock me, so much so that I'm lost for words. Elsa and Ellie take this as a good sign because they both smile up at me. It's not until Elsa turns away to adjust the hem of the dress that I let the weight of her words sink in. "More in love with me." The words echo in my mind, and I have to fight them away. The thought of it is dangerous because it's making me crave for something more. As tempting as that train of thought is, I know I can't let myself long for that. The moment I do, this will all become far too complicated. By the time the fitting is finally over, I've more or less managed to get my thoughts under control and instead concentrate on the next appointment for the day. When Ellie and I reach the castle, though, it's in a state of chaos. Assistants and advisors are running around in a panic. Security has been increased, and I can't get a straight answer out of anyone. When we finally catch sight of Liza, we call her over, trying to read the wild expression in her eyes. "Liza, what on earth is going on?" I demand, glancing over her shoulder as another posse of advisors rushes past. "Massive wildfires," she tells us in a strained voice. "Almost the entire cayenne forest has been destroyed, including several villages, and also the Soria Palace." At this last part, she gives me a pained look as if in apology. For a second, I'm struck silent, taking in the weight of Liza's words. Soria Palace is where the wedding is meant to take place, and my heart breaks as all our plans seem to be ruined in one fell swoop. Ellie and Liza both know what this means to me, and for a second we all stand together in shocked silence. I know there are much larger questions I need to be asking, though, and I push aside my own troubles to focus on what's more important. How many Solvarians have been affected? I ask. Liza shakes her head. I don't know the exact numbers yet, but initial reports are in the thousands. We're still getting information from the ground. I nod, recognizing the weight of this revelation. And of course, the weight now rests on my shoulders. Thank you, I tell her, as it all sinks in. Ellie and Liza shoot each other a glance before the two of them hurry off together. I'm left to contemplate this terrible turn of events. Not only that, I need to contemplate what to do about it. I make my way to Christian's study, seeking solace from the chaos unfolding around me. Setting myself down at his oak desk, I suddenly feel the immense pressure that the throne holds. There's something about sitting here, in the place of the prince, the future king, that causes me to freeze. My hands grip the leather arms of his chair, and although I'm terrified of doing the wrong thing, I know I need to step up and earn my place as a leader. This is the thought that hangs in my mind when the door to the room bursts open. Christian stands there for a second before rushing to my side. Catala, he says, and his voice reassures me. What do I need to do? I ask him, looking up into his eyes with something between fear and determination. He takes a moment, and I can see pride in his eyes, as well as something else. When he answers, it's with a reassuring smile in spite of the situation we find ourselves in. What would the queen do? He asks me. His voice is low, strong, and I recognize what that look in his eyes is. It's faith in me as his queen.
Chapter 27. Christian. Catala gazes up at me before standing. I can sense in her posture that she's committed to fulfilling her role as queen, and the knowledge of that buoys me. I want to be there for my people, she tells me. Her hazel eyes carry the fire of a queen, and I'm more certain than ever that she's the woman for me. Only, something else tinges the moment. Beneath my pride in her, I feel some disappointment. The Soria Palace was the place I'd decided on for my final admission of my love for her. In fact, I had planned it all meticulously. The night before the ceremony, I wanted to take her for a walk through the forest, and under the moonlight, propose to her. For real this time. I wanted to do away with our fake arrangement and make things official with her once and for all. But, of course, the palace, the forest, and the proposal have all been swept away in the destruction that has visited the Kaya forest and our people. As I gaze into Catala's eyes, though, I'm bolstered. You'll make a great leader, I tell her, taking her by the hands and pulling her close. For a moment, our embrace feels like the only thing in the world, but I know we need to move. We'll all head out to the forest in a few days, I tell her, feeling a surge of responsibility rise in me. The people need us there. Catala pulls away and nods, determination in her eyes. It's a look that remains as we make arrangements to travel, as if something in her has shifted for good. The next few days are a whirlwind of crisis management. I have meetings with the Minister for the Environment, the head of national safety, lobby groups, activists, and emergency services, along with consultations with my father. Ishmael and Cedric have also been heavily involved with the crisis, but even between the three of us, there's more than we can handle. At any given moment, I'm juggling 4 or 5 things at once, but in between, when I catch a few moments with Catala, her support strengthens me. I see she's eager to contribute, and when I suggest she liaise with the charity organizations collecting goods for displaced survivors, she jumps at the chance. I won't let you down, she promises me, giving me a kiss on the cheek. You couldn't if you tried, I tell her with a smile before rushing off to my next meeting. When we finally board the flight to Kaya with my father, brothers, and an entourage of advisors and assistants, we're both exhausted, but we're also more committed than ever to help on the ground. Flying over the Verkin ranges, we can see the pillar of smoke rising up in the distance, thick and white. My heart aches at the sight, and it seems like Catala is equally moved to compassion. "Oh my God," she mutters, craning forward to get a better view. "We need to do something." "We are doing something," I assure her, reaching forward and taking her hand. "We already have a public address scheduled for this afternoon, and we'll do whatever we can to help where we're needed on the ground." Catala nods, but her grip on my hand tightens. She doesn't let go until we land. As we drive toward the site of the fires, the air grows sharp with wood smoke. The sun, shining brightly just moments before, is slowly obscured by the haze and dims to a sickly orange. It's a sight that makes my heart break, knowing that my people are suffering. Catala must sense the shift in me, because she reaches over and squeezes my hand. When I look over, I see she's gazing at me. The same sorrow is in her eyes. When the car arrives at the scene, Catala and I climb out into the chaos. Firefighters and medics are rushing back and forth. Haphazard tents have been set up to provide food and water or to shelter evacuees. Someone is yelling over a megaphone directing volunteers. "Your Highness," I hear behind me, and I turn to see my secretary, Paul, hurrying toward me from one of the other cars. The first item on the agenda is with the head of operations, Varda Solokoi. He has requested your presence and Lady Catala's in the emergency shelter. I nod curtly but glance back toward the car where my father is being brought out. In spite of his health, he insisted on coming, and I watch for a moment to make sure Ishamel and Cedric are taking good care of him. He catches me watching and shoots me a crooked smile. "Go on," he calls, waving me away with his good hand. When I turn, I see that Catala has been watching too. "He'll be all right, won't he?" she asks, clearly concerned. I'm warmed by her words and reassure her. "He's tougher than he looks." With that, the two of us follow Paul toward one of the tents. There, Varda, a gruff but friendly man, greets us both cordially. "Thank you so much for coming. I thought some of the evacuated villagers would be bolstered by your presence," he explains, gesturing to the several dozen people gathered in the tent. "Many of the children, especially, would like to meet Lady Catala." Glancing around, I see many of the evacuees are injured, but even the worst of them seem pleased to see us. Just as Varda said, a group of children have already gathered, gazing at Catala and whispering excitedly among themselves. "Of course," I answer, smiling at Catala. "Anything we can do to help." Catala shoots me a tight smile back, and I see the pain in her eyes. I've spent my life preparing for moments such as this, but for Catala, this is new. Even her experience as a lawyer probably hasn't put her this close to a crisis of such magnitude. In spite of this, I have faith that she can handle it, and the moment we approach the first family, she radiates warmth. "How are you holding up?" she asks them, taking a chair and gesturing for the family of 4 to do the same. The parents, dirty with soot and weary-eyed, seem to appreciate the gesture, but the children, 2 little boys, can hardly sit still. They keep jumping up to inch closer to Catala, giggling whenever she shoots them a smile. In fact, Catala seems immediately at home, and I watch on in awe as she manages to be both poised and familiar with the citizens. Each of them, while obviously impressed by her status, seem to immediately feel at ease with her. As we make our way around the tent, she leaves a trail of reassurance in her wake. When we leave, several of the children approach her again, and she bends down, meeting each of them at their level and giving them a comforting hug. "You were amazing," I tell her once we've stepped outside. "And those kids, they adored you." She gives an embarrassed smile, clearly touched by my words. "I just want to make sure they're doing the best they can, under the circumstances." "Prince Christian, Lady Catala," Paul says again, having tailed us. "The press conference is scheduled to begin in a few minutes." I nod, and soon we're ushered into another tent, this one crammed with journalists and camera operators. Ishmael, his wife Liza, Cedric, and my father are there too. After the king speaks, Catala and I approach the podium. "These fires are a national tragedy," I begin, reciting the speech I'd memorized earlier that day. "The royal family mourns the devastation that's been caused already, and we are committed to doing everything within our power to bring this crisis to a swift end so that we may focus on rebuilding. As I speak, Catala stands by my side, and when it's her turn to address the room, I watch on proudly. As usual, she handles the situation gracefully, and when it's time for questions, she fields just as many as I do. "We're here because we care about our people," she states in answer to the last inquiry. "Now, if you'll excuse us, we'll be seeing what we can do in practical terms to help those who are still fighting the fires." With that, the two of us step out of the tent and back into the surrounding chaos. "Your Highness," Paul's voice comes again, and I'm grateful for a secretary who can keep us on track even in the midst of an emergency like this. "The head of the crisis response team has asked for a private meeting," he continues. He shoots an apologetic glance at Catala. I go to say something, but she stops me, placing her hand gently on my shoulder. "It's okay, go. I'll be fine here." I hesitate a little, but Liza arrives at precisely that moment, and I feel better knowing she won't be left alone. "I'll be back as soon as I can," I tell her, giving her a quick kiss on the cheek. With that, I hurry off with Paul into yet another tent. Before I enter, I cast one last look at my wife, the future queen, proud of how far she's come.
Chapter 28, Catala. I can see the red glow of the fires still burning on the horizon. The air is acrid with the smell of smoke. All around me, firefighters are rushing back and forth, some running toward the action. Others return covered in soot, their faces red with the exertion of fighting the blaze. It's chaos. And over the sound of shouting and the sirens of arriving fire engines, I can hardly hear myself think. What I do know is that all of this is happening around me, and that I, the future leader of this nation, am standing here doing nothing. "There are still villagers evacuating," one firefighter calls to a group of volunteers huddled around a water station. The group hurries to follow him, packing bottles in their backpacks before rushing ahead to help. This seems like something I can actually do, and I turn to Liza. "I'm going to help," I tell her, watching her eyes widen with panic. "Are you sure that's a good idea?" she asks, her eyes flicking between me and the red glow ahead. "I won't be near the fire itself," I assure her, already turning to grab a few bottles of water, "just helping villagers evacuate. If Christian or anyone else needs me, I'll be with the volunteers." Before she can protest, I run ahead, catching up with the volunteers as we head toward the red glow. Finally, it feels like I'm doing something useful. Yes, my presence here is a show that the royal family cares, and yes, the press conference was important. But my passion has always been helping people face to face. And what could be more helpful right now than this? And there's something else, too. I want to learn more about situations like this. I feel woefully underprepared for a national emergency, but if I'm going to be queen one day, I need to have intimate knowledge of what to do in a crisis. The firefighter that called out earlier is leading the group up ahead, and I quicken my pace until I'm right beside him. "Hi, I'm Lady Catala," he says suddenly, beating me to it. I can see there's confusion in his eyes when he speaks again. "But you shouldn't be... it's too dangerous." "These are my people," I tell him, and find that I truly mean it. I want to help however I can, and that means understanding what to do in an emergency. Can you explain how the fire department approaches something like this? He seems a little taken aback, glancing between me and the red glow in the distance. Sure, he says, and I can tell he didn't expect such a straightforward request. Finally, though, he points up ahead. "The wind is the biggest factor when trying to control a fire," he explains, still forging toward the blaze at full speed. "Right now, we're praying the wind shifts to southeasterly, so it blows the fire back to where it's already burnt." I'm still matching his stride as I hang on his words, determined not to miss a thing. As we walk, I notice ash falling from the sky, fluttering down like snow. With each step it grows thicker, and soon the black tarmac of the road turns gray with it. The firefighter points to the sky, where the ash is being swept to our left. "But currently the wind is southerly," he continues. That means it's eating further into the forest right now. We've got most of our resources at the southern end of the forest for that reason, trying to fight the blaze back. The chief of the fire department is relaying information from the Bureau of Meteorology. We're also coordinating with our aerial units, which give us information about how the fire is behaving, so we know the safest routes for evacuation. I nod along, committing all of this to memory. It's not something I've ever had to think about before, but every new piece of information builds a better picture as to how I might handle this, if it ever happens again. In fact, it might even help me handle it now. Is there anything you think would make your work easier, more effective? The firefighter looks at me strangely, as if I've just said something absurd. For a second, I wonder if I've said the wrong thing, but then he speaks again. You know, I don't think I've ever heard a monarch ask something like that, he marvels. Yeah, you know, there are a few things. As he rattles off a list of logistical problems and funding cuts, I promise myself I'll do everything I can to improve things. Being here, in the midst of it all, is exactly what I needed. It's allowed me to do what I do best: research, assess, and analyze the way I was trained to as a lawyer. Only now, my actions can have a bigger impact than I ever would have thought. Thank you so much. Derek, he tells me, shaking my hand. Derek, I reply with a smile. This has been so helpful. Our conversation is abruptly cut short by a cry from one of the other volunteers. There they are, she yells, pointing ahead. Through the smoke, I catch sight of a small group of survivors being ushered down the narrow road that leads into the now destroyed village. The fire is still well off in the distance, but on either side of the road, charred trees rise up out of an ashen landscape. Many of the trees are still smoking, suffering from the vestiges of the raging fire. Come this way, one of the volunteers shouts to the villagers. The group attempts to run forward, but some of them appear to be injured, others suffering from smoke inhalation. I catch sight of 2 children, a boy and a girl, and without thinking I run to them. My heart is overcome with compassion as they turn their eyes up to me. Oh, you poor things, I say, kneeling down to their level. Here, drink some water. It's going to be all right. I hand over the bottles and the kids take them thirstily, drinking with a kind of desperation I've never seen. Come on, let's get you out of here, I tell them. I, along with the other volunteers, usher the survivors along the road, back toward the camp that's been set up for evacuated villagers. As we walk, though, I hear a strange sound, a crack and then a squeal. I see it before it happens, but it's too late for me to move out of the way. One of the burnt smaller trees on the side of the road succumbs to the damage, and suddenly it's on top of me. I feel my body hit the tarmac, but a split second later, it's my leg that makes me cry out. The volunteers are already surrounding me. They struggle to pull the charred tree from where it's pinned my leg to the ground. Each heave seems to make the pain worse, but finally, 5 of them manage to hold the tree up as 2 more people help me crawl out from under it. When I emerge, it's clear that I've been injured. Can you put any weight on it? One of my helpers asks, trying to get me to stand. I attempt to use both legs to hold myself up, but the second I place any weight on my right leg, a shooting pain travels up my shin. I cry out involuntarily and see the volunteers exchange a panicked look. We're going to need a stretcher, one of them calls back to the group that moved the tree. One of them, a young man with kind eyes, goes running back toward the camp, while a couple of others call out to the survivors to follow. I'm not the only one who needs help, of course, and I'm only glad the tree didn't cause more damage. Had it hit one of the children? Well, I'd rather not think about it. The kids look back at me, their eyes wide through their soot-covered faces. I manage to shoot them a reassuring smile, even though the pain I'm in is getting worse. I'm okay, you go on ahead. I call out to them, hoping to ease their fears. They've gone through enough today. They give me one last glance before another volunteer ushers them away. Even through the pain, I feel myself relax a little. I know, at the very least, I managed to help some of my people, and despite the cost, I know I'd do it all again in a heartbeat.
Chapter 29. Christian. There are still more than 100 villagers that need to be evacuated, the head of the crisis response team tells me. For the last hour, this man, Adrian Gorman, has been outlining the immediate dangers that still face my people and brainstorming ways to help them. This latest information is just one more piece of the puzzle. 2 of the 3 roads out of there are blocked by the fire. The other has had a bridge collapse, he continues, his brows furrowed in consternation. As he talks, he points at a map, showing me the roads in question. How close is the fire to that village? I ask, my mind racing to consider our options. If the wind stays as it is now, we have about 3 hours. But that could change at any time. The Bureau of Meteorology says there's about a 30% chance that it will pick up, which would mean an hour and a half at the most. Adrian narrows his dark eyes at me, awaiting an answer. Can we focus our efforts on putting out the fire here? I ask, standing and pointing to one of the 2 roads blocked by fire. Send in aerial support to water bomb the area? Adrian shakes his head, and I can see he's already considered that. We just don't have the planes for it, he tells me. And those we do have, we need to keep where they are to stop the fire from spreading towards the more populated villages to the south. This news sends me pacing, crossing the room back and forth as I consider the problem. I know I can't just leave my people to die, but without road access, it seems like an impossible task. This is one of those moments that I need my training as a leader to kick in and give me the answer. Hungary, I finally say, my eyes lighting up. Your Highness? Adrian asks, clearly not following. Let me make a phone call, I tell him, already pulling out my phone and dialing the number for the Hungarian president. Within 5 minutes, I've secured 10 air tankers from over the border, enough to clear an escape path and help with the firefighting efforts on the southern front. Adrian shakes my hand eagerly, relief clear across his face, and I breathe a sigh of relief. When I finally get the chance to take a break, I step out of the tent, glancing back over to where I left Catala. I spot Alphonse, but Catala is nowhere to be seen. I'm just about to approach her assistant to ask where she's gone when I hear shouting. Coming through! Stretcher for Lady Catala! A medic yells, wheeling a gurney frantically through the crowd. My stomach drops. Within moments, there's a frenzy of movement, while white ash falls from the sky and gets swept up in the whirlwind. Panicked, I rush toward the commotion, terrified of what might have happened. I dodge through the crowd, calling Catala's name, and when I finally catch sight of her, I feel fear surge through me. Oh my God, Catala! I shout, rushing to her side. Are you okay? I'm fine, she insists, but the grimace on her face tells me otherwise. She shoots me a smile, but it's strained as she hobbles on one leg. The 2 volunteers helping hold her up make it clear she's not fine. And when the medics help her carefully onto the stretcher, she lets out a cry of pain that shoots right through me. You do everything you can for her, you understand? I say, giving the medic a pointed look. Of course, Your Highness, he tells me sincerely, but I've already turned back to Catala. I'm going to make sure they take care of you, I assure her, grasping her hand as the medic begins to wheel the gurney away. Catala looks up at me, attempting to smile, but I can see her eyes beginning to glaze over a little. Catala? I ask, panicked. Catala? Her eyes seem to swim, struggling to focus on me, and I turn to another medic that has rushed in to help. What's wrong with her? I demand. The thought of losing her is utterly terrifying. The medic rushes over, shining a flashlight in Catala's eyes, a worried expression on his face. Concussion, he reports, more to the other medic than to me. Let's sit her up. Within seconds, the 2 of them have adjusted the stretcher so that Catala is sitting upright, her legs still outstretched. This seems to perk her up a little, but I can see she's still struggling to stay awake. Tell me what I can do to help, I demand, unwilling to leave her side for a second. Can you stay with her? Check her responses? The medic asks, and I nod as they wheel her into an ambulance. I climb in beside the gurney, and as the sirens wail, I hold Catala's hand tightly. Catala, I need you to hold on, okay? I implore, determined not to lose her. Okay, she slurs, her eyes still swimming. Can you squeeze my hand? I ask, but her fingers remain still. Finally, her eyes lose focus entirely, and I watch her slip into unconsciousness. "Do something!" I cry to the medic, panic setting in. He rushes over, checking her eyes with the flashlight again. "This is a typical response to concussion," he tells me, checking her pulse. "But we'll need to do a brain scan when we get to the hospital." The seconds feel like hours as we wind through the rural streets on the way to the nearest hospital, with Catala still unconscious beside me. The moment we arrive at the hospital, I'm barking out orders, making sure she has the best care necessary. Thankfully, it's as though the seas part for us, and doctors and nurses rush to make sure she's taken care of. To my relief, Catala's scans are cleared, and she drifts in and out of consciousness for the next 20 minutes. But when it's time for her full neural examination, another problem is revealed. "It looks like there's a fragment of a branch piercing her tibialis anterior," the neurologist says, examining her shin. Reaching into a drawer for a pair of medical scissors, he cuts the fabric of her pants leg, revealing an injury that shocks me. Tearing my eyes away, I look back at Catala, who is just barely conscious now. I reach out, stroking her hair and willing her to be okay. "Whatever you need to do," I tell him firmly. "Just make sure she's all right." The doctor nods. "We'll need to remove the branch immediately before it can cause infection. That means a general anesthetic for surgery." I look at him, shocked. "But she's concussed," I argue, gesturing to Catala. "You'll kill her." He gives me an understanding look but presses on. "I assure you, the anesthetic we'll be using is safe in concussed patients. In fact, she'll need the rest to recover from the impact to her head." I look at him skeptically, but finally I acquiesce. I insisted on the best doctors, and this man is the country's top neurologist. Finally, I nod. "Treat her like you would your own daughter," I tell him, and I'm sure he sees in my eyes how much I mean it. As the doctor preps for surgery, I sit beside Catala's bed, stroking her hair. "Don't you dare die," I whisper, even though I'm sure she can't hear me. "I can't lose you." My fingers caress her soft auburn hair before sliding down to her forehead. She's still stained with soot, and I do my best to gently wipe the black streaks off her face. "Your Highness?" the doctor asks when he's ready. With a deep breath, I nod, letting him wheel her away. I follow for as long as I can, and when I'm stopped at the doors of the operating theater, I simply wait. It seems like forever that I'm pacing back and forth in that sterile white hallway. But when the surgeon finally emerges, he gives me a reassuring smile. "The surgery went perfectly," he tells me, and I let go of a breath I didn't know I was holding. "She'll still need to rest here for a few days, and we'll keep her sedated until tomorrow to give her brain a chance to recover. But she'll be fine." I thank him, and when a nurse wheels Catala out of the theater and into her own room, I follow along tirelessly. All that night, I remain by her side, unwilling to leave even for a second. In spite of the doctor's reassurances, I know I won't fully breathe a sigh of relief until she's awake, and I'm certain she's okay. When I do finally fall asleep, it's in a chair by Catala's bedside, my hand clasping hers even though she doesn't squeeze back.
Chapter 30, Catala. Even before I open my eyes, I feel his hand in mine. It's warm, comforting, and I get the feeling he's probably been sitting there for a long time. "Hey," I say softly as I open my eyes to the stark white of the hospital room. I blink away the grogginess of the general anesthetic, letting my eyes focus on Christian's face beside me. "Hey," he replies with a relieved smile. "How are you feeling?" I try to sit up a little, trying to understand what happened. I vaguely remember someone putting a mask over my face, telling me to count backwards from 10. I think I only got to 8 before I blacked out. "What happened?" I ask, suddenly feeling the pain in my leg afresh. I remember the tree, I remember the ambulance, but beyond that, not much. The pain makes me wince, and Christian leans forward to settle me. His touch calms me for a moment, even makes the pain ebb slightly. "They had to remove a stick from your leg," he tells me. "It was only small, which is why no one noticed it until we got you back here. It seems like you also suffered a mild concussion when you hit the ground. The doctors told me you're okay now, but you have to stay here for a few more days for observation." The news comes as a shock, but as I look at Christian's face, I realize how tired he looks. "Have you been here the whole time?" I ask, wondering how long I've actually been here. He nods slightly, squeezing my hand again. "Of course," he says. A strange look comes over his face, and even though I don't know what it means, my heart races a little. There seems to be a shift in the atmosphere, and when Christian looks up again, there's sincerity in his eyes. "Catala," he says seriously, "I need to tell you something I should have said much, much earlier. I know this goes against everything we agreed, but I can't keep hiding how I feel." My heart races even faster as I realize what he's about to say. "I've fallen completely in love with you," he admits, looking deep into my eyes. The words completely overwhelm me, washing away every trace of doubt, every fear, every question about what all this means. "I love you too," I choke out, tears beginning to well in my eyes. Christian moves closer, and I can feel the connection between us, almost like a jolt of electricity suddenly bringing us both to life. When our lips meet in a loving kiss, I feel everything else melt away, until it's only me and Christian. Nothing else exists for that moment. My whole body responds to him, and I feel a wave of joy, of love, wash over me. It's the most healing thing I could possibly think of. This is what it's like for the next few days. Moments of bliss every time we touch, with Christian hardly leaving my side. It's like we've started our relationship afresh, and really we have. This is no longer a political arrangement. It's a true partnership. "So, what do you think about the royal gardens?" he asks a couple of days after I wake up. I can feel the heat rise to my face as soon as he says it, but I'm not sure what the question means exactly. Is he referring to that night, or something else entirely? He must see the look of confusion and embarrassment on my face because he quickly corrects himself. "I mean, for the wedding, we need to find an alternative venue, and I just thought, well, I guess I kind of count that as our first date, in a way." I'm not sure whether to laugh or kiss him, but there's something else that wins out. "Do you really think we should go ahead with the wedding?" I ask, frowning. "I mean, with the fires." Christian nods, folding his hands over mine. "I understand," he says, meeting my eyes with a look of pride and compassion. "I know it seems insensitive, but there's another way to look at it. The fires have been put out, the evacuated people have been given shelter, and the villages are being cleaned up. We've given ample support. There's nothing more we can do there on a practical level." His words give me some reassurance, but he's not done. "On an emotional level, though, the people need hope," he tells me. "They need to know that their future queen hasn't been cowed by the tragedy. Being a monarch means taking care of our people, mourning with them, yes, but also celebrating with them. If you show them that there's still a future full of hope ahead, it can inspire hope that they'll overcome too." The look in Christian's eyes tells me he's thought long and hard about this. It's not something he's suggesting lightly, and the more I let his words sink in, the more I see they're true. "I want to serve my people," I tell him, and the words feel less and less foreign every time I say them. "In fact, what if we make the wedding something everyone can enjoy?" "What do you have in mind?" Christian asks, a smile forming on his face. "How about a holiday for the whole country?" I suggest. "And we could have the ceremony on the steps of the castle. The city square could be open to the public to come and watch. I know it's not as intimate as we imagined, but we could make it work, couldn't we? The reception could still be private inside the castle, or maybe in the gardens." The smile that started out small has crept over Christian's face. By the time I'm done, he's beaming. "That sounds perfect," he tells me before leaning in for a kiss. "I'll make some calls." I can imagine it all playing out in my mind, and for the first time since the fires, I allow myself to dream about our wedding again. The memory of my wedding dress fitting flashes in my mind, and I can already imagine the look on Christian's face when he sees me in it. It's a completely different feeling to the original ceremony we had, and I begin to get excited about this new plan. Maybe even more than the original one, because this time I'm approaching it not just as a bride, but as a future queen. By the time I'm discharged a few days later, Christian has organized the bulk of our new wedding plan. Not only that, he's organized the castle into my own private wellness retreat, with assistants and staff waiting on me hand and foot. "Now you're not going to move a muscle for the rest of the week," he tells me, helping me onto the bed that he's loaded with pillows and cushions. "Christian," I complain, laughing, "I'm not that injured. I can do some things for myself." "Don't even try it," he warns, though he does it with a smile on his face. "I have a whole fleet of people to help you, not to mention myself. Whatever you need, just tell me, and we'll take care of it." He gives me a look of mock warning, but I can tell he really means it. Not only that, I can tell he's actually deriving pleasure from taking care of me, and I decide not to fight it. I do need the rest after all. "Okay," I acquiesce with a laugh. "If you insist." "I do." "Now, is there anything you want right now?" he asks sweetly, taking my hand. I think about it for a moment, but all I want is him. "I want you to come and cuddle with me," I tell him, patting the bed beside me. Christian grins, settling onto the mattress. The warmth of his body next to mine feels so good, especially after those lonely nights in the hospital bed. "You feel wonderful," I tell him, nuzzling into his chest. "I can't wait to marry you," he says, again. The two of us laugh, and when he turns his head to look at me, I feel the overwhelming urge to kiss him. I press my lips softly into his, and everything feels right. Finally, everything feels right. Chapter 31. Catala. Christian's hand cups my cheek. His azure eyes keep looking at me worriedly to make sure I'm all right. His thumb brushes my cheekbone, sending shivers down my spine. My breath hitches as heat crawls up my face, and I look away. "Are you all right?" he asks for the millionth time. I nod, momentarily unable to find my voice. "I'm fine," I manage to whisper, my voice barely above a whisper. Christian reaches out and takes my hand in his. Our fingers intertwine. My heart flutters wildly in my chest. He leans in slowly. I close my eyes. His lips brush mine, soft and tentative. The kiss deepens, sweet and tender. Everything between us has changed since we said "I love you." It's different. It's better. His touch sets me on fire, and I feel my desire for him growing by the minute to my utter disbelief. I want this man so much that I begin undressing him. I can feel his lips curve into a smile against mine. His shirt is off in a flash, revealing his defined abs. He's even sexier than I remembered. My hands trace his abs, marveling at the firmness underneath his skin. Christian moans, his grip on my waist tightening. He's already starting to pull down my dress. "I always want you," he whispers between kisses, his voice ragged with desire. The rest of this scene is too spicy for YouTube. Catch the unabridged version of the freaky deaky things we did by going to TylaWalker.com and picking up the audiobook. Take 40% off using code SAVE40. "I love you," I say, simply because I need to hear the words aloud. "I love you too, Catala," he replies, and I know he means it. We drift off to sleep, sated and content in each other's arms, ready to face whatever the world throws at us tomorrow. Together.
Chapter 32. Christian. The sun rises in the makeshift facility, and the sky is far more beautiful than it should be at this hour. I know it's a byproduct of the wildfires, and it reminds me that sometimes the most beautiful situations can arise from the most unexpected places. I know it was true for me and my bride, and today, as she's recovering physically and as my nation recovers as a whole, I've never been more grateful in my life, and the reason is her. Thought you could use this, brother. Alex hands me a cup of coffee. Are you ready for today? Something going on? I give him a smile and take a sip, savoring the flavor. Nothing huge, just the wedding of the century. With a head count the size of Monaco, I recognize the dark hair and intense hazel eyes immediately. Caesar! He barrels forward and wraps me in a hug. Thank God you're here. A few minutes later, Ishmael and Cedric, always each other's shadow, come in together. Looks like the whole gang's here. Ishmael looks around. Except for Pop. Hey, he's in his happy place. I point out the window where I can hear laughter through the thin panes. Entertaining his adoring fans. He never gets enough of the glad-handing. Like father, like son. Cedric pats me on the back with a laugh, then gives a slight punch. One of us had to be created in his image, God knows, I say, thinking about the last year and how one by one, my brothers removed themselves from the line of succession until the final inevitable choice emerged. Marriage would help them learn they didn't want the throne. I didn't need that lesson. But father never makes anything easy. I look out the window and I see the man of every other hour, King Francis, our father, shaking hands and holding villagers wrapped with his stories. Look at him. I think he might be happier than I am. And why shouldn't he be? Caesar says. Today his grand plan is accomplished. All of his boys married off, Cedric says. As grateful as I am that I found the love of my life, and as grateful my brothers are, that doesn't mean we completely forgive him. We put our hands together in a circle, one on top of the other, and raise them out at the same time, and a pact is sealed. Here's to Dad, we say in unison. She just left? The future queen is gone? King Francis looks like he's about to choke on his ceremonial sash. Bella pats his shoulder as the designated messenger sent to give the full report. He pulls out the note again and shoves his spectacles back on his face, as if studying it one more time will change what it says. My darling Christian, I need some time to think. I may be back in hours, I may be back in years. I need to examine my soul. It was so much pressure so quickly, and the stakes for you, for the king, and for the country I love are so high if I am a less than ideal queen. If I had had a little more time, I would be more certain in my choice. I'm sorry you had so much pressure on you. I hope that you will feel liberated from being forced to make a decision that was not your own. Love, Catala. I simply don't understand. Didn't you already in a small ceremony? I was there after all. I sigh, thinking about Catala heading back to the capital and taking a flight to New York rather than planning to go through with our grand wedding. We did. But this isn't about being a wife. You read the note. It's about being a queen, and the pressure she feels to fulfill all of the expectations of making that transition so quickly. The king paces and shakes his head, and I take his hand. It will be fine, father, I promise. It's for the best, I say, trying to convince myself. Our wedding was always going to double as a ceremony to celebrate the revival of the community by having it in this amazing place, the displaced person complex. I stretch out my arms to the building around us, which was erected in just a matter of weeks while Catala was on the mend. We can hold the ceremony, but we'll let them know Catala is feeling too weak from her injuries. And then we can hold a real ceremony if... I close my eyes. She decides it's the life she wants. It's not for everyone, father. We always knew that, Alexis says. Hell, we grew up in this environment, and it's not for all of us, Caesar echoes. I try to avoid my brother's gaze, but Caesar breaks through. Well, everyone is in there, I suppose, my father says with resignation. Any further delay will send a message that something is wrong. We cannot allow that. We begin to walk out of the room, and at the last minute, King Francis takes me aside. Just a moment, my son. I'm proud of you for your quick strategizing. I just want you to know. If you choose not to marry Catala after this betrayal, that is your choice. Perhaps I was... I kiss him on the cheek and I look at him questioningly. Perhaps you were... I only admit this to you, my son, because you've shown you're an exemplary choice for king. But perhaps I was too aggressive with your betrothals. I shake my head and I place my hand on his shoulder. You couldn't have known. 4 out of 5 isn't a bad track record, Dad. It's my job to know. I should have been 50 moves ahead. It's much worse for the kingdom to switch a monarch suddenly than to have a vacancy. You're the wisest leader I know, Father. You're just not clairvoyant. With enough wisdom, there is no difference. Perhaps I underestimated the wisdom of my children. I've never felt underestimated by you in my life, Father. Including now. I take his hand. Let's get out there and show the country how resilient we really are. The auditorium is filled with thousands of guests, made up of dignitaries and ordinary Solvarians from the surrounding area, and thousands more are seated outside. The villagers have already begun to dance. The decorations, music, and procession plans are all in place for the grand occasion. Everyone is in the positions we've practiced for weeks, ever since Catala recovered from her injuries. The entire ceremony has her touches on it, and I miss her. But this day is about the kingdom, not just about her. It always was. After my brothers and sisters-in-law descend the aisle together, my father and I walk down after them, hand in hand, and we stand together on a stage. My honored fellow Solvarians, my father begins. Thank you all for coming to share this splendid, glorious day and this solemn ceremony. However, Princess Catala is still recovering from her injuries. Gasps and murmurs rise from the crowd, and I exchange serious expressions with my brothers and my sisters-in-law. My father made them all swear vows as to the real reason. I feel all of the eyes in the hall turn to me, and I lift my head with confident stoicism. The whispers are replaced by an all-encompassing hush. I nod at him in agreement. We've only had time to rehearse once. But the celebration today transcends wedding vows. This is larger than two individuals. Today seals the bond of an entire nation. Today, I make a promise to our homeland. I vow to defend her not only through my lifetime but beyond, as I name my heir. The noise in the hall turns cacophonous, with some guests rising to their feet, others weeping. Some are clapping, others stomping their feet in celebration. An old man lifts up his wife and spins her in an impromptu dance in the aisle. My father embraces my other brothers one by one, then stops in front of me. After what I know has been a long time coming, I announce my successor, Prince Christian Vanecourt, my eldest son. The crowd breaks out in cheers, and I bow deeply before them. My father takes my hands in his. My dearest son, do you swear before God and the countrymen of your kingdom to serve as crown prince of the great nation of Solvaria? He lets my hands go, and I give him a deep bow. I swear on my life to protect the people and lands of Solvaria as long as I shall live. I vow to fulfill my duties as king following the noble example of my father, King Francis Vanecourt. Then I kneel before him, and he lays his ceremonial lance on each shoulder. Once he places it back in his sash, he places his hands on my head, then follows with a kiss. As the room erupts into applause, I stand and bow deeply, facing the crowd. And as I knelt before my father, I kneel at the edge of the altar and face the crowd directly. My people of Solvaria, I kneel before you today, not as your leader, but as your subject. I promise to honor our great nation and the soul of our people. I promise to carry you in every action I do, and that every step will be in furtherance of the cause of our great realm. I stay kneeling down, and when I open my eyes, the entire crowd is standing. I look behind me and see tears streaming down my father's cheeks as well. Father leans down and pats me on the shoulder, then helps me up. I clear my throat, trying to remain the strong monarch amid all of the emotion. I'm proud of you, son. You're doing this on your own. You alone are the king the nation needs. I nod, and I'm barely able to hold it in. I think of Catala, and I see an image of her face. I kiss my father on the cheek, and I stand next to him. I give one last look. Only my brothers and I know what's coming next. Today is not only about taking the mantle of leadership, it's about passing on the spirit of the realm to the heart of the people. I look over to my father, who, for maybe the first time in his life, has no idea what to do. For my first action as Crown Prince, I'm taking my own power independent of my father. I'm making my own choice, and I'm beginning my own life. My father looks even more confused as my brothers and sisters-in-law exit the stage and approach a woman in the back with luminous dark skin, dressed in a robe of white, the traditional Solvarian holy garments. I am consecrating this center for the benefit of the people, with the help of my brothers to solemnify the occasion by giving the key to Solvaria to a noble to give to the village. Father, will you help me do the honors in saying the prayer? He steps up to me confidently, as if that was his plan all along and he's fully versed. Of course, my son. Alexis pulls the key to the kingdom out of his vest, the size of his forearm, and hands it to the Solvarian citizen in snowy, almost blinding white. I smile through the heavy hood of the robe, and I see those eyes shining out. Caesar, as the chief of the diplomatic corps and one of the highest heads of state, I'd like you to officiate. Father again pretends to know everything, but I'm smiling visibly at his confusion. Cedric, please lift the hood of the robes. My father puts his hand to his mouth in shock, and the tears flow even more freely now, a rushing dam breaking down his face. He opens his mouth, trying to speak, but he chokes on his words. He shakes his head, but I can see the enormous joy and pride in his eyes. My son, you are your own man, he whispers. And my daughter-in-law and future queen, you look beautiful. Thank you, Christian. Thank you. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to celebrate the union of Crown Prince Christian Vaincourt and his bride, Catala Fitzrelson. Caesar begins. I hold the hand of my bride, and she looks at me with her huge hazel eyes, dressed in traditional Solvarian garb rather than a wedding gown. It's simple, elegant, and traditional like her, but also completely unique, like her. Caesar begins the vows for us to repeat, and each of my brothers recites a vow for me and Catala to echo. And we make vows to each other in impromptu words that communicate the love we have for each other and our people. We say I do, and I kiss her long and hard to the ringing cheers of our people.
Chapter 33. Catala. You said you wanted to travel, right? Christian asks me as the private jet begins its descent over the tropical island paradise. Yeah, but I never imagined this, I reply, looking out at the pristine blue waters of the Maldives. I've never seen anything like it, a series of islands that appear from above like a string of milky pearls in the deep blue expanse of the Indian Ocean. When Christian offered to plan a surprise honeymoon, I never thought we'd end up here. It's perfect, I say, tearing my eyes away from the window and giving him a smile. We haven't even touched down yet. He laughs, taking my hand in his. I don't care, it's already perfect, I repeat before leaning forward to kiss him. It turns out I was right. The main island of Malé is a tiny little crescent housing the archipelago's only airport, but even this place is a paradise. I wonder where we're staying, but Christian insists on keeping it as a surprise. It's not until he brings me to the marina that I realize we're not staying on Malé at all. Instead, Christian helps me aboard a speedboat, while the porter collects our bags and deposits them on board beside us. This is incredible, I tell Christian as the boat sputters out into the crystal-clear waters. It only gets better. With that, Christian puts his arm around me, pulling me in for a kiss. Better hold on, the captain shouts over the outboard motor. A moment later, we're speeding across the water toward another island. Each tiny ripple sends the boat bouncing into the air, and I half scream, half laugh the whole way there. As we approach the island, I catch sight of a series of floating houses. At least they appear to be floating. Each one is an ample home, magically suspended above the crystal blue waters surrounding the island. The boat slows, and Christian turns to me, smiling. Our new home for the week, he announces happily. Are you serious? I ask, incredulous. Once again, Christian has outdone himself, and as I look between him and the floating houses, I'm struck by something remarkable. Here, in this island paradise, on this speedboat in this resort, we're not the prince and princess of Solvaria. We're just Christian and Catala. The effect is only amplified when we check in. Mr. and Mrs. Vanecourt? The receptionist asks with a warm smile. We've been expecting you. I feel a little thrill at hearing our names like that. And what's more, not a single person here will call me Your Highness. It feels like a breather, one that I'm very excited about. The receptionist leads us across a series of piers to our floating home, and the moment I step inside, it takes my breath away. I've seen, of course, the castles and palaces of Solvaria, dined at some of the most exclusive restaurants in the country, and enjoyed the most impressive resorts our land has to offer. But something about the floating home makes me feel like the luckiest woman on earth. It's beautiful, of course, and spacious, equipped with high-tech appliances and tastefully decorated. But it's the homeliness that really touches me. It's elegant, simple, and entirely ours for the next week. Thank you, I tell Christian, once the receptionist has left us to ourselves. This is so beautiful. I want you to have the best of everything, he replies, pulling me close. All I want is you, I reply. You're the best of everything. He leans down, giving me a long, soft kiss. It really feels as if we can finally be ourselves. No media, no audience, no image to uphold. I love my new role, my new responsibilities, of course, but I also love this, the peace and simplicity of just being together. So, how about we start to enjoy this honeymoon? Christian suggests, pulling away. I look up into his eyes, knowing I would follow him absolutely anywhere. Lead the way, I reply with a smile. Christian grins back, taking me by the hand and guiding me to the huge glass doors that lead outside. As soon as we step out, I gasp. From inside, all I could see was the sky, but out here, I find myself on an enormous wooden deck directly on the ocean. All I can see for miles and miles is water. Christian guides me toward the edge of the deck, and looking down, the water is clear enough to see the bottom. The sand is pure white, tinged light blue by the water. And when I look closely, I see colorful tropical fish darting back and forth through the shallows. To our right, a ladder leads down into the water, as if the ocean were our own personal swimming pool, and I let out a giggle of excitement knowing that we get to enjoy this together. It only gets better, though. After a wonderful afternoon of lazing in the sun and swimming in the warm waters, Christian leads me back across the piers and toward the beach. I thought we might enjoy a nice romantic dinner, he tells me. The sun is just dipping below the horizon, and the sky has turned a stunning purple. The water, reflecting the twilight, has turned to frosted glass, while the white sand looks ethereal in this light. Suddenly I see a flame flare at the waterfront, and as we approach I catch sight of a small pergola. It stands alone on the beach, the surrounding sands entirely devoid of people, aside from one lone waiter. As we step up to the table beneath the pergola, he finishes lighting the last torch, casting the scene in a red-orange glow. I glance over at Christian, and the way the light catches his ash-blonde hair and warms his skin makes him look more handsome than ever. Not for the first time, I thank my lucky stars I ended up here, with Christian as my husband. Mr. and Mrs. Vanecourt, the waiter says cordially, giving a brief bow. Dinner will be served in just a moment. I turn to Christian again as the waiter leaves, hoping he can see the joy in my eyes. It seems he does because he flashes me the same look. With a familiar gesture, he pulls out my seat for me, allowing me to sit down before settling himself opposite me. I love this so much, I tell him, reaching across the soft white tablecloth to take his hand. I'm so glad, he says. I really wanted to give you something special. I sigh contentedly, almost unable to process the happiness I'm feeling. It's so much more than I expected. But honestly, you could have taken me anywhere. I'm just happy to be with you. Christian laughs, squeezing my hand. Sure, but isn't it nicer when that anywhere is a tropical island resort? We both laugh at this, and I nod, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. I mean, admittedly, yes, but the sentiment stands. Christian grins at this, and for a moment we just gaze at each other, enjoying the same companionable silence I remember from our first date. Not the one in the garden, but before, the day he proposed on the yacht. I can't believe how far we've come since then. In fact, looking back on it feels like looking at two entirely different people. And the thought makes my heart swell with gratitude. The waiter comes back then with our meals, the most exquisite seafood I've ever seen, and a bottle of expensive white wine. After pouring 2 glasses, he retreats, wishing us a good evening. "What shall we toast to?" Christian asks, holding up his glass. "To everything," I reply, lifting my own. "To love, to marriage, to the truth, to Solvaria, to anonymity." Christian laughs, catching on. "To warm beaches, to floating houses, to you. To you. To us. To us." With this, we clink glasses, our eyes remaining locked until we take the first sip. The wine is wonderful, but our words keep ringing in my ears, even as we begin to eat. To everything. To us. And it feels like it took such a long time to get here, but now that we've arrived, I never want to be anywhere else.
Chapter 34. Christian. Being here in the Maldives gives both of us the chance to relax, to act like ourselves. With azure waves lapping against the shores of our over-the-water bungalow, I wrap my arms around Catala's slender waist and pull her closer so she can feel the heat of our bodies melding together. She leans back, tilting her face towards the sun and closing her eyes. Tentatively, I start to massage her shoulders as we both listen to the soothing sound of the ocean below us. "This is paradise," I whisper into her ear, before gently kissing her neck, savoring the salty sweetness of her skin. With a sigh of contentment, she turns to face me, and our lips meet in a passionate kiss that neither of us wants to end. Our hands roam, hungrily exploring each other's bodies, as if every touch is a long-awaited reunion. The intensity builds between us like the waves crashing onto the shore below, relentless and powerful. Breaking apart for air, we catch our breaths before racing to our private plunge pool, where we shed our remaining clothes and leap into the refreshing water. The cool water envelops us as we come together again, our limbs tangling beneath the surface. Catala wraps her legs around my waist, locking me against her. Our kiss deepens, flavored by the salt on our lips. My hands find the curves of her hips, pulling her even tighter to me as my desire grows. How is it that this woman can still take my breath away? I think to myself as we break apart for air, gasping for breath. Our gaze locks, and I can see the fire in her eyes, the same inferno that burns within me. We know what we both want without saying a word. We resurface, emerging from the water like two star-crossed lovers reunited after a long period apart. We break apart and I trail kisses down her neck, across her collarbone, worshipping every inch of her dark skin. A soft moan escapes her lips as my mouth continues its exploration lower, teasing and tasting her flesh. Her back arches, hands tangling in my hair to keep me close as sensations wash over her. The scent of sunscreen fills the air, mixing with the heady aroma of Catala's arousal. The sun's warmth amplifies the sweet fragrance of her passion. The rest of this chapter is too damn hot for YouTube. Seriously, I know you're expecting some earth-shattering love to happen, and let me assure you right now that it does. But the problem is, we can't tell you what we did on the air. YouTube needs to maintain certain standards, and getting too freaky on the air goes against that. But don't worry. You can buy the unabridged version of this book with this steamy scene and all the others intact from TylaWalker.com. Use discount code SAVE40 to get 40% off all digital products like ebooks and audiobooks. And now, I'm going to take you back after all the fun is over. I love you. I pant against her neck. I love you too, she whispers, trailing her fingers through my hair. We stay joined for a brief eternity, basking in the afterglow of our shared passion. The world outside our little bubble no longer seems to matter. For this one stolen moment, it's just the two of us. Chapter 35. Francis. Around me, my family encapsulates me with pure warmth. Blue balloons fill the dining room we're in as we celebrate Catala's baby shower. She and Christian are having their first boy. Catalea's parents, Mariana and Samuel, join us in the festivities before leaving early. Mariana looks so much better, and Catala shines brighter with her mother around her. My young grandchildren squeal and run around to the delight of their parents. Each of my sons watches on with pride in their eyes. If only they knew the amount of pride I have in my heart to see them grow into responsible men and capable fathers. 3 years ago, when Christian and Catala married, I remember feeling as if I was approaching the end. I was happy that, at the very least, I would see my second eldest get married to the right woman before I passed. Thankfully, life has given me so much more. I'm healthier now. My children have children of their own. And there's a second chance at happiness that awaits me in the next room over. As everyone sits down in their designated seat at this long dining room table, I take my spot at the head of the table and clink my spoon against the glass. Immediately, the children quiet down with the shushing from their parents and all eyes land on me. I smile. For one, I would like to thank everyone for coming together today for Christian and Catalea's baby shower. I'm thrilled at the news that I'm having another grandson. But don't worry, Grandpa Francis has enough love to go around. Thank God. My kids get jealous, Caesar jokes with a wink at his brothers, which earns him a nudge from his wife who holds his youngest. While I'm grateful that you all have decided to come share this happiness with Christian and Catala, I feel as if it's my duty to apologize to each and every one of you. Christian frowns, reaching over to take my hand. Are you all right, Father? What do you mean by that? Alex straightens up in his seat. Bella places a hand over his shoulder. My other sons make small movements, faces, and gestures of their own. I continue. I believe you all remember quite vividly when I suffered my stroke years ago, I begin. And I might be correct in assuming you remember the proposition I offered each one of you. Cedric furrows his eyebrows. He's the brave one who speaks up, amongst the rest of the confused faces. You said that? I nod. I offered the throne to each one of you privately. That wasn't a cruel, twisted scheme on my part. But you have to put yourselves in my shoes and understand my thinking. I was on the verge of death and none of my sons had married. None of my sons had women and families to call their own. I was sick with worry that none of you would find true love in my lifetime. Father, Christian says, jaw clenched. You tricked my brothers then? In a way, yes. And for that, I'm sorry. I lean back into my seat, letting out a sigh. I wanted you all to realize what you truly wanted in life. At the same time, I didn't want my sons to hate me all because of the throne. I knew in the end who the throne was going to. My eyes drift to Christian. Catala has her hands on his arm. And while you all couldn't share the throne, unfortunately, I wanted you to instead find something that was much more valuable. My sons look at their wives, then look at their children. At long last, the confusion ebbs away and they're finally filled with a sense of understanding. Ishmael and Liza share a sweet smile with each other while their kids look on with happiness. Alex and Christian send each other knowing looks from across the table. Thank you, Father, Christian says in a quiet voice. Then he clears his throat. I think I speak for all of us when I say that. You've helped us create this huge, loving family. Caesar grins. I don't know where I'd be in life if it wasn't for your help, Father. Amen, Cedric adds, sipping from his water glass. Finally, my fingers stop trembling. I reach over and grab the nearest napkin off the table. Then I wipe at my sweaty forehead and cheeks, thankful that my sons are not angry with me. I'm not sure my heart could handle losing a son at this point. Their acceptance and love for me give me the confidence to speak my truth. I've spent my entire life evading what I've always known to be true. I don't plan on hiding my love anymore. It's not fair to me, and it's not fair to her either. I would like to admit something else to you all as well, I say, clenching the napkin within my right fist. As you all know by now, Alex doesn't share the same mother as the rest of you. That remark makes Alex fidget slightly in his seat. Now, that doesn't mean that I didn't love your mother. I did. I truly did, I explain, hoping that my words capture the earnesty that my heart pools with. but someone else got to my heart first, and I had to learn to live my life without her. My gaze falls, resting upon my wrinkled hands, splotched with scars and deep lines that are a testament to my age. Duty to Solvaria came first to me, above everything else. I deprived myself of my first love because I knew that it wasn't right for the kingdom, and I'm glad I made the decision because I have all of you with me now. From where I sit, I know that Alex has some words he wants to say. I'm proud of my son for that. He stands strong with his morals, but he still has enough respect for me to let me finish. I couldn't have asked for a better child. But my true love is a woman named Lily Adams. You all know this, I announce. The room goes silent. She's Alex's mother, as we all know, and she raised Bella as if she were her own daughter. Throughout the years, Lily had to live with the fact that I took her son away, more or less. Father, Alex begins, but he hesitates once Bella places a hand on his shoulder. Although he grimaces slightly, he sighs. Then he stares at me directly. Where are you going with this, Father? Trust me, I'm going somewhere, I reply, smiling. Then I turn to the rest of my sons once more. While I've always loved Amaranta for being a diligent queen, I cannot deny that I've always wanted to have Lily on my side as well. Trying to forget your first love is a difficult task. I'm sure you all can understand that. Caesar and Ishmael both nod simultaneously. Christian gazes at Alex, who keeps his hand over his mouth and chin, perhaps to keep him from interjecting. I love Lily, and she loves me. Standing from my seat, I nod towards the guards. Within a few seconds, they usher in the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, the woman who stole my heart and refused to let it go for decades. My sons, with your blessings, I wish to continue in this role as King of Solvaria, but with the woman I love by my side. Alex jumps to his feet and engulfs his mother in a tight hug. Bella watches from her seat with tears in her eyes, holding their children close. Lily kisses Alex on the cheek. Then she makes her way to where I stand and accepts my hand with her own. She's dressed humbly, with a simple plaid dress. Looking at her like this reminds me of our first meeting years ago, when she stole my breath by just looking into my eyes. Father, Christian says, rising to stand. You have my support. Always. Same here, Caesar agrees. Ishmael nods. Cedric's eyes flutter between Lily and I. Then he smiles. King Francis, Bella says, tilting her head. Will you be marrying her soon? That comment brings me so much joy. That's the plan. I want to marry Lily and make her the new queen of Solvaria. It's what she deserves after all this time. We want the best for you, Father. You've looked out for us all this time, Christian says, raising a glass and urging his brothers to do the same. I think it's only right that you find happiness as well. Thank you, my son. Lily and I raise our glasses together. My hand squeezes hers. To love, to happiness, and to the continued prosperity of the Vanecourt family. Glasses clink, my sons cheer, and we sip our drinks. Each Vanecourt man stands next to the woman they love. At long last, I can do the same with my Lily.